dismiss Justin Graves. It was an involuntary edge, and it was dying and going to his right, and he had to really get down low and in front of that first slip fielder. And with that soft glove, from the time he felt that it was in, he really just celebrated on the ground, because it was a very, very good catch taken by the wicketkeeper yesterday. Here is a seater in and bowls, and Chase this time has to play the ball with the bat. This one is on line, and just having Chase in a defensive frame of mind, plays it into the offside field, and there is no run. 2 slips and a gully in place. There's a man down at backward point on the 3/4 ways to the boundary. We would say we've seen that field a whole lot by both teams. Then there is a man at short extra cover, and mid-off and mid-on is in place, and the man forward of square just next to the umpire, and then the man down on a very wide long leg boundary. This is a seater from the Sir Andy Roberts and the Southern End here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and he's in, and Chase is driving crisply but straight to the fielder, standing at that mid-off position, and there is no run.
Still, Denmore, it surprises me though that he started with a deep backward point, especially considering the game as it stands. I know these two were put on 100, but Sri Lanka will be well aware that they'll expose the tails, so to speak, if they can get the breakthrough. And Fernando, he's looking good. He's picked up from where he left off yesterday. He was definitely the top of the Sri Lankan bowlers.
Here we watch as Asita is in, and Chase is driving off the edge and comes down to a wide third man position. Even that man who's at deep backward point only goes to Chase to retrieve. End of the over has come. West Indies getting their first run. Chase with a boundary, 275 for 5, and that shot alone, Terry, would have made the point that you were trying to make, that maybe you bring that man up and force Chase to play those kind of strokes and give you an opportunity for the catch.
Yeah, exactly, Denmore. You know, fielders in catching positions. Otherwise, you're basically setting the field to bad bowling, and or easy to get the batsman off strike. You know, you can just tap it down to a deep backward point and take a comfortable single.
Chase goes to 46 with that stroke of over 111 deliveries. Brings Django onto strike to face the second over. The first he will be facing this morning. That one had a little bit, the last ball to Chase, we were just looking at it on the monitor, had a little bit of swing on it. And Terry, that would really make the point that you're making here. We watch as Milan starts over number 2 this morning outside the line of the off stump to the left-handed Amir Django, who raises the bat, allows it to go into the gloves of wicket-keeper Mendes, who moves to his left, and there is no run.
Especially that these two need to start again. And you saw that from Chase. He's playing very wide from his body. So the more fielders you can have in catching positions, I think would be better suited. But Milan also starting with a deep backward point to Django.
Here we watch as Milan is in, and Django is covering up with a delivery that's pitched maybe on or about the leg stump, and Django just shuffled into line and played it quietly out into the offside field, where there is a fielder posted at that short extra cover position, and there is no run. So he has 2 slips in and a gully. The man is down at that backward point on the boundary. He is a man patrolling the covers. There's a mid-off and a mid-on, a man at short mid-wicket, and a man down on the long leg boundary. That's the field for Milan as he runs in and bowls to Amir Django, who again just picks the line up outside the line of the off stump and raises the bat, allows it to go into the gloves low down of wicket-keeper Kulsal Mendes, and there is no run. A few fans have come in early this morning to taking the action. We expect a few more throughout the day. Maybe a few more folks might come in. We understand that today might is considered the day when they have asked folks to bring their cooler and come along, and then there should be a culinary display here at the grounds. Here we watch as Django gets a delivery that is coming back at him from the right arm bowling of Milan. He just raises the bat again, allows it to go by outside the line of the off stump. That one started a little wider and shaped back at Amir Django, as he used good judgment there, just knowing where his off stump is and allowing it to go by into the gloves of the wicket keeper. And again, there is no run. So Django yet to score this morning. Just the 4 runs we had at the end of that last over. A thick outside edge from Ruston Chase that went to the boundary. Here we watch as Django gets one that he doesn't have to play much too wide outside the line of the off stump. He just lowers his gloves, allows it to bounce by outside the line of the off stump, goes into the wicket keeper's gloves, and there is no run. But we have the sunshine in, not as hazy as it was the first 2 days. The haze yesterday afternoon started to lift, and then we saw the brilliance of the sunshine. There are some clouds about, but nothing really to threaten rain. So it should be a wonderful day, and I'm encouraging the folks who are listening, come on in to watch Test cricket. Django gets a delivery on the line of the stumps, and he's covering up, plays it defensively out into the offside field. Over, says the umpire. Maiden over to start by Milan to Amir Django. He remains on 78. Chase on 46. The West Indies 275 for 5.
Yes, not a bad over there by Milan, keeping the batsman honest. But so far, both Chase and Django doing what they should be doing. They got all day, so they just take their time, pick their deliveries. But I agree with you, Denmore. If we were talking about crowds and getting crowds back to Test match cricket, what an opportunity today. We've got a great match on our hands, and beautiful weather here in Antigua. Come and support. What else would you want to do on a Saturday?
Yeah, and it's an opportunity for them to bring the children out. There's some bounce castle and trampoline and other things set up here. Here is this delivery going down the leg side and then called through for the run. And they're going to get an additional run as they throw that hits the stumps at the wicket keeper's end, allowing the batters to come back for an additional 2 runs. So 3 runs from that first delivery. Leg buys. It is 3 leg buys. The ball just clipping Chase on the thigh maybe as we watch it. Yeah, maybe just stinging and they're not taken cleanly. Ball going behind wicket keeper. They throw, hit the stumps, but Django had already made it, and then it went all the way down close to the boundary, so they were able to run through for an additional 2 runs. So West Indies 278 now for 5. They trail by 30 runs. So the Sri Lankans are not going to have too much if they get a lead. If they do have a lead, the West Indies will be hoping that they can overhaul the 308 made by Sri Lanka and build a lead for themselves. Django trying to pull a short delivery, and Chase just coming to have a chat with him, asking him maybe very early not to get frustrated. Remember, we still have a job to do, and we don't want anybody getting out early. It was a shortish delivery, and Django looked a little bit frustrated playing that pull shot, and very good to see that Chase just come down, maybe gave him a calming word just to keep him focused on the job at hand. Amir Django, this is his best effort in Test cricket. I think this is his second game?
Second game.
Mm-hmm. So 78 not out, and he's getting one outside the line of the off stump from Asita Fernando. He just raises the bat, allows it to go by into the gloves of the wicket keeper, and there is no runs. Had a talk with some of our fans overnight, and there were mixed views on certain issues. Some fans felt that the West Indies batted a little bit too slowly. Others were just quite happy that they were able to bat a full day.
I was going to say, yeah.
And you know, it's always wonderful when you have the discussion about the situation. Some fans think that maybe we as commentators we focus too much on strike rate, and we need to just allow the players to graft their innings and don't worry too much about the dot balls and so on that we talk about, as Django plays defensively to a pitched up delivery from Fernando, no run.
Well, I can understand then more what you were saying yesterday, 350 odd, wasn't it, that you had the count up to, and you were saying, you know, even if you could halve that. But I think at this stage of West Indies Test cricket, you know, they can afford to do that while they get themselves into the groove of playing Test cricket and feeling that they belong in the Test arena.
Asita is in and he's right up to the left-handed Amir Django, who stabs this one out to the mid-off fielder. The ball travelling quickly out to that mid-off fielder who fields, just has a throwback at the wicket-keeper's end. And there is no run. 278 for 5.
The reason why I say that too is because they're still learning the game, if you like, at the Test level. You go back to that Test match against South Africa where I think West Indies were chasing 260 odd or so. They got off to a nice start, but then they sort of got lost in the chase because they weren't used to what tempo is the correct tempo.
Here is Django getting one that is pitched maybe outside the line of the leg stump. It went into the pad, then it rolled into the backward square region. No run. So end of another over, and Amir Django remains on 78. Chase is on 46. Just the 3 leg buys that came from that over. West Indies 278 for 5, trail by 30 runs to the Sri Lankan first innings of 308 all out.
So I would like to see them occupy the crease. That's their first port of call, so to speak, and then other things will come into that. As we know, in general, with the wonderful game of cricket, the longer you're out there, the easier it gets. That type of mentality as they go along in the Test arena.
We were just seeing the graphic that came up on the screen there. The West Indies having faced 398 dot balls so far in their innings, as Milan is going to continue. Very tall Sri Lankan begins to move in now, a rocky type of approach. He's in, and this delivery is striking the batsman Chase on the pad. Chase wants to, and he gets it in the end. Might be leg buys, we'll see. That one was pushed in towards Chase. Umpire saying not out. Are they going to...
Saying he hit it, I think.
Are they going to take the review? We see the stand-in. Not sure. Didn't see any signal. No. And so the DRS
now
timer and the umpire signaled leg by. So he just waited to give the opportunity. Umpire Ashan Raza. He's from Pakistan, we understand, and Shafadullah Saikat from Bangladesh. The two umpires there. And it was an edge, so Chase would be pretty angry with that leg by called. Maybe they could, I don't know, if they'll ask the umpire to change, I doubt it, but he remains on 46. Here we watch as this is outside the line of the off stump. Ball bounces through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run. Do you think maybe in these modern days when you have the standby umpire and you see that was an edge and it was signaled leg by, his umpire could have spoken quickly into the umpire's ear and just ask him to change the signal, give Chase the opportunity to get 2 runs closer to his landmark?
Well, it's funny you should bring that up then more, because I believe that the decision review system or the technology or whatever should be used like that in all aspects.
outside the line of the off stump and beaten. Good delivery by Milan. Chase literally played at that one. It touched down, shaped away from him, and beat him all ends up. Good delivery.
If you remember when it first came in, it was to take out the blatant mistakes,
Correct.
right? Especially the LBWs. But then they say, oh, look, we can do this and we can do that. And then they turned it into a game within a game, as far as I'm concerned, by giving reviews and so. I think it should be whispered in the ears. I don't think there should be reviews. I think if it's a blatant mistake, and the umpire's called wrong, you just whisper, change it on field.
This delivery, Chase is standing up and squeezing it. Rolled all along the floor into the gully region. Fielder posted there. That's the fielding, and there is no run. And I do agree with you that if it's available, use it in terms of especially things that can quickly be corrected, like that, where you had an inside edge onto the pad, and instead of Chase being 48, he's still 46, and 2 leg buys when it's clearly 2 runs, with the decision that the umpire is wearing something that he can hear.
Exactly.
Very quick change could happen. Here is this delivery, and Chase is driving through the onside. He's not timing it very well, but he's going to get a couple of runs, maybe 3. It's pulled up just inside the boundary, and Chase runs back for his 49th run. So Chase goes on to 49, and the total on to 283 for 5. It was pitched up to him by Milan, and he just leaned on it and got it into that mid-wicket region and picked up 3 more runs. The bat maybe just spinning in his hand as we look at it again. Maybe that's what affected the timing, but he was able to beat that field at that short, straight mid-wicket position, and he was able to get 3 runs. Brings Amir Django, who is yet to score today, still on 78, his overnight score. 185 deliveries he's faced now. Django faces as Milan comes in, goes past the umpire, and he's getting a ball that's, I don't know about the leg stump, maybe pitching outside the leg stump. He was looking to flick it away down to the fine leg region, and they literally walk through for a single. So 1 more. Did the umpire signal anything? Leg by. Just another leg by to the score. 284 for 5 at the end of that over. Django remains on 78, Chase on 49. West Indies now trail by 24 runs after Sri Lanka, when they were sent in on the first day, made 308, all out 283 for 5.
Yes, and Milan just strained down leg as he was yesterday. Really have that consistency with his lines. But West Indies, Chase and Django going about their business quite well so far this morning. But just to finish on that review system, and so that's why I have a problem with umpire's call, because fair enough, you in doubt you give the you favor the batsman.
Asita is going to start a new over. First delivery has Django standing up tall on the back foot, forcing it back down on the offside of the pitch to that field at mid-off, and there's no run.
But so you give the benefit of the doubt to the batsman. But if the system shows that it actually would have hit the stump, to me that's double dipping. That because the umpire said not out, it remains not out. To me, it should be changed.
Because let me tell you, it's like what they use with VAR. People believe that VAR is supposed to overturn the on-field referee. That's not the purpose of VAR. It is if there is a blatant mistake, the VAR can ask, can we have a look at it? And at the end of the day, the VAR, if they're not going to the same, that's the reason why they send the referee over to the monitor. Right. The VAR is not there to change the referee's or the umpire's decision. And it's the same thing like we saw in the first innings, when Alzari had one that he got leg before.
Yeah.
When we looked at what the tracking said, the tracking didn't take into consideration the swing that Alzari got.
Right.
Because the ball, when we saw it on the replay, was going the opposite direction, hitting middle stump, and the tracker said it would have crashed into leg stump. So sometimes maybe we can give or take. But I do understand the point that you're making outside the line of the off stump from a seater. Again, Django just raises the bat, allows it to go by, and there is no run.
But that's why I say take it back to its original calling.
Agree.
In that obvious blatant decisions, and take it out of the player's hands. Just keep it with the umpire. There's a blatant decision. Change it straight away.
Agree. So I'm sure that our fans are going to be discussing that, but it is always, the technology is always a discussion in any sport that it is used, because we saw what happened with our batter Haley Matthew the other day.
Right.
Space between bat and ball, spike shows.
Right.
Here is this delivery, and Django is going to get his first runs of the day. He clips it out to the square leg region. He's going to run back for 2, so he now goes on to 80. That one was pitched up to him on the line of the leg stump, and he was flicking it away. Didn't time it as well as he was wanted, so that fielder who was down at long leg position in Rajita was able to get around and limiting him to just 2 runs. So the technology can itself cause a problem sometimes.
For sure.
We've seen what, and I think what they want to keep in the game is the human element, and I think that is important.
Very important
as well.
Yeah.
So we watch as Asita, who's been very economical. He's in his 21st over. He's only gone for 31 runs as he bowls another delivery to Amir Django, right on target. Django just jumps into line, plays it with a defensive bat. Solid sound out of the middle of that bat. It just rolled down to that field at that mid-on position, and there is no run.
The thing that impresses me with Django, he's really got the right temperament as far as red ball cricket is concerned. We saw him yesterday. He got into a bit of a rut where he wasn't scoring. The board's not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere. But it didn't fluster him. He keeps fighting his way through it, and he started off in the same vein this morning.
Here we watch as this is Asita in outside the line of the off stump. Allows it to go by into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. End of the over, the end of my stint. Django is on 80, Chase on 49, 286 for 5. We'll allow the discussion to continue as I welcome for the first time this morning Jack Matthew.
Yes, and good morning so far. First half hour's play, 25 minutes thereabouts. West Indies moving on to 286 for 5. And going about their business quite nicely. I know they got the whole day and this partnership worth 118, I think, that is vital for their chances. Sri Lanka is trying to keep them honest. They know they can get this breakthrough. So far so good, and the pitch is still playing very true. As I say, very good morning to Jack Matthew.
Good morning to you, Terry, and good morning to all our listeners. The first ball of a new over is outside the line of the off stump. Milan continuing, and the batsman Ruston Chase, the West Indies captain, offers no stroke, and it's taken by Kusal Mendes. So the West Indies quietly going about, just building on this partnership in excess of 100, and trail now by 22 runs on the third morning of this opening test here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, being watched by a small crowd, and the intrigue has continued. It was very much in evidence from day one when Sri Lanka recovered very well. Sun comes out as the batsman is across his stumps, and carefully Ruston Chase just guides the ball into the offside, and it's picked up by the extra cover fielder. He remains on 49, so one away from what would be another half century for Ruston Chase. Has been batting quite well. Rather cautious start yesterday, was searching around, but he dug in and is there this morning to help his team to within 22 runs of the Sri Lankan first innings. Sellers over his bat now. There are 2 slips on the gully. There's a man on the point boundary, backward point boundary, and it's outside the off stump, just curling away. after pitching, but the batsman is unperturbed about that, and Chase is prepared to allow it to go by into the gloves of the wicket-keeper. There's also an extra cover. He's short. He's there for the uppish drive, and a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fielder on the long leg boundary. We have a breeze blowing across the ground, just fluttering the, the flags on the eastern side. As the bowler looks to move away from us. Milan, 2 for 48 in 21 and a half overs. He races past umpire Raza, and this ball is down the leg side. The batsman flicks at it, doesn't make contact, and Kusal Mendes moves neatly around to his left to take it low down. Django on 80, adding just 2 to his overnight score. But doesn't seem to be a player who is ruffled by these sort of developments. He has the powers of concentration. He has hit a double century. He has played with a lot of tenacity in this innings already. So I don't think he would be overly concerned about the fact that he has added only 2. Admittedly as well, I don't think he has had much of the strike. This ball is a good delivery, and Ruston Chase just squaring up to it. Looked to be the one just angled into the right-hander, and he had to play a hurried defensive prod. The ball goes square, no run.
But just that delivery there, that's obviously thereabouts where Milan wants it. Deep backward point, Jack.
Yes,
you wouldn't bring him in.
That's the strategy these days. I believe it's one of the influences of the T20 game, because these players, they're no longer just cutting; they're looking to cut over the top. This ball is defensively played by Ruston Chase, and that ends the over. And the West Indies are 286 for 5, 90 overs bowled. They're 22 runs short of Sri Lanka's total. And so we see a lot of runs being scored in that area. During the Sri Lankan innings, they got a lot of runs in that general vicinity. And so that's a ploy being used by cricketing teams, even at the test level these days.
Yeah, well, obviously, and as I said yesterday, you see it at the first class level too, but just the state of the game, the situation of the game, and Sri Lanka need this wicket desperately as the partnership continues to build and the lead gets smaller and smaller. You would have as many fielders in catching positions, wouldn't you? I mean, the likely it would have to be a very bad delivery for Chase or Django to be cutting down to deep backward point.
Yes, and especially in the light that they're not trying anything adventurous at the moment. So that's a consideration for the captain outside the line of the off stump, and no shot offered by Amir Django. So Django on 80, 286 for 5. The West Indies women are playing as well. So the men here in Antigua and the women are in action in the T20 World Cup. And at the moment, they're playing against Ireland for place in the semi-finals. They're 84 for 4 after 14 overs. So there are some 6 overs remaining. And the West Indies are 84 for 4 against Ireland. For a spot in the semi-finals, yes. Haley Matthews, the captain among the casualties there. Back here, the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Amir Django holds the bat aloft and then just taps it and then holds it up again. And the left-hander awaits. Asita Fernando speeds into bowl to him, and he's driving into the offside. Goes straight to the fielder at mid-off. Not a flowing drive, not a full-blooded drive. Just leaning forward and caressing the ball down to the mid-off position. There are 2 slips and a 4th slip, not quite in the gully position. The 4th slip fielder now just going across to have a word with the man at 2nd slip. We have seen some good catches behind the wicket in this test match already. And we've seen some drop catches as well behind the wicket. Kusal Mendes was one of the catchers, and this ball is just bringing the batsman across his stumps, and he plays it quietly into the offside, and there is no run. Had a terrific dive-in catch away to his right to dismiss Justin Graves yesterday.
He had a mixed bag, didn't he? Because a few wayward deliveries that went against him as far as buys are concerned, which were harshly treated. A few returns from the outfield that cracked his fingers. But in all, he's kept pretty cleanly.
So here is Fernando from the far end, Andy Roberts end, and he races in, goes past the umpire now, and the batsman is undriving purposefully, but not being able to beat the fielder at that mid-on position. And so the Sri Lankan bowling has been tight this morning, and the West Indies haven't been able to have their own way. Starting the day at 271 for 5, have gone on to 286 for 5, with just about approaching the 40-minute period since the resumption. But we're talking about Test cricket, so scoring at a terrific rate doesn't matter.
No,
it's,
especially so much time left in this game.
Yes,
he's dropped square leg back to the boundary.
Fernando is on his way once more to bowl to the left-handed Django, and Django is playing and missing, perhaps suggesting there that he pulled the bat in at the last moment, but that was a good delivery. I think he was genuinely beaten by that one.
Yeah, excellent delivery there by Fernando. He just, previous to that delivery, dropped the man from square leg back to the square leg boundary, maybe putting in Django's mind that he was going to offer up something short, but that one crossed the left hander, ideally where he wants to be, Sita Fernando. Pick of their bowlers, though, I believe.
Yes, he has bowled well. And especially considering that they're without one of their specialist bowlers, they've done well so far, Sri Lanka. Fernando is in, and a single here for Django as he clips the ball away down towards the mid-wicket region. The mid-on having to come around, and they amble the run. 287 for 5 is the West Indies score. Django retains the strike. He's on 81. And Chase sits just one short of his half-century. He's on 49.
Yeah, that was well played there by Django. That man dropping back to the deep square leg boundary. Plenty of acreage to just ride the bounce of that last Fernando delivery and tap it into the onside for an easy single. They're going about their business the right way. Sri Lanka searching for this breakthrough. 119 the partnership now.
Yes, and we're going to see Milan continuing from the commentary box end, and he runs in. He's bowling right arm over the wicket. 2 slips and a gully lurking, and the batsman is defending. And that's Django, plays it into the offside square, and does get a run for it. And I wonder if at some point he's going to break. He's going to say, well, I need to score. I need to get going. But you just get the impression he's not that type of player who
exactly.
becomes frustrated easily.
No, he's a real grafter. And as I was saying earlier, he got excellent temperament for the longest format. Even yesterday when he got bogged down, it didn't faze him. He picked it up later in the afternoon.
He faces Milan, and we'll get a run here as he just guides it down to the backward point area. Fielder running from the slip cordon, gets there well ahead of the one coming off the boundary at backward point. And they cross for a comfortable single, 288 for 5. Django is on to 82. Chase now on 49, and looking to get to another half century at the Test level.
It'll be his 12th, if he can get there.
And I'm sure that's very much on his mind at the moment, as he just awaits the bowler, Milan, who races into bowl to him now, and he is allowing the ball to go by outside the line of the off stump, not being drawn into any indiscretion at all. That's the psychological ploy of bowlers. They know that you need a run, and they try all sorts of things to lure you into an error. But Chase was very much in tune with what was being tried, and he allowed the ball to go by outside the line of the off stump. So he's now playing in his 58th test match, Ruston Chase, 500s, and he gets his half century. Stays it down to third man, and that's 4 runs for Chase, and his 12th 50 in test cricket. Ruston Chase goes on to 53, holds his bat aloft to acknowledge the applause from the crowd and of course from his teammates. So he has reached his 50 Ruston Chase from 125 deliveries, and well done to the West Indies captain.
Yes, well played by Captain Chase. And he will know that he needs to keep going here. He's, along with Django, dug his team out of the trouble that they were in, but still a long way to go. So you'll know that the job is only half done.
He's on 53, and he's driving into the offside, through the offside. It's going to go very close to the boundary, and it will beat the fielder well ahead of the fielder. The ball hits the boundary board now, and that's 4 runs to Chase. So following up with that stay down to third man for 4, with a lovely extra cover drive, just hitting that one under the half volley and playing it beautifully for 4, finding the gap between the man at cover and the one at mid-off. 4 delightful runs to Ruston Chase. He's on to 57. Settles over his bat, 296 for 5. The West Indies 300 imminent. Chase adding his 12th half century in Test cricket to 500s outside the line of the off stump. A little bit of lift after pitching, but Chase ignored it. Taken by the wicket keeper. 296 for 5. Chase 57. Django on 82. And this is his 58th Test match. As I said, his 107th Test innings. He has had 4 not outs, 2,486 runs before this match at an average of 24.4.
Yes, and a very good knock, a very important knock, not just from the position of the game when he came in, but for himself. As we said in the preamble before the first ball this morning, he was on 42 overnight, and that's the total amount of runs that he scored in the last series against New Zealand. So great return to form for him, very important for his team, very important that he keeps going.
Indeed, it's very important from a West Indies perspective that he keeps going. And so we're going to have a change. We're going to have a change from the far end. We're going to see Rajita. He's replacing Fernando from the far end, the Andy Roberts end of the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And it will be Django on 82, who will be the man facing. I say good morning to the former West Indies middle-order batsman, Dave Joseph. Good morning to you.
Morning, Jack.
And here is Rajita getting ready to come in. The fielders are in position at the moment. And here is he running in under the sunlight here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And he gets a ball up outside the line of the off stump, and Django just steers it down to the backward point area for a comfortable single. 297 for 5. Django is now on to 83. Your make of what has happened so far during the course of the morning, Dave?
Yeah, well, it's nice to see Ruston Chase, getting a half century. That will do his confidence a hell of a lot. And he's due for a big score, Jack, so he should be looking to bat real deep and, take some pressure off himself and his team.
He faces Rajita and is driving, but goes straight to the fielder on the bounce at short cover. Again, maybe just looking to free himself a bit more. We saw that steer down to third man to bring up his half century, and then that lovely extra cover drive, and then another drive in this over from Ruston Chase. As he settles over his bat now, and here is Rajita into bowl to him, and it's outside the off stump. Chase ignores it, taken by Kusal Mendes.
Yeah, as you've been saying all along, Jack, Chase needs to get a big total here, and his other partner at the other end does not look flustered at all, so he don't need to try anything, just keep batting, you know. As I said, this is not about scoring quickly, it's just about time, ticking time off the clock. It's a longer version of the game, so the more you can set yourself up into a position where you cannot lose the game, it's going to be better for you as a team.
Vegeta, right arm over the wicket, in line with the stumps, and Chase is right forward. Head well over the ball, angled bat, alongside that front pile, and he goes down to mid-off. We've been saying how his confidence has improved, and of course his batting has improved during the course of this innings, because you remember he struggled in the T20s against Sri Lanka. But it has been an innings which has grown in stature. This particular knock, he's on 57. Vegeta into him outside the off stump, and even wider than the previous delivery in the over. And there is no run.
Yeah, I think it was a good decision for him to be coming in this late, Jack, at this time, when his confidence was down. At least the bowlers would have been, you know, a little bit tardy. So he got himself in and he got 2.5 century. And it will do his confidence real good. And hope he can carry on from there into the next test, or the next innings and then on to the next test.
Vegeta into Chase. Chase is driving, full-length delivery. Had a full-blooded drive, just coming down hard on that one. And it's out to mid-off. The last ball of the over, 297 for 5. Chase remains on 57, Django on 83. We've been talking about Django. It's a new day. He batted delightfully yesterday, but not scoring quickly, as you pointed out. Although he has not been able to get the runs this morning, he doesn't seem to be troubled by it. And I suppose that's very much part of his temperament, and that's the way it should be at this particular level.
Yeah, you should be able to exhibit that level of, you know, that sort of temperament. Carry yourself, carry your team. When you're not getting the runs, you got to stay sticky and concentrate. And also, as I said earlier, Jack, to be fair to him, he hasn't been getting most of his strike. Chase has been, you know, on strike most of the time for the morning, seemingly. So it's not, you know, something you can blame him for. He hasn't been really getting the strike, so. But he's on strike now, Jack.
Yes, very much on strike. Milan Ratnaika into him, and it's outside the off stump. He offers no shot. And you would have played at different levels, of course, including at the test level. How significant is that in this sort of a scenario? You're out there with your partner, and you're not getting much of the strike. How much is it a mental strain, if it is? And what do you do in that particular situation?
Well, you've got to keep talking to yourself, Jack. You know, just, you know, different players will use different things and different, you know, mediums to keep themselves going. So, but you've got to keep talking to yourself and, you know, to hang in there when you get an opportunity.
He's defending this delivery. Good length one. Goes to the fielder at that short cover position. So he remains on 83. Amir Django, remember this is only his second test match. And looking to get to that 100. I believe that is very much on his mind. I think this determination that he is showing is because he wants to get to that landmark. He says, well, here's a great opportunity. The team needs 100 from me, and I'm prepared to go all the way. Faces Ratnaika bowling over the wicket, and the left-hander allows the ball to go by, just raising the bat outside the line of the off stump and taken by the wicket keeper. A word on the Sri Lankan bowling. It has been very committed so far in terms of line and length. We haven't seen a lot of bad deliveries.
Yeah, definitely, Jack. They've been on target for most of the innings, and you, as I said, you have to compliment the captain. The field has been set in place to accommodate the lines that they've planned to bowl, and they've done that job very well.
So we're watching Milan Ratnaika as he comes in, and he's beaten by this delivery. Oh, he's squared up there, and the ball would have left him, and the left-hander was searching for that delivery, went past the edge into the gloves of Kusal Mendes, and just commending the Sri Lankans there. And yes, that one would have done a little bit more. I think there was a bit of more bounce as well in that particular delivery.
Yeah, it's nice to see the Sri Lankans getting quite a bit of movement, and even onto the third day, Jack. We were commenting that the pitch is a bit slow, but there's certain sideways movements happening for these bowlers here.
Brad Nika into Django, and Django is pulling up this ball. The wicketkeeper going around to his right, probably got some glove onto that, and the signal of bye comes from the umpire Raza. 298 for 5. That was short. So the bowler there just trying to test Amir Django with a short delivery, a bouncer, and he went for it. And Kusal Mendes got both gloves onto that one, but not being able to hold on. But there was no suggestion that there was an edge because the signal of a bye came from the umpire.
Yeah, I think it passed the bat pretty far, Jack.
Milan on his way, this time to Roston Chase. And he's taken on the pad, loud appeal. Umpire says not out. There was a double sound. And I think that's...
Click the bat along the way.
Yes, there was a double sound. I think that's why they're not reviewing it. The ball kept a little bit low as well. And went into the pad of Roston Chase. But there was a double sound and no review by the Sri Lankans. And the captain there, the Silva, just saying no to that. The over ends with the West Indies 298 for 5. Chase on 57 and Django on 83.
Yeah, the ball has been, seaming around here, Jack, for the Sri Lankans. Interestingly, we have a strong breeze and a stiff breeze, as Denmo would call it, but they're still getting the ball to go into the wind, Jack, from this side, from this end, which is a very good thing. As opposed to when the West Indies bowl, there was Roach was getting it just to come in. We didn't see many balls that left the right-handers.
And yes, it's really part of the committed performance by the Sri Lankans. Here is a ball outside the line of the off stump and goes to the wicketkeeper Kusal Mendes. Rajita continuing. The West Indies women, we are following them at the moment. They're involved in a match to decide a place in the semi-finals of the ICC Women's T20 World Cup. They're 110 for 6 after 18 overs. So 2 overs to come. 110 for 6 after 18 overs against Ireland, the West Indies women in the ICC World Cup. Back at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, in the morning sunshine, we're watching Rajita. He's in, and Django is not playing outside the line of the off stump, exercising good judgment. That wasn't far off, but he has been out there for the duration of the morning so far, and he would have been there for a long time yesterday as well, and so he would have been seeing the ball quite big and would have had a very good appreciation of the nature of the pitch as well.
Yeah, I think he has actually got it all, worked out. Let's hope that he can carry on and get to that landmark, Jack.
He's defending to this delivery, pitched in line with just about off stump. Just quietly coming forward, no aggressive intent at all, trying to be as concentrated as possible, trying to focus on the task the West Indies have. They're just shy of the total made by Sri Lanka, 308. They're 10 away, but they know that a lead in this match is critical, and they have an opportunity here to get a lead of some significance, of some substance, and they're bent on achieving that. Django is very much at the heart of it. Here is he slashing a ball away down to the deep point position. So that area is protected, and there is only one. There was Terry earlier talking about the relevance of the man at the deep point position. Given the nature of the game, West Indies they're just short of the total, yes. But one wicket here, and Sri Lanka could have a chance of really breaking through. And so you didn't think it was quite relevant. But what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I've, looked at it from a few different angles, Jack.
Regita is in, and Chase is steering it into the forward point position, no run.
Yeah, I tried to put on my captain's hat and looked at it, from a couple of different standpoints. I'm thinking that most teams are thinking it's actually a point where they'll actually look to place a man on the point, boundary. It's going to bring a couple of things into play. If the batman flashes and it goes past probably gully, or if the point or cover, it's going to go for 4. But
here is Regita, and Chase is driving, goes straight to the middle field at the over end, and at the end of it, it's 299 for 5. We'll have more thoughts from Dave Joseph on the relevance of the man at deep point, and he'll be joined by Denmore Roberts.
Right, so as I was saying, rather than the ball going for 4 down to deep point, you'll save at least 3 runs. And the ball, if you probably calculate the amount of balls that goes past point for 4 in most cricket games, it will be a huge number, I believe. So I think probably they're right, in putting that man there, saving a lot of runs. I believe they would have probably saved over 100 runs by now, Denmore, in the area.
Yeah, it's a run-saving area.
Yeah.
It's the way that the modern game is being played, and people playing that ramp shot and that cut shot more and more and more. That seems to be a better position than we used to have the traditional third man. But I think that they've just moved him a couple of paces around a squarer. We start with a new over to the left-handed. Django is driving beautifully back past the bowler for 4.
Excellent stuff, Denmore.
It was pitched up to him, and he just leaned on it, brought up the 300 for the West Indies in style, just drove that one back down the ground for 4. Beautiful shot from Amir Django. He goes on to 88, and the West Indies are 303 for 5. That was beautiful.
Yeah, it shows that he's really keyed in. He's showing the full face of the bat, Denmore.
Really played that one very well. Amir Django just getting his 10th run of the day's play. But that was beautiful. That one was well worth the wait.
Textbook style.
Very much so. Milan will try once more. Rocks in and goes past the umpire in, and Django gets one. That's line on the line of the leg stump, just coming forward and playing it quietly into that short mid-wicket region, and there is no run. So, West Indies 303 for 5. So they're just 5 runs away from overhauling that Sri Lankan 308 total. And they would be hoping that they can do that quickly and then look to try and build a lead for themselves. Amir Django and Ruston Chase would want this partnership to continue as Django plays defensively, as Milan has just changed his line of attack. He's gone around the wicket now to the left-handed Amir Django, and there's no run. They would be hoping that this partnership continues, Dave, and also that they're able to overhaul the total and then build a substantial lead and put West Indies in a solid position to try and force victory.
Yeah, that's the aim, I would think. The other thing, I don't know, what are your thoughts, and what sort of lead do you think West Indies should get?
We'll discuss that.
Or would be able to get?
We watch as here is Milan outside the line of the off stump, and picking up the line very early is Amir Django, and just allowing it to bounce through. Went on the bounce to wicketkeeper Kulsal Mendes, having to just stay down and allow that one to bounce in. I think they would want something in excess of 100. 150 maybe might be even a better number. What I would love to see, though, is that if West Indies do get in and somebody like an Alzari Joseph comes in, play one of those type of innings like we've seen him play in the domestic league here, where he really puts bat to ball or bat sensibly. Here we watch as this delivery has, again, Django playing defensively, can't score. As Milan just had one delivery around the wicket, or 2 deliveries around the wicket, didn't like it, so he's gone back over the wicket to Amir Django, and continues. The Sri Lankans continue to be very economical in their bowling when we look at their bowling stats. Just 2 bowlers above 4, one of them being Kamara, who we saw just bowl 1 over yesterday before he went off with that hamstring problem. This is Milan, and again, good take by the wicketkeeper because it was on the line of his hips, and Django was looking to try and help that one away down the leg side, and just falling and tumbling with a save behind was wicketkeeper Colsal Mendes. He has a little streaky look on his face as if he's in a little bit of pain. The end of the over has come up. West Indies 303 for 5 after 96 overs.
Yeah, then we're not to discredit Azari, but you've got to realize that this is definitely a different level than the local,
I agree that it's a different level, but I am of the opinion that if he applies himself a little bit more, he probably can just do a little better than we've seen with him with the bat. That's all I'm asking. Okay. Just for a little bit of application. Not that I'm saying that he, he's going to come and dominate at this level, because I do understand the step up, and I understand it's a big step up. Yeah. But I would love to see
scoring a bit more runs.
Yeah, a little bit more application from him, scoring a little bit more runs, taking the batting a little bit more seriously at this level. We love to see him bowl fast, but I would also love to see him bat well. Here we watch as a new over is about to start, as the partnership continues. 135 it is so far between Chase and Django, this partnership, and the partnership continues to go. It's a good one for the West Indies. They came in together yesterday at the fall of Graves' wicket. 168 the score was at that time. Here we watch as Chase faces up and gets a wide delivery outside the line of the off stump from Rajita, much too wide. Umpire, I'm sure, thought about that one.
Yeah, then Moses said we are on the Zahawi situation, not to discredit him, but he can bat. So as you said, we need to see him applying himself a bit more. And especially in this team, the bowlers will be asked to bat quite a bit.
Yeah, because
having gone in with four
fast bowlers. Yeah. So they're expected to
chip in a bit,
to contribute.
Yeah.
And they would want to contribute at least to get a bigger lead as possible. Outside the line of the off stump, again from Rajita. Raising the bat again, is Ruston Chase. He's on 57, no run. We say good morning to all who are listening to us. We have folks listening to us in Guyana. We know for certain in Montserrat. There are folks who are across the Virgin Islands and down the Windward Islands that they're listening, because they have stake in the game here with Kavem Hodge in the team. The Trinidadians are listening. Barbados, they're listening with Captain Ruston Chase and others in the squad. And so opportunity all around for folks to take in the game if you are watching. And then those who are at the ground and who have brought their radios with them, taking the feed, we're happy to have you. And we understand that in Guyana, we're being listened to on 103.1 FM in Guyana. And we say good morning to all the folks who are watching us there. And somebody is weighing in on the discussion, Dave, that we were having about the deep backward point. And he's from Guyana. He's saying deep backward point could be mitigation against that cut shot off the back foot that would see runs and force the batsman to either leave the short ball or draw the edge through to the slip. So somebody's thinking like you, Dave, that cut out that runs shot.
It could very well be a defensive position as well as an attacking position.
It could be a defensive or attacking position. It's sort of a psychological position, psychological field placement. Here is he beating Chase outside the line of the off stump. Chase would argue that he just pulled the bat out of the way at that last moment to end the over. And it's drinks break, and we're going to take a Dasani water. drinks break, so we ask all the stations to stand by as we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back for more coverage of the first test match here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. With the drinks breaks, Sri Lanka 308 all out, West Indies 303 for 5. We take a short Dasani water drinks break.
This is cricket on the cup and Drive Network.
And so we're back after we refreshed ourselves at that first hour drinks break, and we're going to have spin for the very first time this morning. Dinusha is going to come into the attack. He's had 24 overs before this, and his first delivery to Amir Django is played up on the onside. The fielder who was just diving there in that straightish mid-wicket position almost got in contact with Dinusha, and they didn't feel it, so they were able to walk through for Amir Django's 89th run, 304 for 5. So now the West Indies just trail by 4 runs, and they would love to just overhaul that total pretty quickly and then look to build as they continue to build this partnership between Amir Django and Ruston Chase. It's been a very positive partnership for the West Indies. Dinusha flighting and Chase is driving into the offside field down to Cover, who is on the boundary. So just another single. 305 for 5. You're listening to us from beautiful Antigua and Barbuda, the place where many people come to vacation and we live. We're so fortunate to be in this place. Here is this delivery flighted, and Django is coming forward and reaching for it, playing it up on the onside, and there is no one. Dinusha 1 for 70 so far. He's in his 25th over. There were some folks that felt that the spin was going to be an important factor for the Sri Lankans. It has really not been a significant factor so far in this game. Again, Django is just playing defensively as Dinusha comes with that left arm over the wicket. We haven't seen too much turn, Dave, in this pitch. Looks like a very good batting pitch. Here we watch as Dinusha is in. A little bit more flight, and Django is driving beautifully through the cover region for 4. It was flighted to him, and he got to the pitch of that one, and with a beautiful flow of the bat, he drove it through the cover region and into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, excellent way to move into the 90s then more by Django.
Yes, beautiful shot. He goes into the 19s, as Dave says, takes his personal tally on to 93, and the West Indies continue to motor on. They now have a lead of 1-1. They go to 309 for 5. Django 93 of 220 deliveries. Faces up now as Dinusha is flighting, and one is edging and going past the man at first slip and runs down to the third man boundary. Will it have the legs to go into the boundary? No, it does not. The fielder there stopping, but we'd love to see that one again. Dave, that one was a little bit, we might even count it as a chance. We'll have a look at it again. It came off the edge of the bat of Django. He was looking to drive, yes, edge found between the wicketkeeper and the first slip, and the ball coming down to the boundary. They're just going to have a check as just stopped it just before the boundary ropes. Looks good to me as they're checking. Good work by the fielder rushing around there. Looks as if it's Pathum Nisanka who was doing that fielding there, and good work he did for the Sri Lankans, saving a run. So 3 runs to Amir Django.
Yeah, luckily for Django, then more.
Takes his,
seen the wicketkeeper missing much.
Yeah, we haven't seen that, but that one was a genuine edge. Went past the left hand of the wicketkeeper and the right hand of the first slip, and Django luckily getting to 96. He faces up now as a new over has started. He's playing defensively to the first delivery of Rajita's new over, 21st over. He's bowling, and that one just had a little bit more flight, the edge from Django, and he saw it. His eyes lit up, but his edge was found, and luckily it went past the wicketkeeper. Say fortune favors the brave, and so he probably needs a little bit of fortune because he's been brave in his batting so far. He's not out on 96. He's faced 222 delivery, so he's accumulated his runs over a period of time. He faces now as Rajita runs in from the southern end to bowl to him, and Django is driving, but will find the field at mid-off, and there is no run. It's coming down and was maybe looking to play that a little bit squarer of the wicket, but it took more of the inner portion of the bat and it carried up to that mid-off position, and there is no run. There are 2 slips and a gully. That man that we've talked about ad nauseum, he's down on that deep point boundary. There's a short extra cover, we would call him, because he's a lot straighter than cover, and short mid-on, mid-off and mid-on, and the man at mid-wicket, and then the man down at the long leg position as Django gets a good delivery pitched on the line of the stumps, and he plays it defensively. And the Sri Lankans have not bought into the straight around the wicket to the left-handers. We saw Milan go around just for 2 balls, and he didn't like it. He went straight back over, and Rajita has maintained that he's bowling to the left-hander from over the wicket. And
yeah, I think it's a better ploy than more bowling over the wicket to the left-handers.
We watch as this delivery, he's bouncing it outside the line of the off stump, and Django just allows it to go by into the gloves of the wicket-keeper, and there is no run. West Indies 312 for 5, 312 for 5. We have 98.4 overs bowled so far. Chase Django partnership continues, 144 runs so far with this partnership. So we'll see how much longer this partnership continues. The West Indies will want it to continue as long as possible. Here we watch as Rajita is
That's
in,
his 100.
and he gets his 100, flicking one into the mid-wicket region. It runs into the boundary now, and that's 100 for Amir Django in his second test match. Well played, Amir Django. He got one on the line of his leg stump, and he flicked it away into the mid-wicket region, picks up the 100, gets the applause from the Sri Lankans, from his teammates, and from the fans all around. Amir Django, you beauty. 100 not out.
Excellent stuff by Django. Then more kisses the pitch at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. As I said, then he came out and he was all cued in, looked real, startled from the onset. So let's hope he can continue to bat for the West Indies and create a bigger lead for them.
Amir Django would be very happy with that, getting his 100. Broad smiles all around in the West Indies dressing room as we have a look at it. Everybody would be happy. Amir Django would be happy, and I'm happy for him, because I think that when you get an opportunity like he has done in this game, and because at the start of the match, the headline was Amir Django replaces Shea Hope. Is this delivery driven into the offside field, straight to the fielder who's standing at that extra cover position, and there's no run. So it was almost as if he was not going to be in the side had Shea Hope not been injured, and getting his opportunity, he's taken it and backed up the selectors with 100. Well played, Amir Django.
That's what it's all about then. When you get an opportunity, you've got to utilize it. It's nice to see Django, taking full advantage of his opportunity that he got, and come up with a good score in terms of getting a century.
He's on 100 not out of 227 deliveries, Amir Django, and I'll tell you that in his knock, Amir Django 100, he's had 10 fours. 10 fours so far. He's been at the crease for 344 minutes so far in his knock of 100, Amir Django of 227 deliveries. Chase will continue to bat as he faces Dinusha, who's going to start his 26th over. He's coming around the wicket, a flighted delivery to Chase, and Chase is driving crisply out to that man at long off and gets a easy single. So one more to Chase. Chase now maybe started thinking about a personal milestone himself. He's on to 58 runs as we look at it, or 59 runs. Ruston Chase. Amir Django is playing one square of the wicket. He's going to get a run here as that man who's down on that deep point boundary. Moves around to his left to do the fielding. One more to Amir Django, and one more to the West Indies total. So 318 it is for 5, the West Indies. 318 for 5.
Then more, the captain, Wilson Chase, has called Django down just now for a little word, which rightfully so. He's don't need to get in any hurry at all. Just play, keep playing.
Yeah, Django. We saw him almost looking as if he wants to just free up his arms, and maybe the captain is saying, don't give it away, as Chase cuts one out to deep cover on the boundary, gets another single. He was just saying, look, let's reset and let's do it again. 150 run partnership has come up as well between Django and Chase of 299 deliveries. 151 they have scored between them so far. Here is Django just giving himself a little bit of room and playing this one away. Should get 2 runs, and does, as that fielder who is out on that deep point boundary having to do some work around. He lumbers or labors around and then gets the throw back in, and the batters were able to rush back for 2 quick runs. 321 for 5, Django, and 103 runs. Faces as Dinusha comes left arm over the wicket to Django, and Django gets one that's sliding down the leg side, thought of playing and then just allowed it to go by, taken by the wicketkeeper behind the stumps, and there is no run. So Dinusha, 1 for 82 so far, 25.5 overs, just 1 over to come, 1 delivery to come in his 26th over. Dinusha is in a flighted delivery that is driven up on the onside for a single out to that mid-off position. He was deep, and he has a throw that pulls the wicketkeeper away from behind the stumps, and the batsmen are able to come through for a single. 322 for 5. Amir Django is not out on 104. Ruston Chase on 60. After more thoughts from you, Dave Joseph, it's going to be Jack Matthew.
Yeah, Django will be advised to just keep batting the way he has been batting all yesterday and today. Then there's lots of time still left in the game. That's what so he'll be well advised to stay batting the way he has been batting rather than getting upbeat. One thing you'd realize here, Jack, this spell from the spinner Dinusha has been of a different than this previous spell. He's actually flighting the ball more here now.
Oh yes, he is. So we're watching now a ball hit in the air down towards the forward square leg position. It goes into the boundary, and that's 4 runs. 4 runs to
Django?
4 runs to Django. And the score is 326. 326 for the loss of 5. Django just coming forward and lifting that one down to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. So having already reached the landmark, he's saying to himself, well, I'm going to go at it now. I'm going to play more shots, because he would be seeing the ball a lot bigger. Having been there for a long time, was there since yesterday, came back this morning. And so anything that is offline, he's prepared to go at it. And he's allowing this one to go by outside the line of the off stump, and it's taken by the wicketkeeper. 108 is Django. His second century for the West Indies. Remember, he hit one in a one international. Amir Django hit an unbeaten 104 for the West Indies in a one international. So this is his second century for the West Indies, one in a one international, and now this one in at the Test level.
Yeah, Jack, you have to bear in mind that this Django likes to get double centuries. So this is a good day for him to get a double.
Yes, who knows, maybe he has that on his mind as well. He's coming forward and drives fluently into the offside, coming forward with that sense of purpose and saying, I'm here and I'm here to stay even longer, and just cocking the elbow and pushing that ball, driving it nicely down to the mid-off position. 327 for 5.
Yeah, Django is looking like he has just started his innings, Jack. So let's hope he can continue to bat and bat the way he's been batting all day.
Rajita is into him. He turns it away down to the square leg area and just virtually walks the single. Fielder comes off the boundary. And so Django gets his 109th run, 328 for 5 is the West Indies score.
Yeah, he's looking, pretty solid still, Jack. And as you said, he's a batter of that sort of nature. He's not flustered at all. He has looked a bit freer since he has gotten past the century mark, though.
Yes, and that one international 100, he made 104, and in 6 one internationals he has played for the West Indies at a strike rate of 92.2, an average of 38. He's at the non-strikers end. Chase, his captain, is turning the ball towards the forward square leg position, and he cannot score 328 for 5. So really good performance by Amir Django, doing more than suggesting that he's appropriate for this level by making 100 in only his second test match. And a number of people would have had that feat. Here is Rajita on his way, and this is played away into the offside by Roston Chase, and there is no run. And we begin to think of those who have made hundreds in their opening test matches, in the opening test match as well. I remember Gordon Greenwich did it back in 1974. You remember that, Terry? And he was at Bangalore. He made 93. He made 100
and then 100, yeah.
in that Bangalore test match against India back in 1974. And then a man by the name of Vivian Richards at Delhi made 192 in only his second test match. Mm-hmm. Ball outside the line of the off stump, and there is no shot offered, and it's taken by the wicket keeper. So Viv Richards did that, later became Sir Viv, of course. Back in 1974, his second test match, he scored a century. And in 2026, in June of this year, Amir Django has done it for the West Indies.
Yes, and an excellent innings too. Right, at the appropriate time, Jack, for the West Indies. And they've done well to carry on this morning. Partnership over 160 now. They've got their lead. 20 is the lead so far, still with the 5 wickets remaining. But as I was saying earlier, though, Jack, just the temperament of Django. We saw it even in, you were referring to his one-day century. I believe and he got dropped early in that match, fought his way through, and he shows that he's a real fighter, a real grafter.
And it's so important at this level that you're able to fight, because you know it's a test match. It's no T20 game. It's no 50 over international encounter, and so you have to bat for long periods, and he has done that. He was batting, came out before lunch yesterday, and is still there, approaching lunch on day 2, so on day 3. So he's would have done his work, and he isn't suggesting by any stretch of the imagination that he's done with it. And Dave was just saying that he knows how to make double hundreds.
Exactly, he knows how to score big runs, and he's looking to continue in the same vein, and so he should. I mean, he's got all day. The longer he stays out there, the better for him, the better for West Indies. Sri Lanka, on the other hand, still trying to get this breakthrough to now, having conceded a first innings lead, to try and stay in the match and reduce the lead to as little as possible. But I did notice an issue prior to Django getting his century. He did toss the ball up a little bit yesterday. Of course, he was playing a holding role, really. I think Sri Lanka, even though there was a lot of talk about their spinners, and so I think they assessed the conditions before this test match here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium and realized that it was going to be seam that would do the trick, if anything, on what is still a very good batting pitch. And then with the injury to Kimura, Denisha had to bowl many a over, which he did yesterday.
And he started another one. And is played defensively into the onside, and there is no run. So the action continues. Here is Dinusha on his way, and the batsman is defending this delivery. Kept a little bit low, and Amir Django having to come down hurriedly on that one. Back towards the bowler. He remains on 109, 328 for 5. Is the West Indies score. The sun out in all its brilliance here. We have a breeze blowing the flags on the eastern side. As Dinusha, the left arm spinner, is in, and this is clipped away by Django down to the deep mid-wicket area, and they just canter the run. 110 he is now, and Chase on 60 comes into strike. So Chase too would have visions of 100, realizing that he has been short of runs at the test level and short of runs period, and so he'll be looking to seize this opportunity to get 100 here today. Lead up to 21 now. So that's another key factor, how the West Indies can stretch this lead. Ball punched off the back foot by Ruston Chase for his 61st run out to the deep extra cover position. And so a lot of pressure now would be on Sri Lanka, because they would want to keep this lead within manageable proportion, given the fact that the West Indies, here is Dinusha, and it's turned away by Django into the onside. Given the fact that the West Indies have two players here who are batting as if they're going to bat until the cows come home. And so they must be mindful, they must be very concerned about the state of play at this time in terms of limiting this lead. Django is clipping the ball firmly but straight to the man at that forward square leg position, and there is no run. The over ends from the left arm spinner, Dinusha. He has taken 1 for 85 from 27. Django is on 110. Chase 61. West Indies 330 for 5.
Yeah, exactly right, Jack. And that's what I was referring to when I was talking about Dinusha. Every time he's tossed the ball up or given it a bit of air, he's found the edge of Django's bat a couple of times. And just prior to Django getting his century, same thing going between keeper and first slip, and they've got to try something now. They've got to break this partnership, as you say, before the lead gets out of hand. So I would like to see him bowl a more attacking style, if you wish, rather than just trying to keep the score into a bare minimum. And then, of course, the seamers can attack from the opposite end.
And at the far end, we're watching Asita Fernando. He bounds into bowl to Chase, and Chase is defending to a good length delivery, just angled into the right-hander, and he goes into the offside. So they're trying all sorts of strategies here. The pitch is certainly a pitch which is offering just that steady bounce. It's not a slow pitch by any means, and we've seen deliveries beating the bat as well during the course of this morning. And so it's a pitch which the batsmen would have to work hard to get their runs, and the bowlers have to work hard as well. So it's a test match pitch. Fernando is on his way, undergoing this test as he puts a ball up to the right-hander, and Ruston Chase is driving. And good bit of work by the fielder at extra cover, and there is no run.
Exactly right, Jack. It's a good cricket wicket. You need to get in before you feel comfortable on it as a batsman, and the bowlers, if they can consistently hit that good length, there is something in it for them. We've got a good carry still on day 3. It's just these two, hats off to them. They've batted extremely well, are batting extremely well.
162 runs stand between them. Jeter Fernando is in, and Chase clips the ball off his legs down to the fine leg area for a single. He goes on to 62, 331 for 5. The West Indies women in the T20 World Cup, they're looking for a place in the semi-finals. The victory over Ireland would guarantee them that. They're up against it because they made 128 for 7 off their 20. And Ireland have made a relatively good start. They're 25 for no wicket in the 4th over. They're now 26 with 1 ball to go in the 4th over. So the West Indies have some work to do there.
Most definitely.
To stop Ireland from winning that match. Back at the sunlit Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Fernando is continuing. He runs in to bowl to Django, and Django is driving purposefully into the offside, wide of the mid-off, and they scamper a single. And he gets on to 111 with that stroke, 332 for 5. Immediately signaled to the dressing room, yes. The bat would have served him well, but just probably didn't like the sound of the bat a while ago. There was a somewhat a cracking sound. And so he will get a new one momentarily. We'll get another one, not necessarily a new one.
Get another one of his favorites.
Yes. Fernando is looking to come in. He has had 2 for 34 from 22.4 overs. So he's been an economical performer. And the ball is driven and deflects away from the diving field at short extra cover. Goes towards the mid-off. Looked to have hit a painful blow. That's Chandimal.
I think so.
Former Sri Lankan captain. Looked to have
hit him on the wrist.
Yes. Painful blow on the wrist.
Fairly well struck, yes.
Yes, I think would have threatened the boundary at that extra cover position.
West Indies wearing black armbands today in honor of
Charlie Davis.
Charlie Davis, who passed away yesterday at the age of 82, and Django, fellow Trinidadian.
Yes.
Couldn't have honoured him better with his
with
first Test match century. Yes.
And several Trinidadian cricketers would have had hundreds at the Test level, including Charlie Davis.
Yes.
Brian Lara, of course, would have been one of them. And way back when he was just a child, Terry Laraji, at 1973 in England, Bernard Julian made 100 at Lord's, 121. Trinidadian as well, Bernard Julian.
Yes.
He would have hit 100, mainly in the mold of an all-rounder, Bernard Julian, but he could bat, and that was a manifestation of his batsmanship. 121 at Lord's in the West Indies series against England back in 1973. There were others who would have hit hundreds from Trinidad for the West Indies. Lara, of course, Bernard Julian, Amir Django.
More recently, or I suppose it's nearly 20 years ago now, but was his
Darren Ganga. Darren Ganga would have
and then
one.
after him, Adrian Barrett.
Adrian Barrett.
Yeah.
And he scored that in Australia, didn't he?
He scored that in Australia, yeah. I think it was 2009.
So several Trinidadians would have had the distinction of scoring hundreds at the Test level. So 332 for 5. And Darren Bravo, Bravo would have made, yes, the brother of Dwayne Bravo.
Both Bravos, right? I think Dwayne made a Test century.
I'm not sure. We will have to research that. But play continues after the drinks break. Well, not the drinks break, but after a break. They use the opportunity to have a drink, though. This ball is short and well over the head of
A slight
Ruston
appeal there.
Chase.
I
A
think he
very
got within
short
miles
delivery,
of it.
yes. They had a break because of the injury to Chandibal. So Dwayne Bravo would have had 300s for the West Indies. Yes, he would have had 300s.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Yes, a player who perhaps was underestimated as a batsman.
Yes,
But he did start as a batsman for the West Indies.
he
right?
did,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes, but as he got older, he was mainly known for his bowling.
All-rounder.
Yeah, all-rounder with an emphasis on his bowling, really. Yes. So those are some of the players who have had hundreds. Trinidadians who have had hundreds for the West Indies. Amir Django, the latest. He's unbeaten on 111 from 240 balls, 332. So we're about to see the continuation of play, and then to take it to lunch after this delivery would be Denmore Roberts joining Terry Laraji. 332 for 5. The left arm spinner in Dinusha is in, and the ball is defensively played into the offside, and there is no run.
We went closer to the helmet.
Yes,
Of,
that previous
the
delivery.
previous
Here is he
delivery, yeah.
driving into the. Here is he driving into the offside. Then Moore will pick it up after this over from Dinusha. So Amir Django gets another run. And
Yeah, just
driving
clipped
that
the
one up
helmet.
towards, yes. Ruston Chase, yes, clipped the
Yeah.
helmet. The last ball of the previous over, bowled by Sita Fernando, just brushing the helmet of Ruston Chase. So Dinusha is in, and the Chase is forward, just lounging forward, and playing the ball quietly into the onside. Would be.
But this is better from Dinusha, though. I think Jackie's slowed his speed a bit, tossing it up a bit more.
Yes, just inviting the batsman to perhaps have a go. Chase is forward to this delivery, pitched in line, of a good length. The Chase is not inclined to have a go at that particular ball. Just playing it quietly, gently into the offside. There's a slip. That's the close catcher right now for Chase facing Dinusha, and the ball is undriven. A diving attempt made by the man at mid-wicket, and the field at mid-on having to come around and tidy up. The ball was hit firmly, and so he was travelling quickly up to that deepish mid-on position. They had no chance to cross. 333 for 5. And the last ball of Dinusha is over. It's played to extra cover. And the score remains West Indies 333 for 5, 62 to Chase, 112 to Django. And to take Terry Laraji to lunch, it will be Denmore Roberts.
Oh, that'd be nice. First time for everything. But West Indies, since tea yesterday, have been in control of this match. Continued on this morning. Started at 271 for 5. They're now up to 333 for 5 with a lead of 25. And they'll be looking to get into lunch, I'd say, finish off this session the way they've started.
Yeah, they'd be hoping to go into the lunch unscathed, go into the lunch with still the 5 wickets intact, and these two continuing to build the partnership that they've built so far. So far, so good between Chase and Django, the West Indies pairing. For the 6th wicket, here is Django getting one on the line of the leg stump and flicking it away into the onside field. There's a man down at deep square leg on the boundary, so just a single. There was also a man at long leg. Both of them were chasing around. Deep square leg getting there quickly and limiting Django to just one more run. He's on to 113, 334 for 5. So, this session so far, 20.1 over, 63 runs. So not a lot of runs scored by the West Indies. But importantly, they've overhauled the Sri Lankan total and they've not lost a wicket. I think that's what will be more important for the West Indies this morning. Here we watch as Asita is in, and this one is down the leg side, a stifled appeal coming from the slip cordon. Wicketkeeper was not interested. Chasers looking to just probably help it down to a fine leg region, missing it completely. The ball going by into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, no run.
Yes,
Chase is on 62, Django 113.
Yes, I think they played the situation well. No need to hurry their scoring at a fair enough rate, just over 3 to the over so far today. But as you say, though, Denmore, the most important thing as far as West Indies is concerned is not losing any wickets, not much to come after this. Sri Lanka will still be telling themselves that to try and reduce the damage.
Yeah, they wouldn't want the West Indies to get away from them and maybe score, have a very big lead. So they'd be hoping that they can limit the lead by the West Indies. It's trickling up. Here is Chase playing one firmly into the offside field on the bounce to that fielder. He's at, what do you call that? That's a short point. He's very close
so
in.
because he's very square.
Yeah, very, very close in too. Right in front of, almost in front of Chase's eyes, to let him know that I'm right here. So there are two slips. There's a man down on that backward point boundary. Then there's a short square cover, I would call him. Then there is a man at extra cover and a mid-off, mid-on. And there's a man at a deep square leg and a man on the long leg boundary. That's the field for Asita as he runs in now and bowls outside the line of the off stump, and Ruston Chase just pushes the left leg forward, raises the bat, allows it to go into the gloves of Asita Fernando, and there is into the gloves of Kulsal Mendes, correction, from Asita Fernando's bowling, and there is no run. We have all sorts of people listening to us, and I understand that there is a gentleman, his name is Eldon Trotman, and he turned 80 on the 24th
Well done.
of June, made him 80 years old, and he wants me to know that he's still listening and enjoying the commentary.
Excellent.
So
Happy belated birthday.
Happy belated birthday to him. At 80, and you can still message me on text.
Yeah, that's impressive, isn't it?
Really happy for him. So enjoy, and he's from Guyana. I think he's in Antigua, might be still in Antigua, I'm not sure, but I know he's from Guyana, but he's listening, and he just wanted me to know that he's now gone over into the 80s club. So you know now when he walks into the bank, he walks into that very short line.
Right.
As we watch, as the West Indies continue to have a positive morning, they would be happy with things so far. They have a lead of 26 runs. I think when we came this morning, they were behind by about 37, and now they're 26 ahead. As this one is outside the line of the off stump again from Asita, and just raising the bat and allowing it to go by is right-handed Ruston Chase. He remains on 62 of 162 deliveries. Django on 113 of 243, and the West Indies 334 for 5.
Yes, and as you say, Denmore, has definitely been West Indies morning. It's been West Indies time since tea yesterday, but wanting to continue, no doubt. Any lead's a good lead, as they say, but they be looking from at this stage, especially if these two, and Django and Chase, can get through the next 15 odd minutes to lunch. They'd be looking at least extending that lead to around 100, and that would be very important in the context of this match.
Dinesh is going to continue. He's around the wicket and beating the batter in left-handed, Django, outside the line of the off. We really pushed at that one and beaten into the gloves of the wicket-keeper. And we look at the partnership, and we see 166 so far. This partnership between Chase and Django is coming forward as she's just getting a different angle to Django. He's come around the wicket now with his left arm spin and just giving Amir Django something different to think about. He was over the wicket for the majority of his spell, and he's now coming around the wicket, maybe taking the leg before out of the play a little bit with a lot of the deliveries pitching outside leg, but just giving Amir Django a different perspective. So he's trying, he's still working hard, Dinusha, trying to dislodge the spearing. Here is Django coming
Good
down
use
the track,
feet.
using his feet and driving over the top of extra cover. It's running pretty
Roll.
close to the boundary, and it beats the fielder into the boundary for 4. That's one of those deliveries, one of those chases that you have to
Teaser.
get all the way to the boundary. And just about when he thought that he was going to reach to pick it up, the ball trickles into the boundary. Not timed very well by Amir Django, but he got 4 runs in the end because he stayed with it, he got down to it, didn't really get to the full pitch, but he got enough baton to it, got it over the top, and picked up himself a boundary. He moves to 117, the West Indies total 338. It is for 5, so they now lead by 30 runs. Dinusha.
The important thing with that is that he went through with the shot.
Yeah, he didn't panic. Here is this delivery. He's on the back foot and just playing it back along the pitch for Dinusha to field to his own bowling, and there is no run.
But Dinusha's had a good match, and he's bowling better now. As I say, that he's slowed his pace and tempting the batsman, trying to give it a bit of air.
Here is he in, and this delivery is driven firmly by Amir Django, but straight to the fielder standing at that short extra cover position, and there is no run. Hit it straight to that fielder standing there. So brings up the end of Dinusha's over. So at the end of it, Django remains on 117, chases on 62, West Indies 338 for 5.
Yeah, and just maintaining at 3 runs to the over. The run rate this morning, 3.27 yesterday, it's standing at 3.05 today. But they'll be mindful, though, then more of, as I say, if they can get anything over 100, I'd say that would be in first and foremost in their minds, because they still need to bowl well on this pitch to dismiss Sri Lanka twice. They need to be a lot more disciplined than they were in the first inning.
Definitely. Here we watch as a new over is
Shot.
started with a beautiful shot, that one that was pitched up to Ruston Chase, and he just reached forward and drove it through the extra cover region, and that's 4.
Nobody moved, Denwell.
They said
Perfect
not a man
placement.
move, just to retrieve the ball, and that one was beautifully played by Chase. He just came forward and with the full flow of the bat drove it all along the carpet, and the ball raced into the extra cover boundary for 4. So Asita is back at his mark, seeing Ruston Chase, who is in a confident mood now. He's in, and he needs to stay in. Ruston Chase, he's on 66. He too might be thinking somewhere deep in his mind, maybe after lunch I'll get to 100, but I need to be there at that time. Here as he faces up now, as he's back on the back foot and just squeezing one down to that deep point fielder on the boundary, and comes through for an easy single. The field will change over as the left hand right hand combination continues for the West Indies. Chase moves to 67, Django on 117, 343 for 5, the West Indies. So this partnership continues between Chase and Amir Django. And Amir Django would be very happy. We saw him make a double century right here in Antigua, up at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
Interesting now, we've got 2 short mid-wickets.
Yeah, they're just
To
trying to put something, maybe a little bit of doubt in Django's mind. Maybe even trying to double bluff to let him think that they're going to be bowling him short. Here we watch as he gets one that is right up to him, pitched up, and he's coming forward, playing it defensively back along the pitch. The bowler doesn't feel, but it just rolls out, trickles out to that mid-on fielder correction, and there is no run. Just looking at the crowd to see if a few more folks would have come in since the morning. Yeah, and we're seeing
I think there's a few more.
There are a few more. When we look in the members areas, in the regulars areas, they've rented a couple of more persons today. So they're usually 12, they're up to about 16 now in that region there. I'll do a spot check when I'm finished. This is delivery, and just playing short of a length and almost trying to whip it away, hit it to one of the two short fielders that they've put on the leg side there for Amir Django.
It's interesting. At least they're trying something different. They've persisted with the two men deep to Django, but we haven't seen them really go short at him.
I just had a look again in that regulars area, and somebody put up a sign that says, no, it's 22 of us, not 16.
Short changed them then.
Yeah, they say I'm shortchanging them. We watch as this is Asita Fernando comes in and bowls to Amir Django, who's hitting one over the top, and he's going to get a boundary. Did it carry all the way? We'll just check. No, just bounce before it got to the boundary. 4 runs to Amir Django. So he's now in a confident mood. That one was pitched up to him, and he just went with it, hitting it over the long on region and picked up 4 runs.
Yeah, it's been a productive shot for him. He's played it a few times over mid-wicket, mid-on area. It's a little pick-up using the pace of Fernando.
Yeah, that one was pitched up to him on the line of the legs. He just went with it, just went through and with the feel at mid-on, up close. He just was able to clear him and hit it right, just about 2 bounces into the boundary in front of that south stand for 4. Here is Asita, comes in once more to bowl to Django, and Django gets one. That's outside the line of the off stump. He just leaves it alone, allows it to roll into the gloves of the wicket keeper, and there is no run to end the over. 347 for 5. The Sri Lankans, they now trail by 39 runs as the West Indies, they've overhauled the 308 all out made by Sri Lanka, and the West Indies currently 347 for 5. Django is not out on 121. Chase not out on 67. Remember, Campbell made 39. King 31. Hodge 16. Joshua Da Silva, he made 20. Justin Graves got 3. And Django is not out on 121. And Chase not out on 67. There's been 50 extras so far in this one, and some of them have been harsh on the wicket keeper, some
Absolutely.
of the buys that have taken place, but quite a number of extras there for in this innings. 50 bowled so far by the Sri Lankans, but they've bowled 107 overs as well, and folks should be happy that the West Indies have batted now for, we can almost say, a day and a half,
Yes.
which is a good thing for the West Indies.
And also batting over 100 overs. That's always one of their aims.
Dinusha tries once more. He's in. Left arm spin. That is played defensively back along the pitch. The bowler to field his own bowling, and there is no run. So, still opportunity for folks to come in. There is the children's area. There are speakers and music set up in the what we would call the party stand area. There are those folks who like the bleachers. You can just come and head over into that eastern bleachers or any of the stands, and it's pretty affordable to get in today. We would love a few more spectators to come in. So if you have a Saturday afternoon and there is nothing on your plan, maybe head up to the stadium, walk with the children and enjoy the afternoon. Chase is driving beautifully up to the mid-on region for 4. It was pitched up to him and he drove it hard past the bowler and that mid-on fielder, and he sped on out to the mid-on boundary for 4.
Yeah, overpitched that time by Dinusha and struck firmly straight back passed the ball on. Got the treatment, good shot.
Yeah, he had a little bit of flight, but Chase met it on the full and drove it hard past that mid-on fielder and into the boundary for 4. So Chase goes into the 70s. He's now on to 71. 350 has come up for the West Indies. 351 for 5. As Chase gets a delivery that he was looking to come forward and back and playing it out into the mid-on region, and there is no run. Just a little shout of excitement from Dinusha. He thought he might have just outfoxed Chase on that occasion. Here is Dinusha in, and Chase is forcing this one through the offside. He's going to get one. Comes back easily for the second as the fielder, who is on a deep cover on the boundary, having to do some work around to his right, and the ball going pretty close to the boundary. Chase was able to rush back for 2 more runs. He's on to 73, and the total on to 353 for 5. Dinusha, left arm around the wicket. He just misses his run as he was going past umpire Ashan Raza, as just signals dead ball. Western Chase.
I think both teams are playing for lunch.
Yeah, I think Chase is just making sure he removes his helmet. Maybe something just got into his eyes. It almost looks like he's having a little bit of a challenge. He took his gloves off, took his helmet off, was looking at something. I'm not sure, but maybe he's just looking to make sure that this is the final few deliveries before lunch based on the time. The wicketkeeper is probably having
I think they'll get another over in though.
Chat with him and trying to say, look, I'm here to talk to you because I too want this to be the final delivery before lunch. Umpire wants them to get a move on with things.
Yes, I think Sri Lanka look forward to this lunch break. Another warm day here in Antigua, and starting to leak a few runs in the last couple of overs.
Dinusha is in with a delivery that is pitched up to Ruston Chase. Chase comes forward, plays it into that short extra cover region, and there is no run. 353 for 5 at the end of over 108. Chase is not out on 72. Amir Django not out on 121. The West Indies lead by 45 runs, and we might have just one more over before the luncheon interval. And it almost looks as if it's going to be Dhananjaya, the captain himself, like we saw yesterday in that final over before lunch. He came on and bowled one over, just deciding, you know what, I'll give the fast bowlers who've had hard work all day today, I'll just give them an opportunity. But it's actually Kamindu who is coming on to bowl this over. Kamindu Mendes, as his first delivery is played away by Amir Django, a diving stop in the square cover region, and there is no run. So Kamindu Mendes coming on to bowl this final over before the luncheon interval. Here is the right arm around the wicket. Amir Django is giving himself room and pulling it away out into the deep mid-wicket region. The fielder looked left and then right and decided that he picked up where the ball was going and was able to just limit the batters to just 1 run. We're just trying to keep pace, folks who are watching the West Indies women in that World Cup encounter against Ireland. They're making us nervous, the West Indies women. We'll have a look at how that game is going. This delivery from Kamindu is just allowed to take. So West Indies making 128 for 7. Ireland women, they're 72 for 1 after 11 overs. 72 for 1 after 11 overs. Here is this delivery that is played away into the offside field, and they are able to come through easily for another run. So Ireland women need 57 runs from 54 deliveries. So West Indies with some work to do West Indies women with some work to do in that one, but we still rallying, we're still keeping the faith. There is this delivery, striking him on the pad. There was an appeal, and not out, says the umpire.
He's not getting any hope.
Kamindu asks the question.
Keeper and slip stand there, what are you talking about?
The keeper gave him the signal. He just smiled and turned and walked away. It was so funny because he was convinced, and then when he asked his wicket-keeper colleague about it, he gave him a nod.
Nothing there.
Nothing there. He was excited, Kamindu, on that occasion. Here is
Outplayed.
Django going to get another run out into the deep mid-wicket region, and that should be session before lunch. So one more to Django. He's on to 123 as he walks off. Chase is not out on 74 at lunch on day number 3, and we're just having a look at Ultra Edge, and nothing there. And the West Indies would go in at lunch on day number 3 thinking that they would have had a good morning. The West Indies batted all the way through and have now a lead of 48 runs. 356 for 5. Chase is there, not out. Let me just give you the bowling statistics for the Sri Lankans. Asita Fernando, 25 overs, 8 maidens, 44 runs, 2 wickets. Lahura Kamara, we saw him yesterday with just that 1 over before he went off injured. Rajita, 22 overs, 3 maidens, 88 runs, no wicket. Rata Naika, 25 overs, 8 maidens, 61 runs, 2 wickets. Sonal Dinusha, 30 overs, 1 maidens, 96 runs, 1 wicket. Dhananjaya De Silva had 5 overs, no maidens, 17 runs, no wicket. And Mendes with just that 1 over for 3 runs right at the end there for Sri Lanka. Chase is not out on 74. Amir Django not out on 123. At lunch, West Indies 356 for 5. We're going to take a short break for about 30 minutes or so, and then we will rejoin you here at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Grounds for more coverage of the West Indies versus Sri Lanka, day number 3. Lunch, West Indies 356 for 5.
This is cricket on the Cut and Drive Network.
Welcome back to coverage of the first cricket test between the West Indies and Sri Lanka here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The West Indies well placed at the moment. They will return after the break for lunch on 356 for 5 with Amir Django on 123 and Chase, the West Indies captain, on 74. They've figured in a 6th wicket stand already of 188. So they'll be looking to push that to the 200 run mark sometime after the luncheon interval. The West Indies, of course, starting the day at 271 for 5, and Sri Lanka toiled all morning during the 2-hour session, unable to make the breakthrough. Django was on 78 and Roston Chase on 42. Django went on to complete his maiden Test 100, adding to his solitary 100 at the one-day international level. And it has been an innings of resilience and an innings of concentrated performance and innings of defiance, and he has played particularly well. Roston Chase has 74, and he would be looking to get up to what would be his 6th Test 100. He's already had 12 half-centuries at the highest level of the game, and both will be looking to resume in a very, very short while. The players already out in the middle. And with me here in the commentary position is Dave Joseph, the former West Indies middle order batsman. Prospects for the West Indies and the prospects of play after lunch.
Yeah, well, West Indies are looking pretty set. You know, they have overall this total for Sri Lanka, and as you said, they're looking to stretch this lead, trying to get up to at least a 200 lead. That will be, you know, something good that they want to get. And the game at this point, Jack, I think it's probably more evenly poised now at this time. So it's going to depend on how well the West Indies can, you know, bat on today to see if they can, you know, shift the balance into their favor, even a bigger favor, Jack.
Yes, they will be looking to do so. Spin to start proceedings after lunch, and the first delivery is innocuous down the leg side and called wide by the umpire. So the West Indies adding to their lunchtime score right away, 357 for 5 with that wide bowled by Dinusha, the left-arm spinner. Bright sunshine here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. He goes around the wicket, and the batsman Django is just defending, playing it quietly up towards the straightish mid-on position, and there is no run. Django on 123. How well he has played. Significantly, there are no slip feelers, no one at short leg or backward short leg. So a purely defensive feel being set here by Sri Lanka. So they try to, 1, make the breakthrough, and 2, limit the scoring of the West Indies, with the West Indies already having a lead on first innings. So Dinusha, 1 for 98 so far. This is his 31st over, so he has had a lot of bowling to do, but very little success. Grips the ball and will begin to move away from us here in the commentary position, the northern side of the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. He's into Chase, and the right-hander is quietly forward and gets a run as he beats the diving short extra cover. He goes out to the fielder at a deep extra cover, and they managed to get an easy single. Chase is now on to 75, 359 for 5. So, no close feelers expected?
Yeah, well, it looks like Sri Lanka's gone into a little negative ploy here, just to see if these batters will, you know, probably lose their heads or their cools and throw their hands away.
And Dhananjaya has come up. He's having a long-range conversation with the bowler Dinusha. And so a little bit of an adjustment being made to the field as Amir Django comes back into strike. So there's a mid-wicket now, and there is that short mid-on fielder as well for the uppish on-drive. There's a fielder at backward square, where almost in a short fine leg position. And here is the batsman coming forward and steering the ball away, hurrying the first run after just trotting through initially and looking there, Amir Django to come back, but the fielder was very fast moving off the cover boundary, the sweeper, and so they were not able to come back. 360 for 5, Django 125, Chase back on strike, he's on 75.
A little bit more tack into Chase, Jack. They put a slip in.
Yes. Hoping that the ball will spin away from him. He'll go into one of those drives, and here is he steering it down to the short third man area. And not being able to get a run. The ball flowing from the bat of Ruston Chase. His timing has been good. His innings has progressed well. 75. 500s at the test level. Here's he getting a ball which is given a bit more flight, and he was beaten by it. It was a good delivery. One which he eventually came forward to, but it wasn't quite there. And he had a probing bat at it. He went past the outside edge into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. The over ends with the West Indies on 360 for 5.
Yeah, I think that one just spun a bit away from Chase, and he played the line of the ball, but with a little bit of spin actually went past the outside edge. But as I was saying, Jack, I'm seeing the same ploy that they have applied to Chase yesterday afternoon, bowling outside leg stump, trying to induce that sweep shot and then looking to get like maybe a top edge or something going on to the man at the 45 there.
So they're looking to bring error on the part of the batsmen, searching for this breakthrough. So would have been frustrating for Sri Lanka. But they have to toil, really been made to toil. Django is back and works the ball down to the long on position. They canter the single, 361 for 5. Django pushes further on. The Sri Lankan bowling, very little success for several of the bowlers. Fernando has had 2 for 44 from 25, so he's been economical and successful. Kumaro at 1 over yesterday before going off with a hamstring problem. Rajita, you're watching spin from the far end. Kamindu had that solitary over before lunch. Continuing from the far end. The off spinner. And Chase is driving and beating the tumbling bowler away to his left. And the long off having to come around, and Chase gets another run. He's on to 76. And the score 362 for 5. Rajita, 22 overs, 3 maidens, none for 88. Ratnaika, there is a defensive push into the offside by Django. So Ratnaika, 25 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 61. Sonal Dinusha, left arm spinner, 31 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 100. Django is back and cuts it down to the deep point position. There's a sweeper there, and only 1 to Django. And it's 363 for 5. So quiet beginning after lunch here, as Sri Lanka looked to induce error on the part of the batsmen, having a primarily defensively set field. There's a slip in place. That's the only real close catcher. The ball is driven into the back past the bowler. The long on is running around, makes a tumbling save, and they'll be able to come back for the second. Good timing by Ruston Chase. Ball up to him from the off spinner, Kamindu, and he drove it on the onside of the pitch down to the long on position for Copley. He's 78, 365 for 5. So the timing of Ruston Chase has been quite evident in his innings. He has really been timing the ball well. Settles over his bat now, slightly open stance as he faces Kamindu and is forward. Good delivery, and he runs on the onside of the pitch. The over comes to an end, 365 for 5. The West Indies, 127. Django Chase on 78, they lead by 57.
Yeah, as he said, Jack, the Sri Lankans have been made to toil. Apart from that one, we say it's a drop catch or chance given by Django off the edge. We haven't seen much being offered to them. They've been really made to toil all morning, and we're going into the afternoon session now. It's still going on.
And it could become even more difficult for them as these two bat on, and if they bat deep into the day, the lead could be growing in the vicinity of 100 plus. And that will be a serious concern for the Sri Lankans. Dinusha continues, and it's driven elegantly into the offside, down to the wide long off position for a single by Amir Django. 128 is now, 366 for 5. The West Indies have missed out on a spot in the semi-finals of the ICC Women's World Cup. They lost to Ireland today by 6 wickets. Ireland making 129 for 4 in reply to the West Indies 128 for 7. So the chances of the West Indies are going a-begging. Ball driven by Chase. They'll look for the second here. They should get it quite comfortably. The return comes in. The ball driven hard into the extra cover position deep. And the fielder at deep cover, the long off having to converge. And the batsman in the process crossed for a couple. 368 for 5. Chase goes into the 80s. He's on to 80. And Django on 28.
Yeah, as you said.
And the 200 partnership, just celebrated, yes. 200 partnership coming up between these two. Wonderful batting.
As you said, Chase has been timing the ball pretty sweetly. Yeah, that was a well-timed stroke through the cover just now.
Faces Dinusha again, and he's forward and plays it back on the offside of the pitch. So there's a slip, a backward point, a cover square, a deep cover on the boundary, an extra cover, and a long off. Those are the offside fielders. Chase is driving, mistimes it. Just talking about his timing. But on that occasion, he mistimed it so badly, it went hard into the ground and trickled away into the offside in the vicinity of short point. On the onside, there's a deepish mid-on, not quite back on the boundary. There's a mid-wicket straight and a long leg. And Chase is driving into the offside. Well fielded by the diving short extra cover, falling away to his right and making a clean stop. 368 for 5. Dinusha. 1 for 103. His 32nd over in progress. He's in, and Chase is forward to a good delivery. Just tantalizingly there outside the line of the off stump, maybe just on the line of the off stump. But Chase was not prepared to do anything adventurous. He played it on merit, defending into the offside. The over ends with the West Indies 368 for 5. Django 128 and Chase on 80. We're in the position of Dhananjaya, the silver, the Sri Lankan captain. What would you be doing differently, Dave?
Yeah, well, I've seen him try quite a few things. I think I'll be looking to, as I said, the spinners in operation, or give the ball a little bit more air and spread the field a bit and see if you can, prize a wicket out. That looks like the only strategy that they could use at this point, hoping they could break this partnership.
Kamindo continues, and this is down the leg side. A flick offered by Django, and the wicketkeeper Kusal Mendes takes it very well. That was not an easy take. It was fired down the leg side by the off spinner. He's in, and Django is cutting at this ball, gets it away down to the deep square cover position, and he'll get another run. He's on to 129, 369 for 5. And of course, once the ball is given flight, it has the greater chance of spinning.
Yeah, we have seen the balls even spun more today than yesterday. So when it's been given that flight.
Yes. So maybe that will be a consideration for Dhananjaya. Not too distant future. Here's Chase going back, and perhaps thought that bounced more than usual by the off spinner. But he was on top of it. He's a tall man. He just played with the tide into the onside, a gentle push straight to the man at straight mid-wicket. Here is Kamindo in to bowl to him again. Plays it into the onside. A little bit more force on this occasion, but again straight to the fielder. Chase is on 80. Looking to get 20 more runs to accomplish his sixth Test 100. Here's he driving into the onside, not far from the fielder at that straight mid-wicket position, but it was hit firmly, and he had no chance of stopping it, the long on having to come around to do the work, and they ambled a run, 370 for 5.
Well, as you said, Jack, Chase is looking to get another 20 runs, and Django is looking to get another 20 to get his 152.
Yes. And Django is adding to that score. He gets 130 now. Gets to 130 now. 371 for 5 as he drives fluently down to the long off area. Last ball of the over. Kamindo has completed his third, none for 11. The West Indies going merrily along at 371 for 5. Django 130. Chase on 81. 63 is the lead.
Yeah, and the toiling continues, Jack, for the Sri Lankan bowlers and fielders. It's been really rough going for them all day. As I said, only one chance has been, given, one opportunity. Other than that, it's been really, really tough going for them. But they'll have to come up with something, Jack.
Yes, and you have already made a suggestion, and we'll just watch that and see if it materializes, that there's an inclination to give the ball more flight and try and tie this wicket. Django is playing a loose shot outside the line of the off, and the bat away from the body. Was almost caught in two minds whether or not to play at it or not. He should have allowed that one to go by.
That was a little bit of flight there, Jack.
Yes.
Just now.
And he played at it. Fortunately for him, he missed it completely. He's back and he'll get a single here. Getting back onto ball and just stroking it down to the deep cover position. So it's more than just waiting for something to happen. They have to try and make something happen. At the moment, you could see that they're just hoping that one of these batters will make a mistake with this far-flung field, especially when Django is on strike. But with Chase on strike, slip comes into the picture. He stands there at slip now. He crouches as Dinusha is into the West Indies captain in his back and drives into the offside, out to long off, and he gets a run. So the West Indies would not be worried at this particular point in time. It's not a case of them being tied down. They're getting the singles on offer with this far-flung field. And so they're just merrily going along, picking up the singles. And here is Django hitting this one hard over the top. I think it has gone miles. It has gone for 6. So Django getting a ball which was tossed up, inviting the drive, and he certainly accepted the invitation. He hit it wonderfully over the top of long off for 6. Mighty hit by Django, his first 6 of the innings. He has rushed on to 137. The West Indies 379 for 5.
Yeah, we see the police officer there giving the Sri Lankans a bit of help, shining the ball.
Yes, he used his feet. He was given flight, and he used his feet, and he got very, very close to that, and he hit it powerfully over the top of long off for 6.
Is that allowed, Jack, for the spectators to be shining the ball?
Well, I suppose the umpire doesn't have any control over that one.
Yeah.
So here is Dinusha outside the off stump, flatter delivery, and Django is back and cutting. Gets it down to the sweeper at cover. And he goes on to 138 with that single, 380 for 5.
We spoke about flight, Jack, and that one was flighted, and Django used his feet well.
Yeah, so maybe we will not see a lot of that after that.
Yeah, well, I think it's going to depend on the line that you're going to flight it at.
Yes, yeah.
I think it was given, that sort of width outside the house, so he could move to it freely.
Right. Driven by Chase down to long on, all along the carpet, and a single for him of the last ball of the over. 381 for 5. Chase now 83. Django 138. The lead has pushed beyond 70. It is 73.
Yeah, good, nice and easy going by West.
And just before you continue, just a few words from you, and then we'll have the voice of Denmore Roberts.
Yeah, just Django and Chase cruising along. As you said, they're just ticking the ones, and the apart from that 6 that was hit by Django, it was being all ticking around, ticking around. That's good. We were taking the strike for the West Indies.
The West Indies are going, and the West Indies in full flow now. Good drive there by Roston Chase, diving stop by the fielder in that extra cover region, no run. So Kamindu continuing from the southern end, the Sir Andy Roberts end. Here is he in, and again Chase is driving. This time he's going to get runs. Drives it all the way out to that fielder at that long off position. And Chase gets run number 84, 382 for 5. The West Indies continuing. And they say that this is the highest West Indies partnership for any wicket versus Sri Lanka in test. So the record-breaking partnership continues between Chase and Amir Django. This delivery with Kamindu around the wicket to the left-handed Amir Django is played defensively. And there is no run. 214. The partnership is at this stage. Here we watch as the partnership gets bigger by 1 run. 215 now. 383 for 5. The West Indies lead go up to 75. And David's beginning to look a good lead, and they would want it to get bigger and bigger. But we have to pay attention. We're just seeing some clouds in the sky. The atmosphere has changed, and a little drizzle looks to be coming from the eastern side. Don't see the groundsmen looking as concerned as I am. So they know this area more than I do. Here we watch as Kamindu, which should be the final delivery of this over. It is played away by Roston Chase very quickly into that short mid-wicket position, and there is no run. He remains on 84. Django's on 139. West Indies lead by 75. It's 383 for 5.
Yeah, as I said again, it's just a matter of case of just ticking it around for the West Indies. As I said, the lead has gone up to 75 now, which is getting to be where West Indies would like it to be.
At what time, or what stage do the West Indies captain and others start to think about time left in the game and the position that you're in, and how do we, how many do we think is enough in the partnership? Has that sort of this discussion or even thinking has that started as yet, or still early
I don't
days?
think so. I don't think so. It's still early days. They want to get the lead at least 150, and then they start to think about something, maybe like pushing it on a little bit.
Pushing it on a little bit, maybe.
Yeah.
Dinusha is going to continue. 1 for 113 his figures read, and this delivery is bringing left-handed Amir Django forward, plays it into acres of space on the offside, walks through for another single. 140 he goes to. Chase 84, 384 for 5. West Indies as the right-handed Chase comes into strike. There's still a slip in place. He's a man at short backward point. Cover, extra cover.
Oh yes! Oh yes!
There is also a deep extra cover on the boundary. Long off, long on. A short straight mid-wicket. And a man at deep backward square. Dinusha continues to bowl. He's bowling left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Roston Chase. Here is he in, and Chase is on the back foot, almost cramping himself, but he's able to squeeze that one away. That one probably was a little bit quicker onto him, kept a little bit low as well. Chase did well to dig it out.
He'll be advised to stay on his front foot then more.
At this stage, that would be a good ploy. Here is he on the front foot and drives comfortably out to the long off fielder and comes through for a run. Just a little bit of drizzle all around the stadium, but we're still not seeing the groundsmen looking as concerned as we are.
Well, they're getting set then more.
They've come out, but they're not close to the the covers, as we would say. They're still just standing off, just still watching. Maybe just going to dissipate outside of the stadium, maybe not even come inside. Just some drizzle on the outside. We can see it from our vantage point. Nothing happening inside the stadium as yet. Here we watch as Dinusha is over the wicket and was looking, just getting outside the line of that one and looking to sweep was Amir Django. He didn't make contact. Eventually, he was looking for a run sent back by Ruston Chase. 385 for 5 at the end of that over. Django on 140, Chase on 85.
Yeah, it's definitely a threat of a little shower then more.
Yeah, don't think if it comes, it will be anything significant. It's more of a misty drizzle, if we want to call it that.
I was checking the weather last night, and they're saying that we should have some light showers and some strong breeze coming in today at some point.
We did see the breeze when we look at the flags earlier in the day. Now we are seeing just some misty showers around. Nothing yet to threaten the game outside the line of the off stump from Kamindu. Chase was looking to cut it away, went into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. None for 13 so far. Kamindu in his 5th over. Came on for just that 1 over before the luncheon interval. And here is he up to Chase, who's driving pleasantly out to that deep cover, who's on the boundary. And he comes through for his 86th run. So, West Indies 386 for 5, Chase on 86, 140 is Amir Django. And Amir Django and his followers, his fans, his family, and everybody would be pretty happy with his performance so far, given the opportunity. Here is he getting one that he was on the back foot and looking to play it away nervously, as Dave Joseph is just telling me that there is some little system that is just hanging around outside of the Caribbean region. We're in the hurricane season, so it's that time of the year, but we haven't really had any threat of weather here in Antigua. Django is driving, skew of the wicket, good diving stop by that fielder at square cover, and there is no run. So we will keep our eyes on we always do, Dave. This time of the year is when we all connect to our weather apps. I certainly have a look at mine every morning just to see whether or not when I'm leaving, if I should close my windows or not. And these days you have to just make sure that you probably always have to do that. Always have to close your windows because of certain situations, but I do check the weather. We do need some rain. You being a farmer would be hoping that we can get a downpour or two sometime soon to fill those ponds up and get some more green grass. But I must say that the grounds here is absolutely beautiful based on the type of weather we've had here in Antigua and Barbuda. It probably tells me that the irrigation system is working well.
Yeah, as I was saying, it's probably the greenest patch in Antigua at this point.
Yeah, it is. It is. I was surprised when I came the first day how green it was. I was expecting a parched out field based on the colors in my yard. Outside the line of the off stump from Kamindu to end the over. Another dot ball. Just 2 runs coming from that over. 387 for 5. Django 141. Chase 86.
Yeah, not much happening, in terms of the bowling for the Sri Lankans, and not much runs scored. They're trying to bowl a little negative line to see if anything would, go their way in terms of mistakes being made by the batsman.
West Indies lead by 79 runs. So it's a little tricky patch of cricket when nothing much is really happening, as Terry Laraji will replace Dave Joseph and come alongside me after lunch. Nothing really. It's a type of period where if you're a cricket lover, you really have to be a cricket lover at this stage of the game, when it's just meandering along. Nothing really exciting. Those persons who would come for the action and the fours and the sixes and so on might find this a little bit of a boring patch, but it's an important part of the game and an important aspect. So this is where all the tactics come into play. The Sri Lankans are trying not to allow the West Indies to get away too quickly, and the West Indies are trying to consolidate and make sure that they don't lose a quick wicket after a break. Here we watch as this is a delivery that has Chase just standing up tall on the back foot and playing it out into the short mid-wicket region, and there's no run. Good afternoon, Terry.
Good afternoon, Denmark, and good afternoon to all our listeners. Yes, no time for big shots or boundaries at the moment, just keep accumulating.
Chase is driving pleasantly out to long off for run number 87. Yes, that was his 200th delivery that he is facing. 87 runs scored so far. Not as important in Test cricket, the strike rate, as we see it appear in the shorter versions of the game, especially at the T20 level. At the T20 level, a lot of your participation and how effective you are depends on your strike rate. Not so important in the Test cricket. So it's a different kind of situation. Another dot, the ball is delivered. As we watch as Dinusha continues in, and this delivery is played away in the offside. They're going through for a quick single and they're going to get it in the end. There's no close in field as the bowler was hustling across to try and prevent the possibility of a single. Good call by Amir Django, just calling through Ruston Chase, recognizing that Chase was going to the danger end, and they got home easily in the end.
This lead now 82 though for West Indies. Sri Lanka need to think of something. Try and break this partnership.
We watch as this is a delivery that is played by Dinusha, and coming forward is the West Indies captain Ruston Chase, playing it defensively to end another over. At the end of over 118, West Indies 390 for 5. Chase is on 87. Ami Django not out on 143.
Yes, and we've just seen spin from both ends since the luncheon interval. Kept it fairly tidy with no pressure whatsoever on these two West Indian batsmen, Django and Chase. As I say, the lead over 80 now. Sri Lanka wouldn't want to let that creep up to around 150. It would be a very difficult proposition batting second.
I mean, Django is hitting one hard into the offside field, gets it to that fielder at deep cover on the boundary. Just another single to him. As he continues to just accumulate runs, approaching 150, 144. He's batting with Ruston Chase, who again turns the strike over, gets another single easily off Kamindo's bowling into the offside field. He goes to 88. So 6 for Django to get to his 150, 12 for Ruston Chase to get to a century. The partnership continues and the West Indies lead continues to build. It's now 84 runs. Django is driving firmly, but straight to the fielder at short extra cover, who tumbles over, and there is no run.
Come on, Mendes.
So Kamindo Mendes is bowling, and this one is driven off the outer portion of the bat, goes down to a short third man position, can't score once more. Amir Django probably was trying to get that a lot squarer, maybe between those two fielders, the one at short point and that man at short third man. or more of a backward point position. Amir Django, this time he's going to get a run as he gets it past the diving fielder at short extra cover, and he goes out to the cover fielder on the boundary, and they come through for his 145th run. One more delivery to go in over number 119 as Kamindu Mendes is in, and his delivery is driven back on the bounce to him from Ruston Chase, and it's another dot ball to end the over. 393 for 5. Django on 145, Chase on 88, and that's the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, where we have the match between between West Indies and Sri Lanka. England and New Zealand, they're also playing in a test match, and I'll just try and give you an update on that one. New Zealand 438 and 109 for 3 after they bowled out England for 354 in that match. Django and Chase here, their partnership of 225 continues as Dinusha is about to start his 36th over. He's had a good workout, Dinusha.
Huge workout, yes. But it must be coming towards the point in time where Captain Danajaya De Silva says, I just need one more big effort from our seamers.
Yeah, it's this delivery, the first delivery from Dinusha is played away into the onside, and they get an easy single. One more to Django. He goes up by 146, 394 for 5. Yeah, it's probably pretty soon, but I think he's probably too concerned about the over rate, so using the spinners, getting a couple of the overs and get back on track as well. Here we watch as here is the left-handed Dinusha in and play defensively by the right-handed Ruston Chase, and there is no run. So Chase and Django continues with the record-breaking partnership. As you understand, this is the biggest partnership for any wicket, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. This 227 as it is currently. Chase goes with a single to 89. Left-handed Amir Django comes into strike. Here is Django facing, and he gets a flighted delivery that he's coming forward. He thought of using his feet to go at that one and then just rejected the temptation, resisted the temptation I should say, and just played it quietly up on the onside. Here we watch as this delivery is short of a length and played away into the offside field, where it goes to the fielder who is deep on the boundary, and an easy single for Amir Django, who goes to 147, 396 for 5 to the 400. Approaching for the West Indies, the lead is now 88 runs. They would want to get that lead as high as possible, and maybe in a shorter time as possible, to give them the opportunity and time to enforce, to really put the Sri Lankans under pressure. Good cricket here from Ruston Chase, dropping one on the onside, recognizing that there is no fielder close in, and stealing a single to end Dinusha's over. He's 1 for 122 Dinusha after his 36 over. Django on 147, and Chase goes into the 90s. He's now on 90.
Yes, and as I said, then more, the spinners are doing a tidy enough job, but West Indies are quite happy going along about 3 runs and over. They've been doing that all day, picking up their 1s and 2s very comfortably.
They've had 41 runs in this session at a rate of 3.73, 11 overs bowled so far in the session. I'll take one more, and then you'll hear the voice of Jack Matthew coming back to join us very soon. Kamindu Mendes is going to start his 7th over as he's standing in front of the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's in now and brings Chase, who's on 90 forward, and he plays it away to the offside field, and there is no run.
Come on, Windies.
Kamindu Mendes back to his mark. Right arm over the wicket to Chase, and Chase is just turning one into the onside. Gets it out into that mid-wicket region. Lots of space there, and he walks through for his 91st run. 398 for 5, the West Indies. Approaching 400, the West Indies. Significant milestone, significant marker. Here is Django. Again gets another easy single. Punches one out to deep cover, who's on the boundary. And one more, 148. He takes his personal tally. 399 run has come up for the West Indies. 399 for 5.
He's going to try,
He's going to try his hand around the wicket, yeah. Kamindu Mendes is in, and this is swept away by Ruston Chase down to the final leg region, and he gets an easy single as the fielder working his way around to his right. Does the fielding, and one more to Ruston Chase. The 400 has come up for the West Indies. 400 for 5 in 120.4 overs of bowling to them between Ruston Chase and Amir Django, and they take the West Indies lead to 92 runs. 400 for 5, the West Indies, with 2 deliveries to go in Kamindu Mendes' over. Both batters just recognizing, acknowledging the 400. Chase coming down and just touching gloves with Amir Django, who is now facing, settles into his stance, gets a delivery that he's working up on the onside and gets the easy single. The bowler was trying to cut it off, but it was significantly away from him and works all the way out to that long on region. One more to Amir Django. So 401 for 5. So the hundreds for the West Indies, 154 for the first, 221 for the second, 198 for the third, and 153 for the fourth. Here is Chase hitting one off. They peels off the outer edge. It's running down to the boundary, and it runs into the boundary now for 4. Didn't think that he had timed it that well, but it really raced away from the fielder. He threw the bat at it outside the line of the off stump. It looked as if it peeled off the outer edge, but it ran down to that third man position very quickly for 4. Chase goes to 96, and the West Indies total is on to 405 or 5 at the end of the over. After more thoughts from you, Terry Laraji, we'll hear Jack Matthew.
Yes, a very good milestone there for West Indies to pass the 400 mark, as the lead now 97, approaching the 100. They'll be extremely happy with that. Sri Lanka's point of view, though, it's like to see them bring back their main seamer, Fernando, sooner rather than later, and give him a burst, set the field accordingly, and see if they can break this partnership.
At the moment, the inertia continues, and Django is forward, and the ball rolls into the offside for the bowler to pick the ball up. So this partnership going merrily along. It's what now, 237? 237 run stand, and they could get to a record stand in terms of overall for the West Indies for this wicket. Driven into the offside by Amir Django, and he gets his 150. So another landmark achieved by this Trinidadian and West Indian batsman, Amir Django, 150. And as we've been saying along, and Terry keeps reminding us, this guy has the penchant of scoring double hundreds. And so he may well be looking at that during the course of this innings. 150 Amir Django. He celebrates 406 for 5, the West Indies.
Yes, as soon as he came out yesterday, Jack, you could see he had no other intentions in his mind but just to bat for as long as he He can, and he's certainly got the temperament to do that.
He watches as his captain faces Dinusha, and he's forward and beaten by beauty. That one pitched on about off stump and left the right-hander. He was playing the line on that occasion, and the ball beat the bat outside the line of the off stump, taken by the wicketkeeper Kusal Mendes. A bit of encouragement for the left-arm spinner. He's into Chase, another good delivery. Chase is defending, stretching forward. It rolls up to the mid-off position, and there is no run. So these two will be hoping to better the 6-wicket partnership for the West Indies. Driven into the offside again, the man at extra cover does the fielding. That is 282 unbroken between Brian Lara and Ridley Jacobs. And guess where it took place? Right here in Antigua. This is the recreation grounds back in 2004, April 10th. Turned away by Chase. He's looking for the second run. Will he come back for the second? A little bit of hesitation. Amir Django has to struggle. He gets there in time. The return to the bowler's end, but he was fleet-footed, and he got back for the second. So the West Indies now 408 for 5. Dinusha has had 1 for 125 of 37 overs. Django is on 150. And Roston Chase approaching his 6th Test 100. 2 runs away. He's on 98.
Yes, and West Indies are fully in control, doing it on the bit at the moment, as they have been basically since tea yesterday. Sri Lanka got problems, of course. They're a bowler down, but we're going to see the return of their seamers now, and I think that's the right move. They can't let this go on any longer. It's gone on long enough as far as they're concerned. The lead 100 now, exactly 100. So we will see if the seamers can break this partnership so desperately required by Sri Lanka. Set the fields accordingly. See if they can get through. In the meantime, Chase looking for his 6th Test century.
And one of the weapons at the disposal of Sri Lanka was ineffective. The second new ball. They were looking there to get a breakthrough yesterday,
and, they had
even
two
this
chances,
morning, but they did not. So here is Milan Ratnaika, and pushed away into the offside by Amir Django. He gets his 151st run, 409 for 5. And Roston Chase, all eyes on him. He's on 98, 2 short of his 6th Test 100. In this innings, he would have reached his 12th half-century at the highest level. And so Roston Chase, a welcome return to form, has been struggling in virtually every format. But he has come out as the captain of this team, came in to bat at number 7 in the order, and has rescued his side and has given his confidence a world of good. He's on 98. Milan Ratnaika will be hoping to deny him. So many people have fallen in the 90s. I remember Sir Richard Richardson falling for 99 at one point against England, I think. And several players have fallen in the 90s. We'll ask Dave when he comes on how many times he has suffered that ignominious situation. And the ball to Chase is defensively played back along the pitch to the bowler. 409 for 5. Chase remains on 98.
I think Richie got caught down fine leg too off Australia, didn't he, in 91? Barbados Test. Does happen, Jack?
Yes, it does. And there is always that feeling of nervousness, I believe. No matter how many times you've reached the 90s, I suppose, every time it brings a measure of nervousness. So that could be felt right now by Chase as he faces Ratnaika. And he's forward, watchful, plays it into the offside. He's hustling the first run. Will he come back for the second? He comes back for the second. Roston Chase reaches his 6th Test 100. And a joy, certainly, for him and West Indian fans. He lifts the bat, takes his helmet off, and he's rejoicing because he has made his 100, his 6th at the Test level of 216 deliveries. A wonderful performance by Roston Chase. The West Indies 411 for 5.
Excellent innings, Skip, and right when it was required, both personally and for the team. Very controlled knock. He got himself in yesterday and he basically hasn't looked back since. And has put his team, along with Django, in a very commanding position.
Yes, and he was very intentional in going back for that second. He said, well, I'm going to go for it now. And Amir Django gave him all the support. They ran very, very hard. And it's also a test of their fitness as well, these two, because they've been out there for so long. Chase is on driving beautifully. And he goes straight to the man at mid-on, and there is no run. It's also a test of your, not only of your character and your mental prowess, but it's also a test of your physical well-being. And these two are showing that. And they ran in a very spirited fashion a while ago to come back for the second. And so fitness is so important. I remember the late Calvin Greenaway saying to me, why sportsmen sometimes fall is because they're not physically fit. Mm-hmm. And so then mentally they become weary and they make mistakes. This ball is steered away into the offside, and the batsmen go for an easy single. Chase now 101, the West Indies 412 for 5 at the end of that over. No, they're just changing around as
one ball left.
As the right-hander makes way for the left-hander in Amir Django. So Amir Django batting on, and this is a wonderful sight. We were talking earlier about the West Indians from Trinidad and Tobago who have made Test hundreds. We missed Dinesh Ramdin. Mm-hmm. Just looking at the stats here, he has been involved in the Haas partnership for the 10th wicket for the West Indies. Dinesh Ramdin, he's driving hard, back past the bowler, 4 runs. Ferocious stroke by Amir Django. The ball trickles into the boundary now. Perhaps there was a little bit of handwork on the part of the bowler there, but he was certainly hit with a lot of power.
Him up.
Yes, he was hit with a certain degree of contempt as well. It was a ball of full length, and he really put bat to ball, Amir Django, and got a boundary for that one. He's unbeaten on 155. Chase is 101, and the West Indies are celebrating. They're rejoicing because they are in a very sound position at the moment at 416 for 5, and we have a drinks break with us.
With a lead of 108, very strong position, but they've ticked all the right boxes, though, the West Indies, are what they've been working towards and what they continue to work towards, batting at least 100 overs in a first innings. Century makers, batsmen spending time occupying the crease, but also making sure that the board keeps ticking over. He stuck his hand out there, Jack, but he was about a week late.
He was a week late, yes. It was hit hard by Amir Django. The partnership now has risen to 248. Now we say that the stand for the 6th wicket overall for West Indies in Test cricket is 282 unbroken between Lara and Jacobs here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds in 2004. So that is coming on the thread here. Chase is forward. Didn't know where the ball had gone. It took the inside edge and went down towards square leg, towards umpire Saikat, or Saikat, in the square leg position, and they managed to scamper a run. So he was looking there for the ball to perhaps go the other way, and it hit the inside edge of Chase's bat. We're watching Dinusha, left arm spinner, will get the ball to spin into the left hand, and he steps out and drives Amir Django and hits it down to the long off position for a single. He goes on to 156. The 250 partnership comes up between these two. 250 partnership between Chase and Django. So it means that they're 33 runs away from breaking the stand for the West Indies for the 6th wicket in Test cricket. 250 run partnership, unbroken. Here is Dinusha into bowl to Chase. Chase is forward. Again, it hits the inside part of the bat and goes away towards mid-wicket. That is vacant, and so the bowler has to trot around to retrieve, and the batsman canter a run. Chase on 103, and Django on 156 comes in to strike. Just looking at that stat sheet as well in terms of the partnerships, interestingly, the ninth wicket partnership involved Sandy Roberts. Unbelievable. This ball is driven into the offside.
Andy won't be happy about that. He's a bat.
Yes, he demonstrated that on several occasions. And I remember I was doing an interview, another run to Django, he's on to 157. And he said to me that at one point he topped the aggregates for the first class season in Antigua.
Right.
Yes, so Sandy Roberts declared there that I'm very much a batsman. Here is a ball given some flight, and the batsman chases forward and plays it out towards mid-off, and there is no run. And one of his accomplishments was during the 1975 World Cup, the inaugural World Cup. He and Derek Murray carried the West Indies a victory over Pakistan. I think they needed 60-odd runs, and they stayed to the end, and they carried the West Indies into the final, which, of course, the West Indies won, beating Australia. Here is Dinusha, and he's beaten outside the line of the off stump. That was a flat, fast delivery.
Quicker one.
And Chase was late on the stroke. It was the last delivery of Dinusha's over. 129 runs he has conceded off 38. He has won for 129. Chase is 103. Django 157. And the West Indies 420 for 5. So that partnership involving Sandy Roberts, he was then just Andy Roberts, the fearsome fast bowler. But he showed that he was a batsman of repute as well, because he and Clive Lloyd put on 161 against England against India, at Eden Gardens in Calcutta in 1983. So 161 is the highest partnership for the West Indies for the 9th wicket in Test cricket. It involved Andy Roberts and Clive Lloyd back in 1983.
You think we'll get to the 9th wicket, though?
If we get a partnership of that substance.
In this
match, if we get to the 9th wicket. This ball is hammered by Django down to the sweeper at backward point, and he adds to his score. Getting closer to that double century mark, which Terry Laraji believes he will achieve sometime, maybe after tea. 421 for 5.
You were talking about the running, though. The running between wickets and the rotation of strike has been good right throughout. Not just today, yesterday. They kept the board ticking.
Yes, and they seem to have a very good understanding as well. Only a moment or two of, of misunderstanding, if you will. Mm-hmm. But by and large, the running has been very good between these two, and Chase is across his stumps and plays this one with a fair degree of confidence back along the pitch. The mid-on comes around to pick up 421 for 5. Chase 103.
And all these little things, Jack, add up. That's what they've been preaching, that they've been practicing. The camps before Test series, everything like that. What can we do to get the top middle order going in Test matches? They're ticking all the right boxes in this match so far.
Milan Ratnaika outside the off stump, and Chase doesn't offer. And it answers a lot of questions. And one, of course, is can the West Indies show resilience as they used to do in the heyday of West Indies cricket? I remember talking about England and Test cricket in that part of the world. The West Indies was struggling in a Test match. And I think they were 4 down for about 70. And Clive Lloyd and Dujan got runs, and I think Michael Holden came down later and probably made 70. But that was the norm back then.
Yeah.
I remember against India here in the Caribbean, I think it was at the Queen's Park Oval, the West Indies were 3 down for 1 run on the board. You remember that?
Yes. Yeah.
Here is Ratnaika, and this ball is taking Chase on the thigh, and it got into him late.
And it bounced
and bounced as well.
But Dujon, as you call, Gas Logie, they put on important partnerships with West Indies in
Right.
trouble,
Yes.
both against England and Australia in Australia.
Right. But there was a time, and for a long time, the West Indies, once the top order would go and it would just dismantle, the batting would just be dismantled. And the West
right.
Indies, defeat after defeat.
Yes.
But this partnership here is answering a lot of questions.
Definitely.
He's cutting it down towards the deep cover position, and they'll sprint back for the second. They return fire to mid-pitch, really. And the bowler was in mid-pitch, so the fielder sent it to him. He wasn't prepared to go back to the stumps. And the fatigue perhaps beginning to have an effect on Sri Lanka as well.
Yes.
The bowler there has had a lot of work to do. This is his, 27th over in progress. And so under the afternoon sunshine, he said, well, I'm not going to bother to sprint back to the crease just to get a possible run out, which would be perhaps far-fetched. And so he was in mid-pitch standing, and the ball was thrown to him. This is a good delivery.
Took the edge, I think.
Probably was a
It
chance.
dropped.
Yes, there was a sound, and that was a beauty from Ratnaika.
I cut back
It
a long
cut back
way
and
through.
yes, between the
bat and
batsman's
pad.
pad and the bat.
But I think that took the edge. That might have been the
Yes, there was a
chance
sound.
that they were looking for.
Yes, we'll tell in a while. At the moment, we'll have a drinks break because this is the first hour completed after the luncheon interval, with the West Indies going up to 423 for 5, 423 for 5, with Amir Django on 158 and Ruston Chase on 105. So we will take a break here in the position and have some drinks as well.
Drive Network.
And we're back with the West Indies with a lead of 115 runs, 423 for 5. The partnership continues between Boston Chase and Amir Django, and the partnership is now up to 255 runs. 255. We've had the Dasani water drinks break, so everybody at the stadium, especially the players out there, it's been a warm day. The Sri Lankans have been in the sun all day, and it's a warm day, so they would have really had a good refreshing break there. And we're now back to live action. We're about to have Dinusha continuing his left arm spin over the wicket, and looking to sweep is Amir Django, getting right outside the line of that one and looking to paddle it on the leg side just to stifle the peel, and there was no run. Django 158, Chase on 105. West Indies continue to motor along, 424. It is now for 5 as Django gets another single, just squeezing one, scrape the wicket on the offside, and there is no run. A few more spectators have come into the stand, especially on the southern side. We see a lot more children as well utilizing the facilities on the western side. There are a few brave spectators, Dave, because I am saying that everybody can go into the stands with the pricing. There is no real segregation, as this one is tucked away, hit hard, but he's only going to get a single as it carried all the way out to that man at the long off position. So one more run to Ruston Chase. But I'm saying that there are so a few brave fans who decided they're going to go into the bleachers. They're gonna absorb the sunlight. A couple of them over there waving their Antigua and Barbuda flag. Dinusha is in, left arm over the wicket, and again Django just advancing and then playing the square of the wicket once more for another single. And that's one thing that the West Indies has improved upon in terms of the turning over of the strike. They're now taking the singles almost at will. This partnership between Django and Ruston Chase, both now having centuries, so both would be happier, feeling a lot freer about themselves. Ruston Chase coming in and trying a little bit of a scoop shot. Maybe not the time for it yet, Dave. The lead is still just 118 runs. Dave shakes his head and says, Ruston Chase, no, not yet, not yet. Continue to play conventional. Here is this delivery, and he plays a conventional defensive shot out into the offside field, and there is no run. 426 for 5. You would think that the work is not yet done for Ruston Chase. So you don't want to give it away cheaply. He's not out on 106. Django not out on 160. West Indies 426 for 5.
Yeah, you'll have to ask yourself then more what is enough. Seems to me like they have had enough based on the approach we have seen, after that jinx break.
I don't think that they should think that they have enough as yet. But they're just thinking maybe we need to just push things on a little bit, a little faster scoring. The West Indies scoring rate has not been of the highest, but they've managed to score 426 runs. So we watch as Milan is going to continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Amir Django, who plays defensively into the offside field, and there is no run. So when we look at the scoring rate, 3.4 it is for the West Indies, and the partnership 258, and it says the innings timer on the scoreboard says, Dave, that they're just 1 over behind. So we've caught up pretty much. Here is Django flashing, getting hard over the top of the slips and down to the third man boundary for 4. Outside the lineup, you have to be went hard at it. And they say when you flash hard. And that he did. That one took the outer edge, but it went way over the top of the slip field. And no chance for anyone to get close to that one. And it came down to the third man boundary for 4.
Yeah, as you say, when you go hard. And you remember yesterday we were discussing that shot then more in terms of trying to go straight down the ground. You've seen it, seen an attempt by Django just now, and he has actually struck one before, which almost took the ball out.
Yeah. He's beginning to try and open up a little bit more. 164 is his personal tally. Here is he facing up, and he's jumping down the track. So some sort of message maybe has been given. He's jumping down the track. He got that one off the inner portion of the bat. Gets it out into the mid-wicket region and gets a single. So maybe the West Indies just want to push on a little bit more. Push on a little further. Maybe get some quick runs. Start to think about maybe having Sri Lanka have a bat. Maybe sometime late in the afternoon after the tea interval. See if they can get a couple of wickets. Give them a couple of days to really have a go at the Sri Lankans with the 4-prong fast bowling attack picked. And with some tired legs of the Sri Lankans. Here we watch as this delivery is coming off the inner portion of the bat nervously, dropping close to the stumps. A French cut we would call it in local parlance. 165 is Django. Chase gets his 107th run, 432 for 5. The current run rate 3.41, so it has not been fast going by the West Indies, but this partnership, big partnership, continues to flourish for the West Indies.
264.
264 it is. Here's Milan in, and again played away into the offside field. Good manipulation of the ball in there by Amir Django, just working it to the left of the fielder and taking off and getting an easy run. I would prefer to see them do that than jumping down the track and swinging like we saw from Amir Django.
Yeah, well, it can be done then more, but it's just done with some level of control. Maybe just to unsettle the ball a little bit and let him change his length and his line a little bit.
Could be. Just trying to unsettle the bowler, as said by Dave Joseph, just making sure that he's not just going to run in and be able to just bowl one thing over and over and over to me and think that it's going to be okay. Here is Milan in, and this one is driving straight back past the bowler, crashes into the stumps at the non-striker's end, and there is no run. But that was a good shot. Well timed too by Ruston Chase, and the stumps just getting in the way, prevent him from scoring. End of the over, 433 for 5. Django on 166, Chase on 107.
Yeah, certainly we've seen an uptick in the West Indian batting attack then more. So I don't know if it's right, Some sort of message must have been sent, and they're looking to pick up the scoring rate.
Yeah, I get a feeling that the West Indies want to just push things on just a little bit. Maybe just put themselves in a situation where at tea that they can have a idea of what kind of decisions they want to make at the end of the day, whether or not they think they have enough runs. I think they would love to get maybe closer to 150 sometime soon, and then look to push things on even a little further and give themselves an opportunity. I would love for them to probably, if they get a good lead, have a little go at the Sri Lankans this evening and see what could take place.
They'll be reminded of how this pitch is playing then more.
Yeah, it's playing good. It looks good for batting. So they would want to make sure that they have they would want to make sure they have a solid lead. 125 is the lead currently. I would think anything over 200 would be really good for them. Dinusha is in, and this delivery is played quietly into the offside by left-handed Django, who maybe just has reassessed his brain and has decided to calm it back down. We saw him recently really trying to really rush himself and be ultra aggressive. Here is he facing up Dinusha, and he's on the back foot and will get a run as he hits it out to deep extra cover. Fielder is posted on the boundary as a strong throw back to the wicket keeper, and they come through just for one more run.
Yeah,
234 for 5.
You spoke about the rotation of the strike. I think they've taken the number of dot balls quite a distance down.
Yeah, they've really
They've
done.
been really, picking up the ones.
Yeah, they've done well
twos.
in the last hour or two. They've really improved on that situation. Chases jumping down the track, and is he out stumped?
No, not at all.
No, the Sri Lankans are interested. The umpire might just have a look at it. They're gonna just take a look upstairs. They've asked the umpire, how is that? I heard said by the Sri Lankans, decision pending.
I remember playing with one guy then more for leewards. Livingston Harris, wicket keeper.
Chase looks comfortably back into his crease when we have a look at it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, when the wicket's broken, he was comfortably back into his crease. So no damage done there. Chase remains 434 for 5. You were saying about Livingston Harris?
Yeah, normally he chips and drives, but he's not out of his crease at all. Yes.
We watch as here is Dinusha in. And a reverse sweep played by Ruston Chase, but only finding that fielder who would have been in a conventional backward point position, and there was no run. So if he chips and drive, how come he's still in his crease?
Obviously, he's batting pretty deep in his crease.
He must be. Here we watch as this delivery is played away up on the inside. They're going to get the single. As again, just using the fact that this field is spread. The fielders are wide, and once they get it sufficiently wide of the bowler on that onside, they're always going to get that easy single. End of another Dinusha's over. 40 overs he's bowled. He's taken 1 wicket for 134 runs, so he's had a lot of work to do. Django is on 167. Chase on 108. West Indies 435 for 5. And maybe the discussion should be with Ame Django, you know what? I know we want to push on, but get that double 100. But what would you say?
Well, for me, I think they have enough time. They still have another 2 days to go in the game. It just means that your bowlers will have to work extra hard. But I would like to see them bat and bat properly. Take it even further down. Maybe just the most gives the Sri Lankans a half an hour this afternoon.
Yeah, maybe a 5-6 overs this afternoon.
And have a go at them.
To bat and have a go. So you can really ask your fast bowlers to run in and bowl fast. I would love to see that.
They will have to run in and bowl fast at any cost.
Here we watch as Milan is in, and this is edged and dropped at the slip position. Chase was looking to step forward and drive. The edge was found. It went to the right of the slip fielder, and he put it down.
Yeah, I think it was
Kamindo Mendes
a
in that slip position.
It was a well-bowled delivery then more. I think Chase was aiming more to the mid-on region, and the ball maybe just outswing a bit, and took the
Would not have counted though, because it's a no ball called belatedly. So it's all happening with that.
That sends a good message then more. It's all tiling out there.
Yeah.
So you don't want to give away your batting and then have your bowlers in this heat of the sun at this point in time.
Yep. It's really hard work out there, and haven't had nothing to really deal with. That opportunity came to Kamindo Mendes to his right, put it down, but it would not have counted because the bowler has overstepped. Here is a loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. From that angle,
looks high too.
Could be
going down leg.
And going down leg. And I also thought I heard a double sound, almost as if he probably played it onto his pads. But 2 deliveries in a row. Ruston Chase is in a spot of bother and the Sri Lankans would feel that they have Ruston Chase in a vulnerable state right now, that they could dismiss him. Yeah, that one just angled
Sliding
a little
down
bit
leg.
down the leg side. Maybe if that missed the pad, it would have probably missed the stumps too. But Milan was very interested in that. So Edge found the delivery before off of a no ball, and now a leg before shout. Here is Milan in, and Chase is getting a boundary. Throws the bat at one. It flies over the top of the gully region and down to the third man boundary for 4. So Chase has decided he's going to have a go. 440 for 5. The West Indies, the lead is 132 runs. So this has been a very eventful over so far to Ruston Chase. Edge found, catch dropped, no ball, then struck on the pad, then throwing the bat at one outside the line of the off stump. So Chase versus Milan in this over. We'll see who wins the battle in this one. Dave Joseph still looks as if he wants Chase to still just settle down and continue to bat. Don't give it away. Here we watch as Chase faces up, and he gets a delivery that he's playing defensively. Calls through Django for an easy single, and the broad smile comes out on Dave Joseph's face that says, yes, that's what you're supposed to do. And one more to it. And what I was thinking too, with the one that hit the pad, they were just looking at it, and it looked as if my hunch was right, that might have just a little nick onto the pad as well, but would have been missing if they had a review. So Amir Django comes in to strike. 3 deliveries to go in this over, and then 3 deliveries before you hear the voice of Jack Matthew once again. Good afternoon to all of our listeners. Here is this delivery is edging and gone through the slip region and down to the third man boundary for 4 off Amir Django's bat. So this has been a real good over from Milan, and he's been unlucky. Twice he's found genuine edge and not gone to hand. This one went through where probably third slip or gully would have been, and it went down to the boundary for 4. Yeah, went right between where a third slip would have been standing, and it was a genuine edge found. The fielder was at gully, was diving to his right, couldn't get anywhere close to it, and it came down to third man for 4. And oh my goodness, Milan just holds his head as he's wondering, what am I going to need to do to get that third wicket that I've been striving for so long. Here is he's charging in, and he's played away into the offside field by Amir Django, who just stands on the back foot and guides it out to deep cover and gets another run. So one more to his total, 172 he goes up to. Chase on 113 comes in to strike to face the final delivery of Milan's over. 446 for 5, the West Indies. And so you're up to date, those who are listening to us across the world. Sri Lanka 308 all out, and that was on day 1. They literally batted all of day 1, giving the West Indies just 6 deliveries to end the day's play. Here we watch as Milan comes in and bowls, and this delivery is squeezed away by Ruston Chase down to a long leg position for another run. He goes up to 114 and a total of 447 for 5. More thoughts from the former West Indies mid-lord Dave Joseph, and then it will be the voice of Jack Matthew.
Yeah, it's been a rather eventful over there by Milan. Jack, you've seen quite a few things happening. You've got catch going between slips, one going off a no ball. So it's been rather eventful. Chase hitting a couple of boundaries. So it's been a rather eventful over there by Milan. But what's notable about it, Jackie, is really putting out his all. He's trying his endeavor best.
Yes, and what is noticeable as well, there have been elements of risk in recent overs by the West Indies.
Yep.
I'm not sure if that they say, well, 139 runs would be enough. and they can take some risk at this particular point in time. I'd just like to hear your thoughts on that. They're 4 runs away from the has-run partnership for the 6th wicket, and they could get it with this shot, and he goes into the boundary, and that's the has partnership for the 6th wicket by the West Indies in Test cricket. They've broken the has partnership for the 6th wicket for the West Indies at the highest level of the game. The score is 451, the West Indies, surpassing the mark of 282 unbroken between Brian Lara and Ridley Jacobs here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds in April of 2004.
Yeah, Jack, this spells trouble for the Sri Lankans, because Chase has gone to the reverse sweep. And if you're bowling that line and he's going to get a 4 off you, which line are you going to bowl? That's the question next.
Chase is hitting this one airily over the top, and it's gone for 6. Straight down the ground. So there is a bit more enterprise about the West Indies batting over the last few overs. They're trying to up the tempo, and if it means at risk, they're going to do that. And certainly stepped out Chase there and launched himself into that drive over the top, back on the onside of the pitch, and over the rope. 6 runs.
Yeah, Chase went for his power just now, Jack. And as I just said to you, if he's going to reverse sweep you from outside the off stump, then where are you going to bowl? He has to come straight on the stumps. And then you bowl on the leg side, he's going to sweep you again. So it's going to be a little bit difficult here for the Sri Lankan bowlers here now, as the West Indies has up their ante a bit.
457 for 5, and Chase is turning the ball away, goes to the fielder at the deep mid-wicket position. They amble the single. Chase onto 125. Django won 172, so 28 runs away from what would be a double 100, and he would convert his maiden Test 100 into a double century. And that's no mean feat.
And Chase is 26 runs away from his 150, Jack.
Yes, 125 is Chase. These are the non-strikers. Then Django on strike, and he goes back and hits it into the mid-off region. He goes down to long off for a single. So the runs are coming for the West Indies. The lead 151 now. 151 is the lead. 459 for 5. Django 173.
Quite a few landmarks approaching, Jack.
Yes.
Double 100 by Django, 150 by Chase, and looks like 300 partnership coming up soon too.
Indeed. Chase is sweeping at this ball, doesn't get hold of it, he goes behind the wicket keeper. He goes behind the wicket keeper, and the man at the fine leg position, short fine leg, comes around to pick the ball up. 459 for 5 it remains. So here is Dinosha in his 41st over. He's into Chase, and Chase is forward, perhaps suggesting there he was going to go for something elaborate, but at the last minute just bringing the bat down on the ball, and he went gently into the offside. 459 for 5, Chase 125, Django 173. The partnership a record for the West Indies for the 6th wicket in Test cricket against any opposition, surpassing the 282 unbroken between Brian Lara and Ridley Jacobs.
Yeah, it's good to see that these guys could, at least break that partnership, in that one in terms of partnership there, as you said, made by Ridley Jacobs and Lara. West Indies have not seen batting like this for a long, long time, Jack, in terms of 2 batters getting stuck. So that's a good thing for the West Indies.
And they will hopefully continue, although we have seen the risk factor coming into play with the reverse sweep being attempted, Django charging down the pitch. Chase has done that as well. Lead is 151, and here is Django getting on top of this one, playing with a horizontal bat into the offside. He goes away to cover point, and they canter the run. 460 now for the West Indies for 5. Django 174. And so we're talking earlier about batsmen who got maiden hundreds in their at the test level in only their second test. So Viv Richards did so against India back in 1974 when the West Indies toured India, got 192 in New Delhi. And here's Django, 174, an opportunity of getting a double hundred. On the sunlit afternoon, we're watching Milan Ratnaika races in from the far end to bowl to Chase, and Chase is forward. Head well over the ball, bat and pad close together, plays it into the offside, and it runs down to the mid-off position, and there is no run.
Yeah, Jack, just a reminder that Django likes double centuries. And he looks as if he has just begun his innings, Jack. He doesn't look flustered. He's not looking tired at all. He's just there and he's just lurking. Whenever he gets an opportunity to bat, he's just going to do his thing.
And maybe we can reflect outside of Brian Lara, because he not only loves double centuries, he loves triple centuries and
Big
even
scores.
400.
Big scores.
Ball down the leg side, Chase flicks and misses, taken by a skipping Kusal Mendes, and there is no run. We can look at West Indians who have reached that mark. In fact, the highest partnership ever in Test cricket by the West Indies, 446. That was between Sir Garfield Sobers and Conrad Hunt against Pakistan in Kingston, Jamaica, Sabina Park in 1958. I think that was a test match when he got the record. Gary Sobers scored 365 for the highest score by a West Indian in Test cricket. This is cut away down to the backward point region by Chase. 126 he is now, and 461 for 5. So that's the highest partnership, 446. Now, Lara got 400 in the Test match, 2004 at the Antigua Recreation Grounds against England. He got 375 to break that record set in 1958 by Garfield Sobers. So, and I think he got 213 at Sabina Park in a Test match when he and Jimmy Adams were going great guns, and he had 277 at Sydney, Brian Lara. So outside of Lara, let's look at other West Indians who have reached the milestone of 200. In obviously your time, who you can remember? I'll name some of them.
Not many, but only Lara, yeah.
Only Lara you remember. Terry Laraji would know more about that. I know that Chris Gale, he had a triple hundred as well. He got 333 against Sri Lanka. Remember, he had 333 against Sri Lanka, Chris Gale. Lawrence Rowe would have had it in the 1970s against New Zealand. I think he was on debut as well. He got 100 and 200 on debut. Lawrence Rowe against New Zealand in 1972. Here is Ratnaika, and this is driven down to the long-on area by the left-handed Django, and they'll come back for the second chase. He's running to the danger end, but he gets there. He's fast, he has long legs, and he got back there for the second. 463 for 5, 176 Django, and Chase is on 126 as the over comes to an end.
Yeah, quite noticeable, Jack. The field is spread very widely now. The Sri Lankans are trying to save as much runs as possible because I think they're thinking that it's not going to be easy to, get out there and bat. Pitch is going to get low on, and, spin may even come into play. Yeah. So
I think Ramnara Sawan got a double hundred. He was against Bangladesh, right? Ramnara Sawan, he got a double hundred as well. And so others in recent times. Dave is just leaving us for a while, and Terry Laraji will come. And Justin Graves had one here. It was against Bangladesh. Justin Graves. Justin Graves had a double hundred as well.
Yes.
And he's playing in this match. Oh, Jason Holder. Jason Holder got a double
Holder
hundred.
mid.
Ball is swept away into the backward, into the flying leg area by Boston Chase, but he can't get a run for it. And we're trying to remember Barbadian left-hander who got a double hundred.
Oh, Mays.
Kyle Mayers in that test match in Bangladesh, right, where the West Indies won, yes. Kyle Mayers got a double hundred as well. several West Indians. And prior to recent times, we're talking about the days of Gary Sobers and Conrad Hunt and these guys, and they had not only double hundreds, but they had triple hundreds as well. I remember the late Sir Frank Warrior getting a triple hundred. He would have had double hundreds as well in Test cricket. Conrad Hunt as well. Ball swept away, very, very fine, but the man at fine leg will go almost directly behind the wicketkeeper to retrieve, and Chase comes back for a second, and he's now 128, 465 for 5. The lead 157.
But you were talking, Jack, that with Dave, that the way West Indies just all of a sudden after the drinks break trying to turn up the ante and increase the tempo. I think they've sussed it well.
Chase is reverse sweeping as he gets it down to the deep point area for a single, just walking the part of that run, if you will. Sounds like a contradiction, walking half of
walking
the run.
around.
But that's precisely what happened. It was going to the record as a run, but he walked half of it. That's where contradiction is applicable. So
but I think they've sensed that Sri Lanka are flat. They're tired.
Dinusha is in once more, and this is nicely played by Django, going outside the line of the off stump and just playing with a horizontal bat down to the fine leg area for a couple of runs, manipulating the field, if you will. 468 for 5. Django is on 178 now.
And that's the 300.
So if he wasn't thinking about a double century, must be at this stage 22 runs away.
And the 300
partnership coming up. 300 partnership coming up between these two. If they're going to bat forever, maybe they may break all the partnerships.
But that's what I'm saying. I think they've sensed it and they think to themselves, while they're down, I mean, Sri Lanka now would be looking, in my opinion, to save this match. And if they can get as many as quickly as possible tonight, even though there's still plenty of time, he might fancy a brief go at them tonight.
Yes. And a partnership that they may have in sight, 322, that was between Brian Lara and Jimmy Adams at Sabina Park in 1999 against Australia. And so that's next in terms of a milestone for these two. So the 300 partnership between Amir Django and Ruston Chase coming up. 468 for 5, Django 178, and Chase 129. So where do you think the West Indies would be satisfied? They lead by 160. 250, do you think they will go that far? Considering this is the third day and after this 2 days to come?
Yeah, well, they certainly got the time to push for 250, but I think around 200 they'd be satisfied with. Let's take as many as they can
200,
if this partnership falls.
200 would be less than, would be the requirement in terms of getting to 200 would be 40 runs from now.
Yes,
so that would take maybe just after tea.
Right.
And give Sri Lanka a batting period this afternoon, you think?
Well, just looking at the body language of the Sri Lankans and the way the day has gone for them, it's the worst possible scenario. They would have been thinking tonight, right, the ball is still new. We've only bowled 3 or 4 overs with it. And we break this partnership, we're right into it. That has not happened, obviously, and now they're right behind the 8 ball. And just looking at them, fatigue you were talking about before, and where fitness comes into it, but also mentally realizing that it'll take a Herculean effort to try and win the match from this position. And given that,
I'll describe this first ball before Denmore comes in, and Chase is whipping it down to the backward square fine leg area, and they'll get only 1 for it. So more from Terry Laraji, and then the voice of Denmore Roberts, who will take you not only, he took you to lunch, he will
take me to tea as well.
Yeah, so Denmore will take Terry to tea.
But just looking at Chase and Django, and obviously Chase being the captain since the drinks break, there's a lot more urgency in the West Indies batting. Now they still don't have to go crazy at all, and it could be just a thought. But I think then more they'll reassess at T, see where they are. But I just get a feeling he wouldn't mind some sort of crack at the Sri Lankans tonight.
And maybe, as Dave Joseph was saying earlier, Dave was suggesting that maybe they should just look to have probably 10 overs
Right,
at
exactly.
the Sri Lankans this afternoon. So no need to really go helter-skelter at this
Exactly.
stage, because you still have 2 full days to go. And I think that if they have a good enough lead, a big enough lead, that 2 days would be more than enough for them to be able to get the Sri Lankans out and either force a 20-1 victory or just get something manageable to chase at the end of this encounter. So I would think now that somebody like Anami Django should start to think double century. He's facing up now as to this delivery. He's clipping it down the leg side for 4. It was a ball pitched on the leg stump by Asita Fernando, and just whipping it very hard with the bat is Amir Django, and it raced down to the fine leg boundary and really got into the boundary quickly. 4 more runs to him. He goes into the 180s. He's now on to 182 and in sight of a double century. And maybe now he would be thinking, you know what, I probably need to just bat sensibly and get to that double century. 473 for 5. The partnership Django and Chase moves to 305. The partnership 305. So it's a big partnership, the type of partnership that the West Indies have been yearning for a very long time. And maybe what this could do, this partnership and the position that the West Indies is in, it might even cause a few more fans to come in tomorrow. Some folks who might want to come and see Alzari, Joseph and others in action, bowling fast with the West Indies having a lead.
Absolutely.
So we watch as this is Asita Fernando in, and Django is just almost getting himself in a tangle. There was neither forward nor back, just caught in between. He was thinking of playing a little paddle stroke on the leg side where there were acres of space located. And let me tell you why there were acres of space there, because the 3 men on the leg side, one is a deep long leg, deep square leg on the boundary, and long on. And so all of the umpires literally standing by himself in that square leg position, feeling all lonely because there's no one next to him, no one close to him in any close proximity. Asita Fernando runs in and bowls, and Django is cracking this one. Sounds really crisp off the bat as it goes out to that backward point, who is on the boundary as well, and they come through for a single. He gets his 183rd run, brings Chase, who's on 130, into strike. West Indies 474 for 5.
I thought we would have got a few more today. I mean, there is a few more this afternoon, but it's still, your normal couple of hundred, I suspect, because this was on the cards. If this partnership kept going, and they needed the support to keep it going. But you're right, though, Denmore. Come and watch a hometown hero tomorrow.
And I must commend Cricket West Indies for the atmosphere. The atmosphere has been pretty good. When I came in this morning, I'm not sure if it is electronic, but I was hearing the sound of steel band playing around the stadium. They've set up that atmosphere for the children on the western side. As we look at it, some folks have decided that, you know what, we're going to bake ourselves in the sun on the eastern side, and folks have gathered in the south and north stand here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. All we need is a few more hundred people to become motivated and come and watch the cricket. 475 for 5 at the end of that over from Asita Fernando. The West Indies continue to motor on here. 475 for 5. Django not out on 183 of 320 deliveries. Chase 131 not out of 254, and the partnership continues to grow, and the lead grows as well. It's now up to 167, as we're going to have Chase facing, and he's coming down on one leg and sweeping this one, but gets it straight to the fielder at the deep square leg position and gets just a single. Chase probably wanted that one probably a little bit further away from that fielder, hoping to get a boundary, just gets a single, gets his 132nd run, 476 for 5. Dinusha, who's had a long ball, he's in, and Django is stepping forward and driving all along the ground out to the long off fielder, and the fielder has a strong throw still back to the bowler's end, and they walk through for a run.
I think the other good idea too, Denmore, for the as far as Cricket West Indies are concerned,
Chase is driving, but gets it only to that field at that short mid-wicket position, and there's no run.
is having the theme days, the different theme days for each day of this test.
Yep, today is supposed to be coolers and culinary, I think. Not sure what the theme, I'm calling the theme correctly, but they were encouraging fans to walk. Well, he's hit this one in the air. Is the catch going to be taken? No, it's out of, over the boundary. 6 runs to Chase. The fielder was trying to get under it. It looked as if he was going to take a catch.
It's the power of the shot of the wind took both of them over the road.
Lanka, and when he jumped up into the air to grab a hold of it, he sailed over the boundary with the ball in his hand. It brought the crowd to life here. It was an extraordinary situation. Chase looked, if you look at it, he jumped to take it and the ball just missed him, and he too fell over the boundary. So both the player and the ball went for 6 runs, as this one is paddled away by Ruston Chase down to what would be a third man position, and there is another single.
Great effort though.
It was. Patum Nisanka out there on that deep mid-wicket boundary. It was something maybe that the crowd needed, just a little thing to spark them to life, and you could hear it in our effects microphone that folks enjoyed that effort there. This delivery beating the left-handed Amir Django outside the line of the off stump to end another over. 484 for 5. Django's on 184. Chase on 139. They're just having a discussion. The West Indies 484 for 5 with a lead of 176. So we're approaching tea, just about 10 minutes or so before the tea interval, and no doubt when the West Indies go in at tea, they might have just a little bit of a chat as to how they're going to approach the situation from here. I still think that they have time to bat maybe another full hour after the tea interval, or even more. As Dave Joseph was saying, he feels that if it was him, he would just give the fast bowlers between 5 and 10 overs to run in this afternoon at the Sri Lankans and see what could happen with a significant lead in. Chase faces up now. He's batting well outside of his crease. He gets a delivery from Asita Fernando, who has 2 for 51, and he's in his 27th over. So he too has done a lot of work for the Sri Lankans.
And Chase 139, that eclipses his previous highest test score of 137 not out. That was in the match-saving effort against India at Sabina Park. His top 2 scores were trying to save matches. Should have saved the one against Pakistan in Dominica, but this one setting his team up as captain.
Yes. And setting his team up, hoping that he can be setting them up for victory. Here is he facing up as Asita Fernando is in, and he's coming forward and driving. The ball goes out to the long on region, and they come through for a single. So Ruston Chase, in his total of 140, he has 10 fours and 2 sixes, and Amir Django in his 184, 17 fours and 1 6. So they've been together, and the partnership continues. The partnership is now 317 runs between Ruston Chase and Amir Django. And Amir Django is having a magnificent second test, getting the opportunity to come back into the West Indies side, having had a prolific season in the domestic competition, and continuing here with this opportunity at the test level. Here is he playing defensively to a delivery that is right up to him from Asita Fernando, and the ball just rolls back along the pitch for the bowler, just allowing the fielder who is at that short mid-off position to field. There is no run.
Would it be fair to say, Denmore, that after this innings, looking ahead to the second test, that the decision won't be who to play but who to keep between Django and Hope, providing Hope is fit enough to come back?
The performance of Da Silva behind the stumps might change the dynamics. Here is this delivery that is cut away out into the deep backward point position as they get a single. So whereas I was for Hope playing as a regular batter in the lineup, now with the performance of Joshua Da Silva behind the stumps and him not getting too many runs with the bat, it brings Hope back into the discussion if he's coming back as the wicket-keeper batter for the West Indies, which would allow the team to keep Django in as a middle order batter.
But remember, Django can keep too, though.
Interesting. Yes.
In fact, if he's not too tired, I wouldn't mind seeing him with the gloves on in the second innings.
Terry, you're being harsh on my good friend Joshua Da Silva. I would want to give him another opportunity with the gloves.
Of course.
And I'm backing Joshua Da Silva in the second innings. I feel that he's going to have a better performance with the glove. Maybe coming back into the Test cricket, the nerves, all of the expectation just got the better of him. I do think that he's a proper cricketer, and that I think that he will improve. But what I like is that there is competition, and that will force him to have to improve his game.
Definitely.
And that's what we want. That is what we want.
Yeah.
Here we watch as Fernando is in to Chase, and Chase is just blocking one back along the pitch for the bowler to field to his own bowling to end the over. The end of it, Asita Fernando 2 for 53 of 27. Django is not out 185, Chase 140. Almost as if they've just closed up shop. They just closed things down, playing for the tea interval, which comes up in about 6 minutes, so maybe 2 or so more overs to go before that. And the rate at which the West Indies are scoring, they are 486 for 5. We're just looking at the summary of the day's play. Day 1 had 308 runs for 10 wicket. Day 2, 83 overs, 271 runs, 5 wickets. And so far for day 3, 51 overs have been bowled, 215 runs scored, but we've yet to lose a wicket on day number 3, because this mammoth partnership between Sri Lanka, between Amir Django and Ruston Chase, the West Indies captain, continues against Sri Lanka. And this is the West Indies' highest total versus Sri Lanka in the West Indies. This 486 for 5, and you suspect that it's going to get a lot bigger. 487, they just get a easy run at the start of the Nusha's over. Just a little bit of a conversation between the Sri Lankans, the wicket keeper, the captain and bowler, as they're just making sure that they're on all fours with the strategy that they want. Wicketkeeper Mendes just coming down and just having a word after that first delivery. Here is Dinusha, left arm around the wicket. Short of a length delivery that is hit hard out into that cover region. The fielder coming around off the boundary just paddles it back, stopping it from going into the boundary, and his colleague, who was also shadowing, is having that throw back in, the batsman able to rush back for 2 more runs. Chase goes to 142, 489 for 5.
Yes,
So
I think
the 500 is also beckoning.
absolutely. I think he was thinking of bringing in another close-in fielder just to see if he could draw an error, but they've decided to keep the field the same. But as you said, Denmore, he has come around the wicket to the right-handed Chase.
Starts and stops, does Dinusha. Umpire Raza signals dead ball as we watch as Dinusha, left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Chase. Again, short of a length delivery, just almost bowling it into the pitch, and Chase stands up and plays it quietly out to deep cover on the boundary for an easy single. He's on to 143, 490 for 5.
Django 186, and if our good friend Vernon Springer was with us, good afternoon, Vernon, if you're listening, he'd be saying 14 more singles.
14 singles, yes. He needs to walk 14 singles. That's what Vernon Springer would say. All he needs to do is walk 14 singles. As we watch as Amir Django faces as Dinusha is going to come over the wicket. And Dinusha almost as if he's trying to make this the last over before,
He must be tired.
before tea.
He's bowled nearly 50
Yeah,
overs.
he's not at all in a rush to get through this over. This one is wide of the off stump and cutting it away into that fielder in that short cover position is Amir Django, who the fielder then rolls over, rubs the ball away with a broad smile on his face, just making sure that the clock ticks down. and now Chase
We have a conversation.
having a conversation. It's all happening here, all about the gamesmanship. Both the fielders and the batters are just trying to see how quickly they can get the clock to tick over so that it goes into that tea interval without them having to bowl another over. It's the longest we've
Change the
seen
field.
a spinner bowl 4 deliveries.
He's put the cover back a bit.
Yeah, he's decided now he's going to move his fielder. He's in, and this delivery is played away into the offside field, out to that deep fielder who has a strong left-handed throw back to the wicket-keeper's end. Wicket-keeper throws it down to the
Throws
man
it
who is at
in the other
in the
direction.
other direction. As they change over for the left-hand, right-hand combination, and the field just moves around. That fielder who was at cover for the left-handed Amir Django now goes to a short, fine leg position for the right-handed Ruston Chase, and Dinusha is just making sure that his fielders are right where he wants them to.
Chase is helping him.
Yeah, Chase has decided that
The sweat on the brow.
The sweat on the brow. He's taken off the helmet, and he's just taking his time about it.
Take
Umpire
the
looks
glove off.
as his clock flicks over to 2:40, just to make sure that we get into the tea interval. It's all about the gamesmanship. Folks might be smiling at home and wondering what are these guys going on about. But it's just to make sure that the players might be a little tired, they need a little bit of a break, and this delivery is struck away by Chase out to the deep cover position on the boundary. He just walks through for the run, and the ball is thrown back at the wicket-keeper's end, and it's tea here on day number 3. The West Indies 492 for 5, a lead of 184 for 5, 184 runs, 492 for 5, a lead of 184 runs. Amir Django on 187 not out, and Ruston Chase 144 not out. And the West Indies in a commanding position, bowling out the Sri Lankans for 308 on day number 1, and they are in reply 492 for 5. We're going to take a short break for 20 minutes or so from the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium. And when you rejoin us after tea, Amir Django would be looking to try and get to a double century. And Ruston Chase will continue with this partnership of 324. The West Indies go into tea 492 for 5 with a lead of 184. Denmo Roberts saying on behalf of all of us here, see you back after the tea.
This is cricket on the Cut and Drive Network.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium and coverage of the post-T action in this first test between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. And it's a commanding position for the West Indies at the moment. They hold a significant lead at 492 for 5. It replied to Sri Lanka's 308. And at the center of this West Indies domination have been the two batsmen who will resume in Amir Django and Roston Chase, the West Indies captain. Django on 187, Chase 144. They're figured in a 6th wicket record-breaking stand of 324. And the West Indies will be looking to build and build and build at a time when Sri Lanka have virtually no answer to the West Indies' dominance. And it will take a lot of effort on the part of Sri Lanka, one, to break the partnership, and also to dismantle the rest of the West Indies batting, because this would have encouraged confidence among the batters to come. Yes, they're bowlers, but they've all distinguished themselves at one time or the other with the bat for the West Indies. And so given the situation, given the fact that they will want to go out and enjoy themselves as well, I think even if the partnership is broken, that we will see a continuation of the West Indies innings. Alongside me is Dave Joseph, the former West Indies middle order batsman, and he would be, as a former player, be happy with the situation as it stands at the moment. Good afternoon to you, Dave.
Good afternoon, Jack, and I'm extremely happy to see the West Indies, coming back in terms of scoring some runs and scoring big totals in test matches once again.
So the sun is still very much with us in all its brilliance, and the crowd has grown to a significant degree since the start of play. And so they're watching as Rajita bowls the first ball after tea, and it's driven into the offside, goes out to cover. A swooping save is effected by the fielder in that extra cover position. And the score is kept on 492 for 5. Chase inside of 150. And Amir Django looking to get 13 for a double 100 in his maiden test batting 100.
Yeah, Jack, I think we might possibly see a declaration after these two batters get to their landmarks. It's looking very much that way to me.
This ball is driven into the offside. It goes down to the deep point position, and they'll get only one. That area is protected, which is understandable, with the West Indies in this particular position of command. 493 for 5 is the total. Chase now 145. We were looking early on at the partnerships for the West Indies at the test level, and this 324. We see now that 326 has already been surpassed, and so they're now looking to get the 331, the 326 between Marlon Samuels and Dwayne Bravo, and 326, that's the current partnership, and so that is equal at this point. That was a 3rd wicket stand against Bangladesh in 2012. And 331 between Ramner Sawan and Chris Gale against South Africa at the Antigua Recreation Grounds in 2005. Ball is defensively played by Chase back towards the bowler, and Rajita collects and walks back to the top of his mark. So the partnerships are going by leaps and bounds. The record partnerships are going by leaps and bounds. Lara and Adams, that 322 has been surpassed already. Richardson and Richards, 308. I made reference to that, I think, yesterday. And that was against Australia in 1984, the Antigua Recreation Grounds. All those partnerships have been surpassed already. Here is Rajita, and he's driving beautifully through the offside. And it will go away for... No, it's not. It's half stopped.
He's signaling for the physio. It must have been struck pretty hard and firm, damaging
I thought he had gone past him. But he made the save, but they managed to get a single because the ball trickled away from him. It was very well struck. Superbly timed by Waston Chase. And his battered fingers suffering another blow. They all taped up, about 3 of them heavily strapped with tape. And so watching Rajita as he comes in, the 500 looms for the West Indies, 495 for 5. He's in to bowl to Django, and Django is on driving down towards the long on position, and the batsmen will just canter the run as they've done so many times during this Herculean partnership. The over comes to an end. West Indies 496 for 5, just a boundary away from the 500 mark. Django 189, 11 short of a double 100. Chase on 146.
Yeah, getting to 500 will be a significant feat for the West Indies, Jack, and a psychological one as well.
And the stand is 100, and the lead is 188 now. And you're saying that maybe 200 would be sufficient, or you'd go for the 250?
Yeah, I think they should have a bowl at them. I think their legs will be tired. You know, you want to give your bowlers a fair chance to settle in, not to come and rush it. You know, settle in and bowl at them for some good periods this afternoon. Probably if you can prize out a wicket or 2, maybe even 3, that will be, you know, good in the West Indies' favour. I think they've got the firepower, Jack, to run at the Sri Lankans, so I'm looking forward to that.
So 200 would be sufficient as far as Dave Joseph is concerned. And here is Dinusha picking up the attack after tee from this end. He has had a tremendous bowling performance in terms of overs delivered. Hasn't had too much success. Here is Django going outside the line of the off stump and sweeping the ball away down to the square leg position. He's coming back for the second run, a challenging run. Did he make it? I think he did. If it had been a direct hit, probably would have been short, but the wicketkeeper Kusal Mendes had to take the ball and then disrupt the stops. And from the reaction of the players out in the middle, he got home.
Yeah, he got home pretty easily, it looks like, Jack.
But he really had to put the sprint on there.
Yeah, he pressed the gas.
He got home. Yes, he had to hit the accelerator on that occasion. And it's good to see him sprinting even at this stage. Shows the fitness of Amir Django.
Yeah, he's into the 90s, 190s now, Jack.
191 he is, and this ball is hit off the back foot. It goes to 192, and 499 for 5 is the West Indies score.
Yeah, I like this, particularly like this about Django, Jack. He likes double centuries. In my day, I normally tell my young players, I never really get big hundreds, because in terms of training, I normally train to make 100, and that was so wrong in terms of training. So you have got a mindset just to make 100.
You have to go beyond that.
Yeah,
Dinusha is wide outside the off stump. Chase is cutting at it, reaches it. He's a tall man. He goes down to point deep for a single. The 500 coming up for the West Indies. 500 for 5. Chase on to 147, Django 192. Another accomplishment by the West Indies.
Yeah, that's a good accomplishment, as I said, and a psychological one as well. I see one Sri Lankan flag in the crowd, Jack, over on the far side here.
Yes, I see it. But not too much movement beyond the fluttering of that flag. It is like a lot of Sri Lankans, I think that fan would be very, very depressed at the moment over the state of affairs. And so you're not going to see him jumping and prancing.
Yeah, I know him pretty well, Jack, and I think he has actually came in to bring some cheer to the Sri Lankans. Yeah, he's that kind of guy.
So, he's on the western side, and here is Chase steering the ball on the eastern side of the ground for another single down in that general vicinity of backward point. So the West Indies are 502 for 5. Dinusha has completed his 45th over, 1 for 172. And the West Indies now leading by 194, so 6 runs away from a 200-run lead. At that point, we will be able to determine what is the thinking of Ruston Chase. He's the captain, he's the man out in the middle, and so the decision should be a lot easier for him since he's very much in the thick of things.
You've got 2 landmarks approaching Jack too. He needs Django needs 7 more for a double century, and Chase needs 2 more for a century and a half.
Right.
So I doubt they'll do anything before that. So after that point, maybe we could see what happens.
We'll see. Here is Rajita, and clipped away by Chase down to the backward square leg position, 503 for the loss of 5. Now the West Indies have a very good record in Antigua when it comes to Test cricket, especially. Just look at the Antigua Recreation Grounds, for instance. The very first test played in Antigua was back in 1981 at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. There's where we're going to focus immediately, and then the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And that was a drawn test against England. Sir Vivian Richards made 114 in that one. Ball is steered away down to the backward point square third man area by Django for his 194th run, 504 for 5. And it was Peter Willey who scored the first test century here in Antigua at that venue back in 1981. Dave Joseph was young on that occasion. Dave George, a fellow commentator, I don't think he even started to commentate. Maybe he was young as well.
Yeah, I think we're both the same age. We're from the same village.
Same village. Okay. So that was the first test match, and it was a drawn game. And then the second test was against India in 1983. It was a drawn game as well. And then 1984, when Australia came, the West Indies won their first test at the Antigua Recreation Grounds outside the off stump from Rajita. Chase does an offer taken by Kusal Mendes. And then England came to the Caribbean in 1986. And the West Indies won handsomely. So Vivian Richards broke the record there for the fastest Test 100 of just 56 deliveries. And the West Indies beat England by 240 runs in that Test match. And the next test at the ARG was 1990. And England came back and they lost again to the West Indies. Rajita is outside the off, some cracking cut shot from Ruston Chase. He gets these 150. Chase 150. And celebrated by his teammates. He lifts his bat, takes his helmet off, acknowledges the applause from the crowd as well. Ruston Chase reaches a milestone, 150. And the West Indies continuing to build here. And the records continue to fall.
Yeah, I would say well played to Chase. Good to see him back in the nick of things in the runs column, get into his 150 there. So we'll await the next landmark, which is going to be Django if he gets to that double 100, and see what West Indies will do from there.
Django is on strike, faces Rajita, is bowling around the wicket to him, and he gets another run as he cuts down to cover point. And there is one single for him to add to his score. 506 is the West Indies total. So after that 1990 Test match, which the West Indies won against England, Australia came in 1991, and the West Indies were beaten handsomely by 157 runs by Australia. And then Pakistan played a drawn test in 1993 at the venue. 1994, it was a drawn game when Brian Lara broke the world record, 375 he made against England. Rajita stops halfway through his innings, halfway through his run, and has to go back to the top of his mark. And then it was a situation where in 1995, Australia came and drew a test match at the Antigua Recreation Grounds against the West Indies. This ball is defensively played. It's the last ball of the over. And he goes out towards the cover position. Chase remains on 150. Django 195, 506 for 5 is the West Indies score. And then in 1996, it was a drawn match between the West Indies and New Zealand. at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. India came in 1997 when that match was heavily affected by rain. You remember that test match, and I think Chicky won the man of the match award because of the fact that he was playing music and people came on a day when there was no play, and he kept the crowd going with the music at the Antigua Recreation Grounds in 1995. In that same year, Sri Lanka came to the West Indies, and they were beaten in that test match in 1997. And the West Indies beat Sri Lanka by 6 wickets. Ball is defensively played by Django, and there is no run. So that was 1997. 1998, the West Indies beat England by 52 runs, by an innings and 52 runs in 1998. Here is Dinusha and a sweep shot attempted by Django from outside the line of the off stump. He has played it several times before. This time he didn't make contact, and Kusal Mendes had to come from behind the stumps. And then in 1999, Australia beat the West Indies by 176 runs. Django is forward, doesn't get a run, as the bowler runs from his position towards the extra cover position to retrieve the ball. The batsmen did not chance that run, so they decided to stay in their respective creases. And in 2000, the West Indies won by 1 wicket against Pakistan at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. Another run here for Django. In fact, they're going to come back for the second as he gets closer to his double 100, and they sprint back for the second run. I think the fielder there was a little bit slow in coming off the boundary at long on, and they saw the opportunity and they went back for the second. So Django is on 197. Could get to that landmark in this over. Here is Dinusha. He's in to bowl to him, and he's back, and he gets his 198th run as he whips it into the outside. He's coming back. Yes, he'll get another one. So he's 199. Amir Django on the verge of a double 100 in only his second test match. What a feat by this Trinidad and Tobago batsman. Batting with purpose, batting with good technique, batting with a high level of concentration. He's 199 from 340 deliveries. The West Indies 510 for 5.
Bearing in mind, Jackie might not have played if he might not have played if Hope was fit.
So Django on 199 faces Dinusha. Is forward to that delivery, the last ball of the over, and he goes into the offside. So he'll have to wait a bit more for the century, for the double 100. It's 202 run lead at the moment. 176 runs hit off the 46 overs bowled by Dinusha. He has picked up 1 wicket. Django is on 199, and the West Indies partnership between these two, 342 run partnership, and they continue to break the records with this stand.
Yeah, lead by 202, Jack.
That's an awesome lead. And we'll see what the decision is once he gets to that double 100.
Yeah.
If Roston Chase will go for the declaration, or they will bat deeper, get more runs on the board, and have a go at the Sri Lankans this afternoon. Just have to wait and see. He's beaten by that delivery outside the line of the off stump. It was perhaps that extra bounce, and Chase was certainly surprised by it. He almost leapt from the pitch, almost suspended in the air momentarily after that delivery. Yes, his 2 feet came off the ground. That delivery had a bit of bounce and maybe a bit of movement as well. Rajitha is perhaps putting that extra effort there.
From what I'm seeing here, Jack, it seems like declaration is going to come.
It looks as if it's imminent, huh?
Yeah. I've seen the pads being taken off by the bowlers down here. I've not seen a Zawi though.
Okay, this is down the leg side. Chase flicks at it, and well taken by Kusal Mendes, moving swiftly away to his left and taking that one with both gloves. So, based on what is happening in the West Indies playing dressing room area. You see a declaration once Django gets to the
Let's have a look
to
up
the
at the
double
top.
century, or if he falls short of it. You never know.
Still CSR with his pads on.
Okay. Here is Rajita into ball to Chase, and Chase is playing it back along the pitch to the bowler, and there is no run. So just to continue to look at the test matches played at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. So in 2002 there was a drawn test between the West Indies and India. 2003 West Indies beat Australia, and they had the highest run chase in test history when they made 418 to win that match against Australia 2003. That was a win at the ARG for the West Indies. Quite a historic performance. Over the head of the fielder, and it has gone down to the boundary, and that's 4 runs. So Chase going back and looking to essay a cut shot, and the ball flew from the top part of the bat, the top edge, and went high over the slip fielder and down to the boundary for 4.
Well, as you say, Jack, when you go in, you're going hard. If you're going to push at it, it's just going to go to the slips. If you fire at it, it's going to go over. So Chase has picked up 4 more valuable runs, down to 154.
And the next test match was a drawn one in 2004 against England. Brian Lara reached 400, the highest score in the history of test cricket by a batsman. Rajita is into bowl to Chase outside the off stump, but he doesn't offer, and taken by the wicket keeper. And in 2004, a drawn test between the West Indies and South Africa at the Recreation Grounds. India came in 2006, another draw. And then the last match at the Antigua Recreation Grounds was a drawn affair in 2009. The match was switched from here to the Antigua Recreation Grounds, and it ended in a pulsating draw because the West Indies had to defy the English bowlers in the closing stages of that match outside the off stump. Again, no shot offer taken by the wicketkeeper. So at the end of that over, 514 for 5. Django is on 199. Chase on 154. More from Dave Joseph, and then more Roberts.
Yeah, I'm saying the Sri Lankans have been made to toil all day. And these 2 batters have gotten themselves real set. And one is just 1 run away from a double century, and the other is on 154. Then more. Excellent stuff by the West Indies batters.
Yeah, excellent stuff by the West Indies batters. And I'm right here standing because I'm just waiting to see Amir Django to that double century. He's going to be facing Dinusha, who is going to continue with his left arm spin over the wicket to the left-handed Amir Django, and he's sweeping and gets the run that takes him to a double century. The ball goes down to the square leg region. Django takes off his helmet, signals with both arms to the fans who are gathered here. Loud round of applause here at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium. Amir Django, 200 not out of 342 deliveries, and what a knock by Amir Django.
Kisses the turf again.
He would probably want to walk with this turf, go where he's going, but he's really in a wonderful situation where he's gotten to that double century right here at the Antigua, in Antigua at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Chase faces as this delivery is pulling him forward, and he just pushes it out into the offside field for an easy run. So 1 more to Chase, 1 more to the West Indies total, and Amir Django pulled all of his colleagues off of their feet, and he got to that double century. He had a very happy look on his face. Proud moment for him. Here is he facing up to the left arm spin of Dinusha, and he's coming down the track and swinging, and almost gave his hand away. The ball just probably taking a little bit of the bat and going behind, and Chase still just calling him down and maybe just saying to him, let's not give it away. just got a little bit excited. They jumped down the track and almost missed that one. And we'd love to see what happened there. It might have been a missed stumping opportunity.
Yeah, he'll be advised then more that 210 not out is better than 200 out.
Yeah,
Need to stay in the wicket.
Need to
and
stay
bat.
there and bat. Here is he coming forward in the approved manner to another tossed up delivery from Dinusha. Plays it quietly back along the pitch. And again, good to see that his captain recognizing that the job is not yet done, calling him down and just getting his head back in the game. After he almost gave it away there, here is he in, and he's just playing one again quietly into the onside. Feel like that short straight mid-wicket position.
You've got to take that psychological advantage then more. When you're batting, send a good message to the Sri Lankans. So there's another innings in this game and another game to play. So
Certainly you want to really send a psychological mark. Here is he playing one out into the leg side, gets an easy single down to deep mid-wicket. Gets his 201st run, 517 for 5. 517 for 5 is the total. We're just watching as the over from the Nusha has come to an end. 349 the 349 the partnership between
is that correct then? More?
Chase.
Overs remaining?
and Django. No, that's just the countdown. Let me have a check at the scoreboard, see what the overs remaining is. This first delivery is outside the line of the off stump. No run. Let me tell you, it says overs remaining
32.
31.5, yep. And it just says it's just one over behind based on the timing. So 31.5, 517 for 5. Amir Django faces up now as he gets a delivery that is right up to him from Rajitha around the wicket, and he's punching it into the offside field for a single. So one more to him, one more to the West Indies total. 518 it is for 5.
Partnership of 350 by these two batters then.
350 the partnership by Ruston Chase and Amir Django, and the partnership continues to build. So they continue to build and break records along the way as a mammoth partnership, the kind of partnership that the West Indies needed. Here is this delivery driven up on the onside by Ruston Chase. It goes out to the man at that long on position and they come through for a run.
Almost took Django out just now.
Yeah, Django had to get out of the way at that non-striker's end.
Took evasive action quickly.
Second time we've seen Chase drive that ball very straight. First one hit the stumps at the non-striker's end, and now Django having to take evasive action to get out of the way. He's on strike. Django faces up to Rajitha, who's around the wicket, and he's just again guiding one into the offside field. No is the call from Ruston Chase as they continue to bat. Django 202 not out. See him reversing one of those reverse scoops. He's just saying if this was a T20 game, that type of delivery, that's what I would have done with it. But it's Test cricket, and he would want to stay batting according to and rightfully so by Dave Joseph. 210 not out is so much better than 200 out. 202 not out is he, and he's beaten outside the line of the off stump from delivery from Rajitha. Goes by into the gloves of the wicket keeper, and there's no run. So just that 1-1 ... so far this over from Rajitha, and that one just touching down outside the line of the off stump and holding its own and going past the bat of Amir Django. Rajita still finding a good delivery here and there as he continues to do battle. Here is he ambling in and comes in, and Django comes down, takes a couple of exploratory steps down the track. He's looking to work that one on the onside. The ball just taking a slight leading edge and going back on the bounce to the bowler, who feels his own bowling to end the over. The end of it, Rajita none for 102 off of his 26 overs. Django won 202, Chase 156. The West Indies 519 for 5, and folks start to think about whether or not there will be any declaration. I personally feel that they just need to continue to pile up the runs, get as many runs as possible in the lead, have 2 days to go at the Sri Lankans, really put the game in a situation where it is for the Sri Lankans to save rather than for any other type of result to take place, or the West Indies to win, I should say as well. So we will see what the decisions are. Just see.
Well, I'm looking to the binoculars here, then more I'm seeing Coach Sammy and Azari in consultation over the top there, so some instructions are being given.
Yes, certainly, and
So
just
I don't know
a
what
message,
are they, really?
probably a message coming out, just having a look. See Jaden Seals also doing a little bit of stretching of his shoulders in that dugout down there, almost as if in preparation that something might happen at some point in the afternoon. Here we watch as this is Dinusha around the wicket, driven firmly by Ruston Chase. Good diving stop by the fielder in that short extra, in that deep-ish extra cover position, and there is no run. The fielder there is Nishan Fernando, who's fielded well today. Here is this delivery. Chase is playing it on the onside, wants two, and will get 2 in the end because the ball was played well between the 2 deep fielders, one who was on deep mid-wicket and a long-on fielder, and they having to do a lot of work around, and Chase and Django were quickly back for 2 runs. Terry Lavaji's back alongside me. He would have enjoyed Chase getting to 150 and seen Amir Django getting a double 100 in his second test match. This one is driven by Ruston Chase out to deep cover on the boundary, and again just one more run. 522 for 5. Terry, what are the decisions? What decision will the West Indies will be making sometime soon? We've seen what appears to be a message being sent out. We've seen movement in the dugout. What is the thinking of the West Indies?
Yes, good afternoon, Denmo, and good afternoon to all our listeners. Dinesh just played that quietly. Django out on the offside, no run. 522 for 5. I think give him about an hour tonight, simply because Denmo, they've been out there the entire day. They haven't had success since tea yesterday.
Django is sweeping one, gets it down to a fine leg position, wants 2, and will get it easily, as well as the fielder having to work around to from long leg to that fine leg position, or maybe more deep backward square all the way around to a fine leg position, running 20 or so meters, and the batters were able to rush back for 2 more runs.
And even though we've got 2 full days left, just the way that they've been kept out in the field today, good opportunity for West Indies to try and pick up a couple tonight.
Here the West Indies gets another run. They thought of 2, and then they just weren't positive enough in the run in the first one, I thought. Then they sort of ambled through for the first one, and then when they realized that the ball was moving a lot more slowly than they might have anticipated, they were thinking about the second, but in the end decided against it. So just 1 more run to the total. 525 for 5 after over 144. So West Indies in full command.
A magnificent partnership, 357. I'm happy for both Django and Chase. Django coming in, pressure on him second match.
Yeah, at the end of Day number 2, West Indies were 271 for 5. Django was not out on 78 overnight, Chase on 42, and they trailed at that time by 37 runs. Currently, they've changed that position, and they're now 531 as Django smashes one over the square leg region for 6. Kamindo with a short delivery to Amir Django, and he just pivoted and smashed it over the head of the square leg fielder. 6 runs. This time the fielder was not in play as the ball cleared him very well, goes into the direction of that electronic scoreboard down in the party stand area, and 6 runs to Amir Django, 6 more runs to the West Indies total.
Yeah, short ball and got the treatment, but right throughout his innings, though, he's used the depth of the crease well. He's used his footwork has been immaculate, especially to the spinners on offer. But just getting back to the partnership, I mean, West Indies needed it and needed it badly, so there was pressure on both of them. But even more happy for Captain Chase. You know, he's been in the spotlight under an immense amount of pressure since taking over the captaincy, and that terrible run of form.
Will this batting performance end that discussion?
Probably not. Probably won't end it.
This one is hammered away into the boundary for another 4.
But it'll go a long way to quieten it down, quieten the noise down, and go a long way for Chase to believe, because he was so disappointed, especially after New Zealand, where he said that he felt that he was commanding on the field of play with his tactics and getting the team together and playing as a unit, but he couldn't show the example.
Kamindo with his 3rd delivery this time is right up to Amir Django and playing this one into the short X cover region, and there is no run. So the first one he smashed it over the square leg. The second one he played a reverse sweep and hammered it just as much into what would be the backward point boundary, and now he gets a single as he gets one driven out to the long on region. So 11 runs or 4 deliveries from Amir Django, and just switch hitting there and really made good contact with that one where he hit for 4 as well. So Amir Django in a positive frame of mind. He gets 10 more runs, 11 more runs added. He's now on 216. 159 is Ruston Chase. Would Ruston Chase be thinking maybe a double century as well? Here is he getting another single as he squeezes one out into the offside field. Is the personal milestone very important for Ruston Chase on this occasion?
I don't.
Does he have the time that he could get to that double century?
I think he's got the time, especially with the
Kamindo is in, and his delivery struck away again by the left-handed Amir Django, gets another run.
especially with the situation of the game at the moment and the field well spread. He's certainly got the time. He could pick up the 40-odd runs quickly enough, but I think he'd be looking at more a team perspective and just have a look as it approaches the last hour of play. Do I think I got enough? Do I want to have a go tonight? And as I say, if I was in his shoes, the answer to that would be yes, just simply because Sri Lanka, they showed it just before lunch, Denmark, because we were talking before the start of play today that first session was critical, the first hour was critical, but more so for Sri Lanka, because they got that breakthrough. They'd feel that, you know, we're still in the game and we've still got a bit of a lead and or parity, and we can run through the rest of the West Indies batting lineup. But once that didn't happen, you could see, you know, 15-20 minutes or so leading up to that lunch interval, that they just started to drop off. There are a few more boundary balls coming from the bowlers. The fielding wasn't as sharp.
Because they've been in the field
there
for
so
a very
long.
long time,
Exactly,
and
exactly.
even the best of athletes get tired.
Exactly.
And so you would find that as the partnership continues, as the West Indies continue to keep the Sri Lankans out there, and we've had bright sunshine today, they're going to make more mistakes. So this could be the period as well where the West Indies with tired Sri Lankan bowling could really look to capitalize and see how many more runs they can get. This says this is the highest 6-wicket partnership versus Sri Lanka in Test, and this partnership so far between Django and Ruston Chase is 370. And as Jack Matthew was giving some of the statistics earlier, somebody says, tell my friend Jack, don't forget the 7th wicket partnership of 347 between Atkinson and De Pisa versus Australia, 1955 at Kensington Oval. At that time, my mommy was a toddler. Thank you so much to Right Honorable Basil Morgan. And just speaking of him, today would have been the day when he was appointed to the ICC panel way back in either 1996 or 1997. 1997, he says, to join the panel with Steve Buckner, Eddie Nichols of Guyana, and Billy Doctrove of Dominica. Remember those names?
Yes,
Remember those
absolutely.
names? Very well. So, good afternoon to you, Right Honorable. Hope that everything is fine with you down there in Montserrat. So we'll have just a few more deliveries, then you'll hear the voice of Jack Matthew. 4 deliveries to go in this over. This delivery stroked away into the offside field again by Ruston Chase. Still batting sensibly. Ruston Chase gets his 161st run and will get an overthrow. And this is what we were just talking about. The Sri Lankans being tired, the mistakes, the concentration, the little sloppiness coming into play. And the West Indies could really capitalize on that and put themselves in a position where they really put the Sri Lankans to the sword and back them completely out of this game. The lead is 233 runs. This is Dinusha in to Chase, and Chase is hitting one square of the wicket out to that man on deep point on the boundary, and they just get 1 run for that. So 2 deliveries to go. Indonesia over, and he too is approaching a double century. He's at 1 for 189.
Look at that, nearly
but he's
50
bowled
overs.
48.4 overs, nearly 50 overs for Dinusha. He's going to need a massage when he's through. Sure that when he gets back to the hotel this evening, he's going to find one of those hot tubs or something that he can really soak that shoulder out. He's bowling just 1 more delivery in his 49th over to go. So just 1 more delivery, and after that he would have bowled 49 overs. He's taken 1 wicket for 190 runs. Dinusha, the young Sri Lankan player. He's now just waiting as Chase settles. Here is Dinusha, left arm around the wicket. One that is a little quicker, and Chase just works it out to that long on position for an easy single. He goes to 164. Django is 219 not out. West Indies 544 for 5 more thoughts from you, Terry Laraji, and then we'll hear the voice of Jack Matthew.
Yes, the partnership continues on. West Indies continue on. And also the mine games. Cricket has played 90% in the head, as we all know. I think with the time left that Sri Lanka would be looking to bat tonight, so that would work in West Indies' favour as well. But I just feel that if they left it to, say, they give them 45 minutes or so tonight, so another hour, if they bat another hour, You know, they could quite easily add another 50 runs. The lead would go flying over.
Kamindo is in, and Chase is getting another run as he strokes it into the deep on the offside towards square cover. And they amble the run. 219 is Django. Chase 165, 545 for 5. And the West Indies are building and building. As you're saying, Terry, you don't know when the declaration will come. It will come at some point. Lead now 237. I think they may be just thinking of 250. I don't think they're going to go for 300, as someone was suggesting in the corridors downstairs. That they would look for a 300-run lead. I think that would be excessive.
Absolutely.
And perhaps unnecessary.
Unnecessary, too.
This
Make
ball
that
is
on the
hit
full and
hard
put it away.
Yes, between the mid-wicket and long-on fielders, and it has gone away for 4. So he's now 223. Amir Django must be seeing the ball as big as the moon now. Not bigger than the breadfruit.
Yes.
Yes, he has been there for so long. He's stepping out and with great intention, he just hammered that ball through the wide long-on area. The field on the mid-wicket boundary had no chance. The long-on, no chance whatsoever. This time he's back and just stroking it into the offside, opening the face as the ball makes contact with the bat and canters the run. Chase responding. 224 is Django. 550 for 5 is the West Indies score. So if they're going to look at 250, I don't think they'll get up to 600. When last the West Indies got to 600? I think I made reference to a test match, test series in England back in 1973. They scored 650 odd at Lords, I think, in that test match. Readily, I can't remember them getting to 600 outside of that. This ball is driven into the back along the pitch. I think Kanai got 150 odd. Julian, as we said, made 121. I think Sobers got 100 as well. Those were the Centurions back then. Over 600 runs were scored, but I'm not sure if West Indies are going to get up to that. Perhaps they'll declare well in advance of the 600-run mark. They add another one. It's 551 now for 5. Chase is on to 166. Kamindo completes another over, none for 46 from 9.
Yeah, it's all in the timing, though, Jack. I mean, if they're looking at 250, then the declaration could come in the next couple of overs, which would mean, you know, Sri Lanka would have the best part of an hour and a half tonight. Is that too long? If you don't get the initial breakthrough or so, they get comfortable, they come back with a bit more confidence tomorrow. I'd rather see him, you know, maybe give them half that amount of time.
The 2 bites of the cherry scenario, that's what you're looking at.
Right.
And I think that's what the West is. Because they don't want to come out in the afternoon sunshine. The sun is quite hot.
Yes.
Because remember, it sets late at this time of the year.
Exactly.
So it will be really baking down on the West Indian fast bowlers. And as you said, if they're off to a good start, it may be 70-something without loss at the end. Who knows, you know.
Exactly.
So I don't think the West Indies would want that. They want to be firing on all cylinders once they get out in the middle and then come back with a ball which is almost new.
Still
come
relatively
the fourth
new.
morning.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the thinking of Ruston Chase, the West Indies captain at the moment, and of course the coach Darren Sammy. 552 for 5. Django 224 is on strike. Chase 167. Django is defending. And the ball beats him outside the line of the off stump. Perhaps that one carried through with the arm. Maybe he was looking for turn. Yes, he was looking for the ball to come into him. But that one was the arm ball from the left arm spinner. And it beat the outside edge. He's back. And this ball is defensively played at. Amir Django has done a tremendous job here for his side and for himself.
Exactly.
Because and it means that once there's a left-hander, and I'm talking about in contemporary times, once as a left-hander he comes out of Trinidad and Tobago, you have to watch it when he has these high-scoring values about him. Brian Lara did, and now Django certainly, yes, he likes the bat.
But you can tell that, as we were saying earlier today, that, you know, just the way he goes about his business. And a couple of balls ago kept a bit low.
Yes, Dinushi is in, and Django adds to his score. He's now 225, 553 for 5. And good afternoon to Basil Morgan in Montserrat, neighboring Montserrat, the beautiful island of Montserrat. Always an avid listener to cricket and a historian himself. And I was looking at the statistics. He made reference to the Dennis Atkinson, the Pisa record partnership back then. Here is Chase stroking it down to deep point for a single. So the reference was made by the over has come to an end, the 554 for 5 by Basil Morgan, the Pisa and Dennis Atkinson, 347, a 7th wicket partnership. It saved the West Indies against Australia. Back then the West Indies looked to be down and out, but then the batter coming in at number 8 in the order stayed with one of the earlier batsmen, and they carried the partnership to 347. It would have been agonizing for Australia then, back in 1955. But at the moment...
Absolutely, because that was Linmore Miller, wasn't it, back then? I'm pretty sure, for Australia.
Yes. But at the moment, only 2 partnerships are ahead of this one, between Django and Chase. And the 2 partnerships ahead of them right now, Frank Worrell and Garfield Sobers, 399 for the 4th wicket against England in Bridgetown in 1960. Frank Worrell and Gary Sobers, 399 for the 4th wicket against England in Barbados in January of 1960. And the Has partnership of all, Sobers inevitably involved in that as well, along with Conrad Hunt, 446. The Has partnership ever in West Indies cricket history. It was a 2nd wicket stand between Gary Sobers and Conrad Hunt against Pakistan in Kingston, Jamaica, Sabina Park in 1958, when Sobers broke the world record for the highest test score by a batsman. 365 he made on that occasion. So those 2 landmarks are still there to be surpassed. Will they be eclipsed? Only time will tell. 554 for 5. Here is Milan Ratnaika into Chase. Chase whips it off his pads into the mid-wicket area. They contemplated a second, but they eventually made their minds up that they would not venture back for it.
Good throw from the boundary.
555 for 5 now, so all the 5s on the board. Django
All the 5s for
225.
5.
169 is Chase with that single. 247 is the West Indies lead. So inching closer, ever closer to that 250 mark. And that could be a landmark which would indicate whether the West Indies will settle for that or they will just bat on. Just have to wait and see what's the decision of the captain. He's at the non-striker's end. Django is hooking at this ball, gets it away down to the forward square leg position. There's protection, and he gets only a single. Django 226 now, 556 for 5.
388 partnership worth.
388 partnership.
Unless my eyes deceive me.
388.
I think it says 388.
Yes. So they're very, very close to that 399 between Frank Worrell. Yeah. 11 adrift and 12 to beat him. So 12 runs away from getting past the 2nd highest partnership in West Indies cricket history. And the batsman is defending and he goes into the onside.
Quite sure the 2 out in the middle though.
Oh, we're
clue.
We're thinking this. I was about to
I'm sure you didn't go down to Django and say we're only 11 away.
Yeah, they don't know. They don't know. Because when they started the partnership, they were thinking, oh, if we can get 100 partnership here,
when the partnership was made, they weren't born.
Yeah, if we can get 100 partnership, maybe 150 or something. But not in their wildest dreams, I think they would have been contemplating that. A stand of 388. Driven by Chase into the offside, goes to short extra cover under bounce, and there is no run. 556 for 5. So history is in the making.
Again.
They've already eclipsed several partnerships along the way, including triple century partnerships. What a feat by these two. 388. Frank Worrell and Gary Sobers, 399. That is the next target for these two, without them being knowing that it is a target for them. Chase is settling over his bat, and here is Ratnaik to pull him down the leg side. He flicks at it. And Kusal Mendes says, well, we need a wicket at all costs. I'm going to try and run you out. Ruston Chase, who just ventured out of his crease, but he saw Kusal Mendes trying to knock the stumps over at the striker's end. And he quickly put his bat back beyond the crease. So the West Indies now 556 for 5. Lead of 248. Chase, the West Indies captain, is on strike. Slightly open stance as Ratnaika races in from the Sandy Roberts end. Interval to him, and he's hitting this off the back foot down to deep cover for another run. 249 is the lead now. 557 for 5. Chase 170. And maybe Chase might be contemplating a double 100. Not every day Chase is going to get up to 170. So he may be saying, well, why not? Especially because of the scenario we painted early on.
Yes, yeah.
Of having
with the state of the game,
less time out in the middle this afternoon.
Yeah.
So he may say, well, 30 more runs, I'll go and get that. And
maybe at least have a go at it.
And maybe he'll be saying, well, it will be easier for the declaration. So once he gets the extra 30 runs, by that time, maybe they would have had the highest partnership in the history of West Indies cricket. Who knows?
Because at this time, Jack, at this moment in time, I think the lead is irrelevant. I think he's looking at time.
He's looking at
time. Do I give them 45 minutes or so tonight, or do I not worry about it and come back tomorrow? I don't think he's worried about. They're already far enough ahead.
Yeah. But you think he'll be thinking of a double century?
Well, I think he'll have a go at it, yeah.
He's forward to this delivery. At least in the last few overs or so, we haven't seen this risky sort of stroke play, the reverse sweep and charging along the pitch and so on. So he may be consciously thinking of getting to a double 100. He's a man on strike now as Dinusha appears to go into bowl to him. And this is driven into the offside, and they'll get a single. Another man approaching a double 100 is Dinusha. But he's approaching
on the other side of the ledge,
with the ball.
There'd be a few records on the other side if you want to look there.
That's a dubious distinction, though.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, in stark contrast to.
You can tell his grandchildren, I got a double 100 in my second test. The only trouble was,
and with them not bothering to investigate, and leave it as that.
Leave it as that.
So 195 runs off him.
There'll be some sort of record, though, the number of overs he's bowled.
This is 51st over, yes. He has had a long bowl, 1 wicket to show for it. He's bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, and Django is back and stays it elegantly down to the backward point area for a single. 559 now for 5. Django is on to 227, Chase 171. And so Sri Lanka must be saying to themselves, we have an interesting proposition here from a Guyanese listener.
Going to go between the stumps and the umpire.
We'll get to that after this delivery. So he's just looking to change the angle. So he's going between the umpire and the stumps, and Chase is forward. The ball leaving about a little bit in the air, but there's no one there in that what would have been a short mid-on position to snap that up, which is understandable with the score imposingly poised at 559 for 5. No one would be in that position. So the Guyanese listener says, get the lead of 250, declare and have a go at the tired batsman. I think very much in line with what we've been saying. Ball is turned away into the onside, and they'll come back for the second one. So Chase gets there, and so does Django. The difference here is that they're looking at the score itself, and this is
rather
somewhat
than the time.
In contrast to what you're saying. You're looking at the time, and ball the Joseph's pair and attack the stumps. Bowl the
attack
Joseph Spear.
definitely
and
attack the
stumps. Yes.
Interesting call, though. Why your two fastest and probably the leader of the pack, they didn't get the new ball in the first inning.
Who?
They were both first and second change. The
The Joseph,
Shamar Joseph.
the Joseph twins. Oh?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we may see that in the second. Chase is driving down to long off for another run. He's on to 174. And where the runs are coming, and they're coming with Soji's, he would definitely be looking to get the 26, I think. Joining the list of West Indians who have had the double hundreds. I was looking at the list early on. I think I'll probably bring it up because we were trying to
But
look
don't
at
sell
some.
him short, though, Jack.
We missed some of them, didn't we?
He might not get an opportunity
there
again,
was,
but
there was Campbell.
good honest cricketer.
There was Campbell, for instance. He had a double hundred. I had the
Campbell
list.
did, yeah.
Yes, Sherwin Campbell.
Sherwin in New Zealand, wasn't it? When
yes.
they put on 280 odd for the first wicket.
Yeah. So West Indians with double centuries in Test cricket. You look at that list.
And talking about the great Lawrence Rowe earlier, he scored a triple, didn't he? Against England in Barbados.
Lawrence Rowe.
Yeah.
In that 1974 series against England.
Yeah.
At Kensington Oval, he made 302
Right.
in that Test match. Lawrence Rowe. Here is Ratnaika into Chase. Chase whips it off his pads into the square leg region and gets his 175th run. So
Christopher Henry Gale made two triples.
So yes, Lara apart from his 400, well, Lowry's out of the question really because he has had so many. Gordon Greenwich, 226, he made that against England. He was in wretched form before that Test match. In fact, his future perhaps was in doubt in that particular series against England. In 1991, he made 226 in front of his home crowd at the Kensington Oval, Gordon Greenwich.
He made 226 against Australia, and he was in doubt and going to England, remember, for his last series, and then he pulled the hamstring and he didn't play that series.
Right, there was
anyway.
1991.
1991,
yes.
But he made the famous 214, remember? When
Here's the ball hit in the air, and he's gone over the boundary, 6 more to Django. So Django is batting on here, 233, visions now of a 250 score for the Trinidadian. 233 is
with the kick
a short
like
ball
that, they'll
from
be here all
Ratnaika, and he
night.
hooked it. And he pulled it.
He could get to 250. Chase is still looking at 200. How's your top partnership going though? Because it's past 400. This one.
It has passed 400.
So they're second on the list now.
Second on the list, yes.
Right.
Second on the list. So they've gone past Gary Sobers and Frank Worrell. 399 they made. It's now 401. 401. So the second is
up in the air.
it's in the air. He's going to be caught by the wicket keeper, and he is. So finally, Sri Lanka have had a wicket. The wicket of Amir Django, departing, caught by the wicket keeper, Kusal Mendes, of the bowling of Milan Ratnaika for 233. It's going to be a standing ovation as he walks back to the pavilion. What a Herculean performance by Amir Django. The partnership has just come to an end. A partnership of 401. Is he going to wait a bit? Something is being checked.
Checking for no ball.
Is something behind the line?
I think he's just safe.
Yes, I think something is behind the line there. So
It's
Amir Django will walk off, looking to hit that one into the onside. Virtually leading edge found, and the ball skied, and the wicket keeper Kusal Mendes said, "I'll take it. I have the gloves on," and he did. And so Django departs for 233, warmly applauded by his teammates and the coaching staff, management staff of the West Indies, and the fans here at the Vivian Richards Stadium. 233 from 373 deliveries. The West Indies 569 for 6. And they broke so many partnerships along the way. But the one of 446 still stands. That's the highest run partnership in the history of West Indies cricket. Gary Sobers and Conrad Hunt back in 1958. It still stands. But all the other partnerships were eclipsed by the duo of Roston Chase and Amir Django.
Excellent partnership and excellent innings there by Amir Django. Thoroughly deserved. He's got the temperament for the highest form of the game and the longest form of the game. And this should put him in good stead, as also he's captaining Roston Chase. Bat another half an hour. Give him 50 minutes tonight.
We'll see if that materializes as Terry Laraji gives away to Dave Joseph, former West Indies player, and Ratnaika getting the wicket of Amir Django. He is now taking three for 105 of 31 and a half overs, and he comes in now to bowl to the new batsman Alzari Joseph, and Joseph is edging down to third man for 4. The ball went between the first and third slip fielders. There's a gap between both of them where second slip would have been. It went in the air, but there was no one there to have a go at that one, and the vacant position at third man, the ball went for 4 runs. Alzari Joseph off the mark with a boundary fortuitously, and it's 573 for 6. Dave is back.
And the run flow continues, Jack.
Yes.
Very well played innings by Django.
Masterclass performance.
Yep, definitely.
Amir Django. 265 is the lead now. So the West Indies are batting on here, and I think Chase may be looking at the double 100, saying, well, this is an opportunity I have to make a double 100. Maybe I'll never get the chance again, so why not?
Yeah,
and the ball is defensively played. They hesitate for a moment and eventually go for it. Alzari Joseph gets his 5th run, and the West Indies 574 for 6. You would have done it.
Yeah, Jack,
Yeah.
you have to send that psychological advantage to these Sri Lankans. Next time they see you turn up, they know what's like, what it's going to be like, or what you're capable of.
And the more runs you have, the more you can
Play around with your bowlers, yeah.
Precisely. The more tacking fields you can employ, and so even the 300 run mark, if they do not get the 300, perhaps they'll get close to it by the time they look to declare.
Yeah, so it's a matter of time, Jack, not runs, I think.
Yeah. Chase is clipping this one down to the final position. He beat the fielder, and that's 4 runs. 4 runs to Roston Chase. He's getting closer. 179, so 21 runs away from the double 100. 578 for 6 is the West Indies score. The over ends. We'll have more from Dave, and then to pick up the World Idol commentary, it will be Denmore Roberts.
Yeah, as I said, the run flow continues, but I'd like to ask a question of Denmore. Have you ever seen 2 double centuries in an innings? So you'll have to do some research.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to do some research, Dave, to find out if I don't think that I've
never heard of
witnessed that, but I'll certainly ask our good friend Google and see if he can come up with something. Dinusha is going to continue, and he too was approaching a double century in terms of his bowling. His bowling has been loved by the West Indies. He's had 1,499 Dinusha from his 51 overs. He's going to be bowling to Alzari Joseph. Has a slip in place and a leg slip, and Alzari Joseph comes forward and pushes one back up the pitch. No run. So the Sri Lankans would feel that now with one of the tail enders in, that they can probably look to get another wicket or 2. Alzari Joseph, we know have ability, but this is a step up from domestic cricket. Folks would have remembered that he was very destructive in the 2-day finals here in Antigua and Barbuda, taking his team, New Winthrop's Lions, to victory over Liberta Blackhawks, and he's smashing one in the air over the long on region, and it's gone for 6 runs.
Then it looks like he's continuing from that very innings he
Yeah,
played against the Blackhawks.
Yeah,
it looks very much like that.
Very similar to the way that he played against the Blackhawks. Anything that was up in his arc, he was going for it, and he got to the pitch of that one and sailed it over the long on region and got 6 runs.
Yeah, I remember watching the clips from that innings against the Blackhawks.
Yeah, you should have seen it live. It was absolutely stunning. The way that
the sound of the ball on the bat then was cracking.
Yeah, that one sounded really good coming off of his bat. So Dinusha is now 1 for 205 in his bowling. He's in his 52nd over. Here is he in to Alzari Joseph, and Joseph is getting one, scraped the wicket, playing it a little bit more cautiously. That one had a little bit of flight as well, and maybe a little bit of turn to the right-handed Alzari Joseph. Dinusha coming left arm around the wicket to him. Here is Dinusha in, and Alzari Joseph in the correct manner, just stepping forward, playing this one a nice little check drive into the offside field, and there is no run. So Dinusha hoping for another wicket. Alzari Joseph is hitting that one hard, but good stop by the fielder at that short extra cover position, just tumbling away to his right, stopping the ball from going past him. No run, another dot ball. So just the 6 struck by Alzari Joseph so far in this over. Dinusha is in, and he's right up to Alzari Joseph, who will get a run. Wants to. No is the call by Ruston Chase, as Alzari Joseph has sprinted down maybe 4 strides, and he was already down the track, and brings to the end the over with a single. 585 for 6. Chase 179 not out. Alzari Joseph is on 12 off of 8 deliveries, and the West Indies continue to pile up the runs here against the Sri Lankans. They will be hoping that they can get as many runs as possible, Dave, and really give themselves a good opportunity to really have a go at the Sri Lankans in the second.
Do you think then more that there will be a declaration today, or are they going to go all the way and get as much runs as possible?
I would go all the way with 2 days to go, with the lead that the West Indies already have I don't see the need maybe to put the Sri Lankans in this afternoon, because it's not a matter of that you're running out of time. There are 2 full days still to go. Here is this delivery, and that is played away into the offside field. And if you get a lead over 300 runs, especially more than what they made in the first innings, you're already saying to the Sri Lankans you have to bat better than you did
the first innings.
Yeah. If you're going to at least even give me an opportunity to bat again
a second time.
So I would press home the advantage. I would want, if I was Chase, I would be playing to get my double century and get as many runs as possible against the Sri Lankans here this afternoon. We watch and we'll see what happens outside the line of the off stump. Alzari Joseph picks up the line early and just raises the bat as Milan continues. Not very quickly, those deliveries, 122, and we're just noticing that the West Indies, they still have players padded up in the area down there, so it doesn't look as if they're thinking about a declaration anytime soon, because it looks as if it's Kimar Roach and maybe Shamar Joseph, they have their pads on. So it's going to be a situation where they may be looking to support Chase all the way to a double century. Alzari Joseph drops one into the offside field and gets another single. And I think that this is also an opportunity for Alzari Joseph to try and get in, get some runs, even get some entertainment for the fans who are here, and again use that as a pull-in clause to pull some more people out of your house tomorrow to come and watch. People would think, we were coming to the stadium to watch Alzari and others really get an opportunity to bowl and bowl fast consistently, because they have runs in the lead and the opportunity. So all sorts of possibilities here for the West Indies. Milan will have other ideas. He's hoping to get rid of Ruston Chase. He bowls him a Short of a let delivery, and Chase is pulling this one into the mid-wicket region, and they're going to run back for 2 runs. Alzari Joseph, very quick between the wicket, a natural athlete, and he gets back pretty easily. I used to tell people that when Alzari Joseph, I had him at Alston Secondary School, he was a football striker. That's what he was, and he used to be very quick. He used to just get away from the defenders very easily and score a lot of goals. And I remember when the folks wanted him to stop playing football because they felt that his cricket was better. He was Chase getting on top of another short delivery, should get 2 more, no, but they say no, as that one went quicker to that fielder out in the deep, and they come through just for 1 run. So total 589 for 6. Chase is on 182 of 309 deliveries. Alzari Joseph is on 13. He's on strike. 2 slips and a gully go in place for him. Alzari Joseph, as he faces up, as Milan stands at that far end, the Sir Andy Roberts end. Sunshine is back with us here as Milan strides in, goes past the umpire, is in and bowls to Alzari Joseph, and he turns one on the onside, gets an easy single into the square leg region, and he just runs through for another run. 5 runs coming from that over from Milan, 3 for 119 his bowling figures read. Alzari Joseph is on 14, Chase on 182. West Indies lead by 282 runs, 590 for 6.
Yeah, I think Alzari has gotten some time then more to work on his batting. When he was injured, I saw him working very hard at his batting, so he should be in good shape. He might be eyeing a half century too, then more.
He should. If I was him, that's what I would be aiming for. This is an opportunity. Some Sri Lankan bowlers that are tired, not the best of bowling attack we would have ever seen, not the most penetrative, a good pitch opportunity. So if I was Alzari Joseph, I would be looking to, like I said, get in and try and get some runs under my name. Here is he facing up, Dinusha, he's on the back foot and punching delivery hard out to the deep mid-off fielder, pulling the fielder who was 3/4 ways to the boundary, not all the way back. And he gets an easy single, brings his captain, Ruston Chase, who's 18 runs short of a double century. And I'm still trying to research, Dave, to see how many in the same innings in test match.
Even you haven't found anything yet?
This is Dinusha. No, I'm still looking. And it says in test history there have been 6 instances where 2 players from the same team scored double centuries in the exact same innings. So they've had 6 innings.
Who are they? And where
Hash Mutala Shahidi 246 and Ramat Shah 234 for Afghanistan versus Zimbabwe, Abu Dhabi in 2021. That's one of the instances as Ruston Chase gets a run closer to his double century. He moves to 183, 592 for 6. Javid Miandad and Kasim Omar. Miandad getting 203 for Pakistan, and Omar 210 versus Sri Lanka. And Alzari Joseph goes again, hits this one high over the top, and once more all the way for 6 runs. So he's in a no-nonsense mode, flighted to him, and he gave it the treatment, hammered it over the mid-on region, over the long-on region, into the stands, 6 runs. Bill Lowry and Bob Simpson, 205 and 201 for Australia versus West Indies in Sydney in 1965. Vinod Kambli and Sachin Tendulkar, Kambli making 224. Sachin Tendulkar 217 for India versus England at Delhi 1993. Marvin Atapattu, you remember that name?
Sri Lankan.
Sri Lankan. And Mahela Jayawardena. Remember that name? I used to like that name a whole lot. Mahela Jayawardena. I found that was such a beautiful name. 201 and 242 for Sri Lanka versus Zimbabwe. And Graham Smith. Remember him?
Yeah, sure.
And A.B. de Villiers. Graham Smith making 277 and de Villiers 217 for South Africa versus Bangladesh in Durban in 2008. So that's what it is, and we're going to take a very short Dasani water break from here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 598 for 6 the West Indies, 598 for 6 Chase, not out on 183 and Alzari Joseph on 21. We're going to take a short break and we will be right back as the players refresh themselves.
This is cricket on the Cut and Drive Network. Drive Network.
So the onslaught continues by the West Indies as they continue to pile up the runs here against the Sri Lankan. Milan Ratanaika is in and he's bowling a short delivery, not with too much pace, and Chase just waiting, pulling it down into the onside, into the square leg region, and gets an easy single. Ruston Chase and Alzari Joseph at the crease. Chase 184, 16 runs away from the double century, and if he gets to that double century, himself and Amir Django would be the first West Indian batters, or first pair of West Indian batters to score a double century in the same innings, or in the same innings in terms of of a test match. Alzari Joseph is there, not out on 21 as he faces up, as Milan Ratanaika is in, and one that is fired in to the pads of Alzari Joseph. He's looking to flick it away, maybe just clipping the pads and going down the leg side. So Alzari Joseph remains on 21. He's faced 17 deliveries. Enterprising innings. He's had 2 sixes so far and a 4 in the knock that he's had of 17. He faces up now as Milan Ratanaika is in outside the line of the off stump. Alzari Joseph just stepping forward and then raising the bat, allowing it to go by into the gloves of Kulsal Mendis, who's had a lot of work to do behind the stumps for Sri Lanka, and there is no run. They're just surveying, maybe just looking at the angles. The Sri Lankans, Mendis just going, maybe just walking across, maybe to where it would be about third slip or so, just having a look. 2 slips and a gully go down. There's a man on the backward point boundary still. Alzari Joseph gets a short of a length delivery. He's just coming inside and playing it quietly back along the pitch for the bowler to field to his own bowling, and there's no run. Then there's a man patrolling the covers. Then there is a mid-off, a deep mid-on, a man at deep forward square leg, and a man down on the long leg boundary. That's just stretching down there. 154.4 overs bowled so far by the Sri Lankans. So here is Alzari Joseph pulling the ball, goes in the air, and he's out caught, got a short delivery, and he was looking to pull it away. The top edge found the ball, went right up into the air, and calling for it was Kulsal Mendis, and Milan Ratanaika gets his 4th wicket, that of Alzari Joseph. The West Indies are now 599 for 7. It was a short delivery, maybe a little quicker than Alzari Joseph might have suggested, and he was into the pull shot. The ball taken high up on the bat, went straight up into the air, and Kulsal Mendis, the wicketkeeper for Sri Lanka, takes the catch. Alzari Joseph walks back to the pavilion with his head hung low. 21 off 20. He looks disappointed as you look at his face there. Maybe he thought that he could have hung around a little bit more. He's back in the pavilion. West Indies losing their 7th wicket, 599 for 7, as Shamar Joseph comes out to join Ruston Chase, and we will see what the approach is from Shamar Joseph. And Milan would be very happy. Milan Ratanaika would be happy to get a 5-wicket haul after really toiling away all day today. He's in his 34th over, just 1 delivery to come to make him 34 overs bowled. But Shamar Joseph coming ahead of Kimar Roach, and he has an average of 15.74. His highest score of 44. I think he's left-handed, so maybe they're just trying to maintain the left-hand, right-hand combination. Don't know what the reason would be, but the West Indian tail or lower order, and we look at Kimar Roach. He is padded up, so they're not no thoughts of declaration. They would want to get as many runs as possible. The lead is 291. Here's Milan Ratanaika in, and Shamar Joseph is looking to cut this one. Squib the wicket, missing it as it goes into the gloves of the wicket keeper to end the over. The end of over 155. Shamar Joseph is yet to score, just faced one delivery. Boston Chase is 184 not out. More thoughts from Dave Joseph, and then we hear Jack Matthew.
Yeah, as you said, Denmore Azar will be disappointed not to have gotten that one into the fence. He went caught by the wicket keeper. But Milan will be happy, having picked up his 4th wicket and looking to get a 5 for here. He has toiled real hard, then Jack, and they have been made to toil by the West Indian batters.
Yes, it has been a long journey for them since they were dismissed for 308 on the opening day. And the West Indies have made them work hard for their wickets. And yes, it would be a fitting outcome for him to get that 5-wicket haul. Dinusha will continue to battle. He has bowled 53 overs, 1 for 214. He's into Chase, and Chase is cutting the ball away into the offside for his 185th run, so 15 short of the mark, and the 600 comes up for the West Indies. The West Indies 600 for 7. And the last time the West Indies got the 600 was back in 2012, in November of 2012, and they did that against Bangladesh at Khulna, 648 for 9 declared. That was the last time the West Indies got to 600. They've done it today, 600 for 7.
Yeah,
But prior to today, that was the last time.
Well, it's good to see West Indies back in the fray of getting big totals.
Here is Shamar beaten outside the line of the off stump. He was playing, he was late on that. He played tomorrow and the ball came yesterday. Yes. Playing and beaten outside the line of the off stump. Here is Dinusha into bowl team, is defending, and again the ball beats the bat into the gloves of the wicket keeper. Maybe Chase is a little bit anxious at the non-striker's end, thinking, well, I'm on 185, but perhaps there's no guarantee the way Shamar Joseph has played so far. He's coming forward again, he's beaten outside the line of the off stump. So 3 consecutive times he has played and missed at deliveries from Dinusha. Not quite sure what was happening there. That was the arm ball he got. He was looking for the ball to spin into him. It just kept it his own, straightened a bit and beat the outside edge. Dinusha is in once more, and he is getting back onto ball this time and strokes it down to mid-off. And so he's scoreless. West Indies 600 for 7. Tremendous effort by the West Indies. At one point they were 168 for 5. And many were wondering if they would get to 308 made by Sri Lanka. They have surpassed that by miles. Lead now of 292, a 300-run lead beckons, and Shamar Joseph gets back onto ball, and they go belatedly for a single. This is poor work by the fielder, moving from the slip position. Looks to be the captain. Not sure if it's the captain who came out there, but they were really slow in doing that.
Legs are tired, Jack.
601 for 7. Maybe it was a strategic move because Shamar Joseph will be on strike, and they want Shamar Joseph to be on strike because at the other end is the captain, Roston Jays, on 185.
Yeah, well, Shamar will back himself to take his captain to his double century, I believe, Jack. He looks pretty confident, but he hasn't got too many in the middle yet so far.
Yeah, so here is the pace of Milan Ratnaika into Shamar Joseph. Fast bowler to fast bowler, and he clips it down to the backward square position, and we'll settle for 1. Chase is just trotting the single, saying to Shamar Joseph, I'll take over. So he's on 185, will face the bowling of Milan, 602 for 7. For those who are wondering, the highest score by West Indies in Test cricket, it was 790 for 3 declared. And that was in that significant test of 1958 at Sabina Park in Jamaica. when Sir Garfield Sobers broke the world record for the highest score by a batsman, 365. On that occasion, the West Indies scored the highest total in their history, 790 for 3 declared. Chase is pulling at the ball outside the line of the off stump. It was an injudicious stroke because he could have edged that to the wicketkeeper, was never in control, and the ball went past the bat into the gloves of Kusal Mendes. So 790 for 3 declared, the highest score by the West Indies in Test cricket against Pakistan at Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica in 1958. At the moment, they're 602 for 7. Still some distance from other scores they've had in excess of 600. And this is a bounce, and Ruston Chase rocks back, perhaps needlessly so. And the ball rushed into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. So Ratnaika just looking here to put as much effort into the bowling to try and prize out Ruston Chase. That was a good delivery. And Chase just leaning back, dropping the wrist, allowing that ball to go by outside the line of the off. Some good delivery. Milan Ratnaika stands at the top of his mark and runs in once more from the Sandy Roberts end. In the afternoon sunshine, he's in, and Chase is cutting it down towards the third man position. He gets 1 for it, and he's now on to 186. 2 balls to go in the over. I think he'll be trying to get as much of the strike as possible as well. And once he gets to the 200 mark, if he does, I think we'll see a declaration.
Yeah, I think so, Jack. I think how much overs have we got left? I think like 17.2. Yeah, that will be a good run at the guys.
And
12 overs.
And 300 would have been on the board.
Yeah, 12 overs this afternoon.
Ratnaika into ball to Shamar Joseph, and he's squaring up and playing this ball almost awkwardly down to the backward square long leg area for a single. So he's off strike. 1 ball to go in the over. He's 3, and Chase 186 comes back into strike. So
Yeah, the Sri Lankans would want to keep Chase off strike, let him wait a bit, see if he gets frustrated and do something rash.
Notice that Kimar Roach is padded and ready to go. So I think that is dependent on what happens between now and even when Chase gets to 186. Gets to double hundred, he's on to 186. The ball is defensively played by Chase. He will not retain the strike because that was the final ball of the over. 604 for 7 the lead, 296 for the West Indies. Chase remains on 186.
Yeah, this Chase looking to get to this double century, and Sri Lankans are actually keeping him away from it. He's got to wait a bit more, at least until the next over, see what happens.
Yes, we'll see what happens. Well, the West Indies in command. We know that for sure, but they're in a very commanding position at the moment with a lead almost a 300. At this point, you can only see one team winning, although we have had some dramatic turnarounds in Test cricket over the years, but I don't think we will see that in this match. I remember there was a Test match in India. I'm talking about double centuries. I think VVS Lachman scored a double 100 against Australia after the full one was enforced, and India turned the tables on Australia and they won that Test match. This ball is defensively played. I think the scenario is very much different here.
Different circumstances, yes, John.
Yes, very, very different here. So we're going to see 2 possible results: a draw or West Indies victory. 2 days to go after this one. Here is Dinusha into ball to
Hit that.
and he hits it hits it over the top, and it's gone away for 6. Yes, it has. Shamar Joseph putting bat to ball there. A ball would be spinning into the left-hander, and he really had a go at that and hit it over mid-wicket for 6. 610 for 7. The 300-run lead comes up with that stroke. So he launched himself into that slug sweep, if you will.
Had a look at a few,
and
then
he went over mid-wicket for 6.
dispatched him. sailed over the mid-wicket boundary and the lead sailed over 300.
Good stroke on bended knee. Shamal Joseph in executing that. Wonderful sight. Sailors over his bat. I think he's going to get the arm ball now. And Nusha may be saying, try it again. And he drives this time into the offside. Into the onside. Into the onside. He was looking to hit it to the offside. And he got the inside half of the bat and went into the onside. I was looking for the ball in the vicinity of mid-off or extra cover, only to see it going out towards the square leg position eventually. 303 is the lead for the West Indies, 611 for 7. So it's an enjoyable time for the West Indies. As Dinusha electing to go around the wicket as Chase comes in to strike. And he's looking to paddle this one around. He gets it very, very fine. A challenging run for the fielder. Will he get there in time? No, he does not. And has gone away for 4. So Chase goes into the 190s now. He's 190. The lead rushes on to 307. And the West Indies are making hay in the afternoon sunshine here at the Vivian Richards Stadium.
Good shot though. Picked it up nicely.
Yes, that's a T20 stroke, isn't it? You look at every possible way to score in T20 cricket, and that's one of them. Really elegantly done by Ruston Chase. You must have that sense of timing because so many variables are involved in effecting that stroke. Here is Dinusha, left arm spinner into Chase, and Chase gets a ball which is given some flight, and he comes forward watchfully, plays it into the offside, and he goes away towards deep extra cover. And he goes on to 191, and the West Indies 616 for 7. Shamal Joseph, will we see more heroics from him? Hit a 6 early on in the over. Will he try to repeat the effort? He's on 10. Here is Shamal Joseph, very much in a defensive frame of mind, and he plays it into the onside. Perhaps he had a
Last
had a
ball
word
of the
with
over.
him.
Yeah.
Yes, had a word with him and said, "Hey, look, chap, I'm
on 9 away.
I'm on 191, right? And I don't want you to go back. I don't want you to go back into the pavilion now. Just stay with me, and I'll decide when we declare. You just stay with me." So he was very defensive and compact in that defensive stroke as well. His head was well over the ball. His bat was close to the pad. He hit the middle of the bat. Everything right about that defensive stroke by Shamal Joseph. He's one of those exciting sort of cricketers. He smiles readily.
Loves his cricket.
Yes,
yeah. Puts
he likes the sport.
all his heart and soul into it.
He enjoys the game. And he has pace. Something you won't like to face.
Absolutely.
Terry. So that's the T20 World Cup, the Women's T20 World Cup. England beat New Zealand in that particular match. Oh, the scores are level there. What's that? This ball is a lifting delivery down the leg side. Ruston Chase ignores it, taken by Kusal Mendes. And they just won. So England just beat New Zealand in the T20 World Cup. And they won in convincing fashion by 9 wickets. New Zealand making 163 for 6, and England 164 for 1.
So that's better for West Indies women, isn't it?
So the West Indies qualify. I thought they were out by losing that game.
It was out of their hands, but they were right.
So the West Indies into the semi-finals. Here is a ball which is pulled away down to the fine leg position by Ruston Chase. Goes on to 192. Score made by Viv Richards at Delhi in 1974 against another Asian side, India, on that occasion. Chase 192 not out here at the Vivian Richards Stadium against Sri Lanka. 617 for 7. 8 away from his first double century in Test cricket. He has had 500s already. And he will watch at the non-striker's end as Shamar Joseph will face the pace of Asita Fernando, who has had 2 for 54 from 27.2 overs. So the table, South Africa finishing with what? 6 points. Bangladesh 4, Pakistan 2. Here is batsman taken on the pad, squaring up. But he was hit high, well, yeah, maybe just above the pad. And the ball goes into the offside. So what are we looking at here? In terms of the points situation. So in Group 1, Australia finished with 8 points, India 6, South Africa 6, and Bangladesh 4. And in Group 2 of the T20 World Cup, Women's World Cup, England finished with 10 points, West Indies 6, Sri Lanka 6, and New Zealand 4. So the West Indies qualifying for the semi-finals of the Women's T20 World Cup. Here is Fernando into Shamar Joseph. He drives, but if he times it, he's looking to hit a one straighter. He gets it bouncing down towards the mid-on position, and he gets a run for it. Chase back on strike significantly. He's on 192, 618 for 7 is the West Indies score.
So they got through to the World Cup on net run rate.
Yes.
Well, that's good, isn't it? Because they missed out on the Cricket World Cup because of net run rate, wasn't it?
Yes.
Payback.
So
Jack,
they
payback.
have an opportunity to win another World Cup. They won it in 2016, and the West Indies men won as well.
Won every World Cup on offer.
Yes, every World Cup, because the under 19s won the 50 overs aside World Cup on that occasion. Chase gets another run. He's on to 193, 619 for 7 is the West Indies score.
If he wants a crack at Sri Lanka tonight, though, he better get a move on with these last 7 runs, no?
Yes, because it's
10-minute
approaching 5 o'clock.
10-minute change.
I don't think he's overly concerned. I think this is what they should be looking at. I didn't expect 300. I was looking at a 250 lead, but this is even better because they will have more options in terms of their bowling. And Sri Lanka would be more tired outside the line of the off stump. And an ambitious cut shot offered.
So
taken by the wicket.
So what are you saying then, Jack? With a lead over 300, we can do away with the deep backward point? That's when the West Indies go onto the field. You're saying, I think. You think?
Yeah, I think they should start with 5 slips and a gully.
Exactly. Short leg.
Yes. Short leg, backward and forward.
Yeah. Leg slip.
Create a psychological war against Sri Lanka. Put in the middle. Our friend here and colleague Dave Joseph would have done just that. He's an attacking, very conscientious and studious captain. So he would have gone full brunt in terms of an attacking style. And really, the West Indies will need to come out and attack as much as they can.
Absolutely, especially with the firepower that they've got.
Have the bowlers just go at them constantly. Maybe Chase will be doing some more bowling in terms of giving them short spells, because the pitch is certainly a good one.
It'll be a 4th day.
Right. Chase is getting another run. He's now on to 194. 6 runs away from a double 100. 620 for 7. The West Indies lead inches on to 312. This afternoon of day 3 of this first test. Second test will follow next week, Friday. So there'll be back-to-back test matches here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Come on.
And based on what has happened so far, we expect that the crowd will increase and the whole atmosphere of West Indies cricket will get a boost. Here is a ball outside the off stump. Shamar Joseph is cutting. It kept a little bit low as well. And I think he cut over that one,
Cancel ya, cancel
taken
ya.
by Kusal Mendes. But we have seen some ambitious strokes from him so far. He's not one to back down by any stretch of the imagination. Faces the notion, hits it over the top, and it has gone away for 4 runs. So, again, vindicating what I just said. He launched himself into that off drive, went over the head of the man, not on the long off boundary, deepish at mid-off. He tried to leap to get to it, but was never going to get there, and he went for 4 runs. The runs piling up here for the West Indies. Shamar Joseph adds another boundary to his collection, and he's forward to this delivery from Dinusha. And there is no run, 624 for 7. Dinusha approaching the 250 mark, 233 now. 1 for 233. You feel sorry for him, don't you? 55.4 overs. Whipped away down towards the backward square position. And he'll get 1 run for it. 625 now for 7. Chase on 194 comes into strike. I don't think Chase will try to get to 200 with a 6. It would be.
Why not?
It would be a huge risk, won't it?
If
No,
he
with this
if he
feel,
gets the ball, yeah.
with this feel, I don't think he would. There's a long off, there's a long on, there's a deep mid wicket on the boundary, a backward square on the boundary. There's
With
even
the
a
breeze,
point
though.
on the boundary.
Of course, there's got
No,
to be.
talking about that, the point, the point
you
comes
brought
in
him
off.
up.
The point comes in off the boundary.
Cancel ya.
Yes. So,
It's the first time he realized all day he's been out there.
so what will Chase do? I think he just retained the strike. I think that's what he wants to do.
Oh.
Sweeping at this ball. Is he bowled? Ah, yes, he's bowled.
Yes, yes.
So, Boston Chase
Hard luck, Skip.
has given it away. 194. He's been bowled by Dinusha. And the West Indies with a lead of 317 at 625. Right, rather anticlimax. Because he didn't have to play that particular stroke. He was almost, yes, he was...
Unlucky.
He was right across his stumps. He gave the ball an opportunity there. It was a needless stroke, really, to play at this point.
Took the glove and spun
so-
back onto his leg stump.
So he has gone off for 194. Well played, though,
Excellent.
by Roston Chase, engaged in that record partnership with Amir Django. Very well done by the West Indies captain. The declaration has not come because Kimar Roach is striding out to continue the West Indies assault.
Yes.
625 for 8.
Therefore, you'd
And,
say they'd bat through.
We'll have more from Terry Laraji, and then it will be Mo Roberts.
Fantastic innings there by Captain Roston Chase. More than a return to form, statement innings by him. Side was in trouble when he came to the crease. Of course, that magnificent 401-run partnership with Amir Django has put West Indies well and truly in the driver's seats. Lead of well over 300 now, 317.
317 the lead, 14 overs left in the day's play, and we have just about 40 minutes or so, 38 minutes to go. So we won't, I don't think we will get those 14 overs in, but the West Indies, they've decided not to declare, and according to the screen, the overs are on target. So Milan coming back into the attack for the Sri Lankan. Milan Ratanaika, 4 wickets for 123 runs, and the Sri Lankan captain thinking, you know what, now that we have both tail enders in, opportunity to try and finish off the West Indies innings. Here is he in to the left-handed Shamar Joseph, who is swinging at that one almost like a golfer. Was looking to launch that one somewhere into the distance. He missed it outside the line of the off stump into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Chase was just trying to play that sweep shot, and instead of getting the bat, the ball took on the gloves and went back onto his stumps. And he was very, very, very disappointed with that because he really, you could see that he wanted that double century and maybe just getting a little bit ahead of himself there with that stroke and getting himself out. So he goes back 194 he would have made in that innings there. So,
but interesting, he went to attempt the traditional sweep.
Shamar Joseph is pulling one into the mid-wicket region. It was a shortish delivery from Milan Ratanaika, and he got a single down to deep mid-wicket. On the boundary brings Kimar Roach into strike to face his very first delivery.
We were praising him to a similar delivery a couple of overs before that, where he just flicked it or... well, they say these days ramped it or something.
Onto that one,
yes,
the one before.
Yeah. Whereas this one,
time
when
the
he tried
ball
to play
just maybe came on him a little quicker, got onto the gloves instead of the bat, so didn't execute it as well as he would have the one before. 318
too far
in the
across.
lead. Yeah, got and left his stumps exposed and paid the price for it.
But you can't be harsh.
No.
194.
It was a good innings. Good innings. Probably deserved to get that double century. Was not to be. So he's back in the pavilion, and the West Indies are just trying to see how many more they can get. They already lead by 318 runs as Roach gets one outside the line of the off stump. Shoulders arms, allows it to go by into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. 626 for 8. Those who are just joining us, and if you're just joining us, naughty you.
Yes,
you missed all those important things that
Dave
Joseph and Terry Leraji had to say all day. 39 for John Campbell, 31 for Brandon King, 16 for Kavem Hodge. Amir Jangu got 233. Josh De Silva 20, Justin Graves 3. We watch as here is his delivery outside the line of the off stump, just allowed to go by into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. There is no run. Ruston Chase got 194. Justin Graves got 3. Alzari Joseph 21. Shamar Joseph is not out on 16, and Kimar Roach yet to score. The West Indies scorecard 626 for 8 in reply to 308 made by the Sri Lankans.
And just looking at pictures from the West Indies players' pavilion, then more if a wicket falls, they will declare.
You think so? They look very relaxed.
Excepting that.
Here is a loud appeal, and he's given him leg before.
Because Jaden Seals was doing up his bowling boots.
Roach is going to review it, but that would be the 5th wicket for Milan Ratanaika, and he would have deserved it. He's hit Kimar Roach in front. Roach, he reviewed it right away. Milan think that he has his man. We'll wait and see.
But otherwise it will be a declaration, I believe.
Yeah.
Because he was lacing up his boots and he had no pads.
So
it looked leg to me. Was it leg to you?
Yeah, it's going to be because Jaden Seals is without his pads on.
That's right.
So if he's given, they're just looking at ultra edge. There's no edge involved. So we'll see. We'll have to go to ball tracking.
I think it's missing leg.
Yeah, just sort of hitting the outside of the pad.
Upper part of the
upper part
roll.
of the pad. And we'll see what the ball tracking does. The West Indies captain looks on nervously. It's pitching impact in line, and review is missing.
Umpire's call.
Is it umpire's call? Yep, umpire's call. So he is out, leg before, and the West Indies, they have declared for 626 for 9, with Roach being given leg before. West Indies innings coming to an end. Signal comes from Captain Ruston Chase as the West Indies, they're going to just have a go at the Sri Lankans this afternoon. The lead is 318 runs. Is that enough, Terry Laraji?
I think it's more than enough. Denmore Roberts, excellent day for West Indies, excellent day for West Indies cricket in general. A wonderful partnership there for the 6th wicket of 401, set the day up. And they've dominated proceedings, you'd have to say, since tea on day 2. Put themselves in an extremely strong position. I agree with the declaration too. Remember, it's not a target. 318 is just to make the West Indies, just to make the West Indies bat again.
So,
and still 2 full days to go, but a little session tonight of about 20 minutes. Ideal, I think, to try and pick up a couple of wickets tonight and even strengthen their position.
So, West Indies innings, just to give you a review of it. John Campbell was caught Fernando off Dinusha for 39. Brandon King caught Dinusha off Ratanaika for 31. Kavem Hodge was bowled by Ratanaika for 16. Amir Jangu caught Mendes off Ratanaika for 233. Josh De Silva caught the sub Suri off Fernando for 20. Justin Graves was caught Mendes off Fernando for 3. Ruston Chase was bowled by Dinusha for 194. Alzari Joseph caught Mendes off Ratanaika for 21. Shamar Joseph is left not out on 17, and Roach LBW to Ratanaika without scoring. They bowling for Sri Lanka. Asita Fernando, 28 overs, 8 maidens, 56 runs, 2 wickets. Lahiru, who just had 1 over for 4 runs, he went off injured. Kasoon Rajitha, 26 overs, 3 maidens, 102 runs, no wicket. Milan Ratanaika, 35.5 overs, 8 maidens, 124 runs, 5 wickets, and he toiled for those 5 wickets. He would be happy with himself getting a 5-4. Sunai Dinusha, 56 overs, 1 maiden, 234 runs, 2 wickets. Danan Jaya De Silva, 5 overs, no maiden, 17 runs, no wicket. And Kamindu Mendes, 9 overs, no maidens, 46 runs, no wicket. You're up to date. Sri Lanka having some 52 extras in their innings. West Indies 626 for 9 declared, meaning they have a lead of 318 runs after Sri Lanka made 308 all out in their first innings. We're going to take a short break, refresh ourselves, and when we come back, we're going to have the Sri Lankans' second innings as they look to start. The West Indies will have an opportunity for about 20 minutes or so to bowl at the Sri Lankans this afternoon. So, until we rejoin you, then my Roberts just saying, stay tuned as we'll be back in about 10 minutes.
This is cricket on the Pop and Drive Network.
Right back here at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Grounds in North Sound, Antigua. Still bright sunshine on a Saturday afternoon, and the West Indies having declared their first innings on 626 for 9 behind good scores, 233 made by Amir Django and Ruston Chase getting 194, missing his double century by just some 6 runs. The West Indies, they have a lead of 318 and they're already out on the field. The umpires are back out. They've changed end. Umpire Raza is now down at that southern end, and umpire Saikat is on at this end. The West Indies, they are out. The Sri Lankan openers are also out, and it looks as if it's going to be Kimar Roach who's going to open the bowling for the West Indies here this afternoon. The West Indies will have a little tricky period where they're expected to bowl, maybe from our watch, might be just about 20 minutes or so of the 20 minutes or so for the West Indies to have a go at the Sri Lankans. That might equate to about 3 or 4 overs or so this afternoon, based on the speed at which the West Indies are able to turn around, and they're hoping that they can even prize out a wicket or 2 from the Sri Lankans. The Sri Lankans, though, would want to go into the end of the day's play unscathed, and making sure that they have the West Indies really work hard for their wickets. Kimar Roach is in, and he's going to be bowling to Pathum Nissanka, and his first delivery is cracked away into the offside field. It's going to run pretty close to the boundary. It's picked up just inside the boundary. The Sri Lankans run back for 2. Madushka wanted to come back for a 3rd run, and 2 to start here. And again, Dave Joseph is alongside me. We just see the West Indian just bowling a regular long hop, we would say, outside the line of the off stump. Not really a menacing short ball, and something that we've had discussions on and off the air about the aggressiveness of the West Indian bowling. But here is Kimar Roach in, and this delivery, the Nissanka is looking to try and pull it away on the leg side. The ball falling and going out into the offside field, and there is no run. Pathum Nissanka, he was out in the first over in the first innings. He would want to have a better showing in the second innings. He's a batter that I think has a lot of ability. I like to watch him bat. I think he's a classy kind of player, has all the shots that's needed. 3 slips in. There's a man at leg slip, a man at short leg, and a man in front of the bat at cover. Here is Roach in, and Nissanka is looking to pull at that one. The ball going past him into the gloves of wicketkeeper Josh De Silva. There is no run. There's also a man at mid-on and a man down on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and a man down on the long leg boundary. That's the field for Kimar Roach, who is with the new ball from the Sucrat Ambus and the northern end. He turns and starts and stops as Pathum Nissanka was just doing a little bit of farming, just trying to clear away something on his crease. Here is Roach, now runs in, goes past umpire Saikat in and bowl, and down the leg side, and the ball goes past the wicketkeeper and down to the boundary for 4 byes. So it was a wayward delivery down the leg side and tumbling across. Again, it's Joshua De Silva, and I look at the faces of the guys here and they're saying, move your feet. That's what they're saying, Joshua De Silva, as he was just a little bit late in going at that one, and the ball carrying down, and it's a no ball, should be called, and is called, so it was a no ball as well. Here is Roach in to bowl to Nissanka, and he's going to get runs here. He's just hustled into an onside drive, and this one goes into the mid-wicket region and he's able to come through for his third run, the 8th run of the innings. So Sri Lanka 8 without loss. We've had 4 deliveries, 4 legal deliveries so far. As Kimar Roach, 3 slips in place. He has a leg slip. It looks to be Chase who is standing at that leg slip position. Amir Django is under the helmet, a little bit back at that short square leg position, and he gets a delivery. Does Madushka, that is falling at his feet. He looked back nervously as that one, wasn't sure where that one went, and he was just hoping that it didn't go in the direction of his stumps, and it survives in the end. So just one, just 8 runs so far, 5 deliveries bowled by Kimar Roach. Moves away from in front of us. Kimar Roach goes past the umpires in and bowled a full pitch delivery that is driven up on the onside but straight to Jaden Seals, who's standing at that mid-on region, and there is no run. End of the first over. At the end of it, Sri Lankans, they are 8 without loss, and it says 13 overs remaining, but I doubt that we will be able to get those in. Pathum, he's not out there on 3, and his partner is not out on 0. 310 runs the Sri Lankans trail by, and the West Indies will be hoping that the opening bowler looks to be Jaden Seals, who's going to take the new ball. So Jaden Seals will take the new ball from the Sir Andy Roberts end. As we look at it, he's going to be running in from that southern end, coming towards us here in the commentary box. He has 3 slips and a goal in place. A man at point. He also have a extra cover. Beaten outside the line of the off stump. Edge taken, caught behind. So Jaden Seals strikes with his very first delivery, and wicketkeeper Joshua Da Silva will feel a lot better about himself. The edge was found, and Da Silva this time takes the catch straight forward, straight into his gloves. Jaden Seals strikes with the first delivery of his spell. Pathum Nissanka has to go back, failing once again. Caught behind off the bowling of Jaden Seals. Sri Lanka, they're 8 for 1. Just the kind of start that the West Indies would have wanted.
Well bowled by Jaden Seals, then more, and we see better footwork from the wicket keeper to this catch.
Yes, we did. We did, and he would feel happy about himself having taken that one, having put down 3 of them in the first innings. And they've sent out Rajitha, so the Sri Lankans
Night watchman
would have sent out a night watchman. Interesting. Rajitha coming at this stage for the Sri Lankans in the first innings. Rajitha came at number 9, so they've sent him out as the night watchman this evening, the Sri Lankans, at the fall of Pathum Nissanka's wicket.
and then more, I rather like the field placement now. It looks real aggressive and attacking now. That's what it should be like.
So 5 slips are in. Or do you say 4 slips and a gully? What is it?
Looks like 5.
5 slips in. There is a man at that point position. There's a man at short leg. And also there's a man at short mid-on. As Jaden Seals begins to move away. He's in now and bowls a short delivery. And Rajitha gets on top of his toes and plays this one defensively out into the offside field, and there's no run, and there is also a man at mid-off. So that's the field. Let me call it again. 5 slips in, and there's a man at point, short leg, a man at short mid-on, and a man at you could say, patrolling the extra cover region, a little bit wider than maybe just a short mid-off position. Looks to be Alzari Joseph, who is standing there. The slips go down now as Jaden Seal speeds in, goes past the umpires in, and the batter, Rajisha, is coming forward again.
Well, then was
looking
just
to play
about to tell you,
defensively.
not to cut you off. I'd rather see them mid-on or short mid-on come to silly point and put in the short leg still.
So they've moved the man across to silly point from the short leg, and Dave Joseph is saying that you need to find somebody to go at short leg still.
You still need a short
even
leg.
with that silly point in, and I would agree with you.
You've got runs on the board then, Moise. You can afford it this afternoon.
You certainly can. This would be a good photo for the photographers to have there with all the slips in place. Here is this delivery, and he's flicking it on the onside. He's going to get some runs here. At least 2. Or did it go into the boundary? Yes, it went into the boundary for 4. So Jaden Seals just straying onto the pads of Rajitra, and he was able to turn that one into the onside and picked up a boundary out into the square leg region. No fielders were posted in that direction, and so 4 runs easily to Rajita. 12 for 1. But Jaden Seals would be disappointed with himself with all those slips in and then pitching one right up almost into the legs of the batter and letting him off the hook. You want to have the night watchman under tremendous pressure, and I would agree with you. Maybe if that short leg was in, he would have thought twice about playing that shot. Here is he outside the line of the off stump, pushing that one and missing the ball, going by into the gloves of Joshua De Silva. And those are the kind of deliveries that you want to be bowling at the night watchman. Maybe if you put the short leg in, give him a couple of bouncers too to see what he's made of.
You need to test him around his ears.
Yep, some real bouncers to see what he does with the short ball. But the short leg is not in. The man is at silly point. As we look at it in front of the bat, that's Amir Django. The 5 slips go down now. Here is Jaden Seals, goes past the umpires in, and Rajita is solid forward, playing a defensive shot to a short of a length delivery from Jaden Seals, and brings up the end of the over number 2. Jaden Seals getting the wicket of Pathum. Nisanka was caught the silver of Jaden Seals for 3, and Sri Lanka, they are 12 for 1 after 2 overs. They trail by 306 runs.
Yeah, very good start by the West Indies. And I'd say a very good start by the West Indian wicketkeeper, De Silva. Much better footwork at the start of this innings.
Much better footwork, much better results for Joshua De Silva. We had a discussion earlier. Somebody was asking if Hope is to come back, what happens with Amir Django, who was expected to have been left out in place of Shea Hope. What happens when he returns? Here is this delivery.
Gone. Ooh.
Nice. Did he drop it? Yes, it looked as if it probably went in and then out of Amir Django's hand at that short leg position. Thought that he had it, and then the ball just didn't stay. Let's just have a look again. It was played to him low down. Didn't get the hands down fast enough. It was there for the taking. Went low down. Should he have taken that, Dave?
Yeah,
Difficult.
once it's in the air and your plays there, then you should take the catches. I think he was a bit too high in his position just now.
Yeah, maybe just came up
He
a
was
little
on the way
bit.
down instead of coming up.
Yeah. Here we watch as this delivery is played defensively by Madushka. And he would be a little bit nervous having just given that chance to off Roach, that chance to Amir Django. Well, it will go down as a dropped catch, but it was a shot. It would have been a sharp chance, and those ones you want them to really just hit the hand and stick. Here is Kimar Roach in again, and this time Madushka is going to get some runs. He's turning one into the short, wideish mid-on region, and he comes back for a second run.
What's the purpose of the night watchman then, Mo?
he's supposed to take most of the strike to
So why did
protect.
they run 2 just now?
Well, it defeats the purpose with the way that they approach.
I don't
because
really believe in night watchmen
and
anyway.
neither do I really prefer the better player to come, because more than likely if the night watchman survives the next day, you really want him to get out, and you really are putting yourself in more trouble.
Question for you then more. What happens if the night watchman gets out tonight?
But the senior
send
bats
out
have to
another-
come.
You send out another night watchman?
We've seen that happen before. We've seen teams send more than one night watchman before. But for me, the batter would have to come. You know, here is the Madushka playing a positive defensive shot to Kimar Roach, pitched up delivery, and plays back along the pitch into the bowler, and there was no run. Even like now, for me as the captain, if there was another over after this, I wouldn't bowl Roach. I would probably give Alzari or Shamar Joseph just one over
Well, you're thinking very much like
to
I'm
run in
thinking anymore.
this evening to see what takes place. But here is Kimar Roach, begins to move in, goes past the umpires in and bowl a delivery that is steered away into the offside field. No is the call by Madushka, as Rajitha wanted a single and there was no run. So just one more delivery to come in Kimar Roach's second over. So far, 1.5 overs, none for 6 runs. The Sri Lankans trail by 304 runs. They've lost the wicket of Pathum Nisanka. So the West Indies would have been happy because they would have gotten a wicket. They could have gotten 2. They would have been really important if they got Madushka out. Here is Roach in, and this delivery is clipped away into the onside, down to the final leg region, and they don't take the run, as it would have put Madushka on strike, and they want the night watchman Rajitha to be the one that takes most of the strike. So Madushka finally got the memo as to what the reason for the night watchman to be out there, and it's 14 for 1 at the end of over number 3. Rajitha is not out on 4, Madushka on 2, and Jaden Seals with the ball in his hand at that southern end. By my watch, 5:26, so maybe just one more over in the day's play.
I think they should, roll the field around, bring the mid-off over to short mid-on and get a short leg in. Open up the mid-off, so let's see if he can drive.
Let's see if he can drive.
Let him drive if he wants to drive, because Seal is getting the ball to leave the right-handed batsman.
Here is Jaden Seals into the right-handed batter in Rajithra. He thought of playing and then just pulled the bat away last minute, allowing it to go into the gloves of wicket-keeper Joshua De Silva. And there is no run. So, nearing the end of day number 3 of what has been a good test match so far, gripping action. Sri Lankans making runs pretty quickly on day 1, 308 behind that century. Remember the 120 made by Dhananjaya De Silva. And today, the West Indies having probably one of their better days batting in a long time, as Rajitha is playing defensively. And we remember that partnership was of 401, was it, Jack, that it ended? I'm just making sure that my notes, yes, ended on 401 between Django and Ruston Chase. And the partnership they ended when the score was on 569 for 6. The West Indies eventually being bowled out for declared 626 for 9. Here is Seals. Comes in, right arm over to bowl to Rajitha, and Rajitha is covering up, playing it into the onside. And they've more and more that Rajitha is playing. I'm thinking that short leg that you're talking about would be vital, at least even psychological, even for the psychology of it. Move that man from, as you said, from mid-off over to the mid-on region and bring a short leg in and give him something to think about. Maybe he would even think that you're going to be looking to bowl him short, and then you look to take him to the slips. Here is Seals in, beating him outside the line of him. That's too good for Rajita. That's the kind of deliveries you bowl to a top 3 batter. Rajita is not good enough to touch that, they would say in local parlance, that you need to be a good batter to touch those kinds, and that one went into the gloves of wicket-keeper Josh De Silva at a very good height as well, taken well above his waistline. So still good bounce and carry from the pitch so far.
Still want to see some balls up around the ears.
Yeah, I would love to see a few as well. Here is Jaden Seals in, and this delivery again is played defensively, goes into that position where the short leg would have been, and the fielder at that mid-on just comes into play, and there is no run. Rajita just probably looking to see off the afternoon by my watch. It's saying just about 2 deliveries to go. The 5 slips are in place. This will be a good overhead shot by the drone. I hope he got a still of it. We saw a drone picture of the slips just now. Here is outside the line of the off stump from Jaden Seals. A short delivery, but not on the line of the body. Rajita just able to sway out of the way and allow it to go bypass his chest into the gloves of the wicket keeper, and there is no run. Sri Lanka, they trail by 303 runs. They're 15 for 1. Didn't recognize the Jaden Caesar bowler no ball earlier on. Didn't see the signal from the umpire, so I was looking for that to be the final delivery almost. Here is Seals with the additional delivery. Runs in now, goes past the umpires, in outside the line of the off stump. The batter doesn't have to offer a stroke, and that is time on day number 3. Sri Lankans go in 15 for 1, just 4 overs bowled by the West Indies, but a day that belonged to Amir Jangu. Amir Jangu not only getting his first test century, but turning it into a double century, getting 233, and his captain Ruston Chase would also feel good about himself, even though a little bit, teeny weeny bit disappointed not to have gotten the additional 6 runs, falling 6 runs short of a double century. But they put on a partnership today of 401 for the West Indies, the second best partnership of all time for any wicket for the West Indies. And Jack Matthew would have given you all the partnerships that they would have elapsed on the way up to this mammoth target. They started the day on 271 for 5. The West Indies trailing by 37 runs. At that time, Amir Jango was on 78 and Ruston Chase was on 42, and they took the total all the way up to 569 when the 6th wicket fell. Amir Jango going at that time for 233. Chase carried on, got to 194 before he lost his wicket, and eventually the West Indies declared 626 for 9. Campbell got 39, King 31, Hodge 16, Amir Jango 233, Josh De Silva 20, Justin Graves 3, Ruston Chase 3, 194, Alzari Joseph 21, Shamar Joseph not out on 17. 5 wickets for Ratanaika, Milan Ratanaika, 2 wickets for Asita Fernando, and 2 wickets for Sarai Dinusha. And Sri Lanka in their second innings today, they got to 15 for 1. Patum Nisanka caught De Silva off Jaden Seals for 3. Seals ending with 1 for 5 from his 2 overs. Kimar Roach's 2 overs went for 6 runs, and the other runs coming in extras. So far, 6 extras for the West Indies. Dave, your thoughts on the day's play, and what should we look forward to tomorrow?
Yeah, quite a great day for West Indies in the batting department. You know, as I said, Django getting a double century. Captain Ralston Chase 190 yard. That's good feat. And as they said, they've eclipsed a lot of partnerships along the way. So all in all, a very good day for the West Indies. And tomorrow I'll be looking forward to see them, bowling quite a bit more short balls at these, Sri Lankans, especially early in the innings tomorrow. As I said, the pitch is still a very good one. It's giving assistance. We saw the Sri Lankans bowling quite a bit a short delivery as the West Indian, and it's still seaming around, going both ways. So it should be a very exciting day tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it tomorrow.
So we will be back tomorrow to bring you more coverage of day 4 of this first test between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. The West Indies would be in the ascendancy at this stage. Sri Lanka behind by 303 runs at the end of day number 3. Sri Lanka making 308, and they are 15 for 1 in their second innings after just 4 overs. The West Indies making 626 for 9 behind totals of 233 by Amir Django and Ruston Chase's 194. Tomorrow will be a beautiful day for Test cricket here in Antigua and Barbuda. The weather is expected to be good, and we are hoping that the fans come out in their numbers. On behalf of Jack Matthew and expert comments today coming from Terry Laraji and the former West Indies middle order batsman Dave Joseph, and on behalf of all our technical crew here, Denmo Robert saying have a great evening. See you tomorrow morning at 10 minutes to 10 for more coverage of the test match between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. From Antigua and Barbuda, the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium, we say good night.
You've just heard commentaries on the West Indies Home Series, a production of the Cut and Drive Network in association with Cricket West Indies. Join us again for more on Cut and Drive.